It's enough to make a man hungry. It's funny how sabotage can come at the most inopportune times, but we still got it going on anyway. That's because we don't quit, we don't stop, we stay focused. We're the modern day warriors. You gotta have that stick-it-to-itiveness, and in order to keep that, you definitely have to live clean. So when I reach in my pile here, come up with my magic tricks, right? You gotta stay on top of the game. It's called being a student of the game. For those who are in the YouTube chat room, you need to come on over to LanceScurv.com/live stream. That's where it's going to be happening. Now, we may hear double here for a second. Good. Let's knock this down. Let's do this right tonight. Get a good beat. I'm not going to rap yet. I'm going to do it and surprise y'all one night, though, for real. Let's just get this happening here.
Every Friday evening, tune in to radio's hottest talk show, bringing you the realest, uncensored conversations.
The healthiest man on the net.
LanceScurv.
Welcome to another episode of the LanceScurv Show. Earlier, I have to apologize for the technical difficulties that we had unexpectedly. But you have to understand that when you are a revolutionary on so many fronts, those things are going to happen. I'm going to be doing a show tomorrow night to kind of follow up on the Iyanla Vanzant. What am I thinking about? Trump's wife? No way. Iyanla Vanzant. She's going. Every week we're going to do a follow-up show behind her show, whatever the topic is, because she comes up with some really great topics. And from what I find, there are so many people who have that energy afterward. And I don't know if you can remember, I'm telling my age, 53, but I remember when the original Rocky movies came out in the 70s and early 80s, you'd watch it and you had all of this energy afterward that you just thought you could be the heavyweight champ of the world. It was such an inspirational story, no matter what color you were. It just pumped you up. The ladies may not have understood it, but the men do. Well, when we have shows like Iyanla Vanzant, Fix My Life, that deals with so many issues that, that are prevalent in all communities, and especially the Black community, it's something to get us thinking, because we start thinking about our family members, we start thinking about friends, we start thinking about situations, neighbors, what they've gone through, and it's us on some level or another. And we're waiting for Mad Guns Forever to come in. I just spoke with him. He had to take care of a few things, and he's going to be in to help us tonight to speak on health and wellness. And he had some specific categories and topics that he wanted to speak on. That being said, it did say part 3, the finale, but with your health and with what we're doing here, it will never be a finale. It's always something to learn. It's always a principle to apply. There's always something that we can do to tweak our life and make things better. And until he comes, I want to rant on a little bit about that. I do have that interview with Sister Corrine Woodley, the mother of Cosmo. We did it, and that's what I was referring to when I said that we had technical difficulties with it. Thank God I have a plan B. Always have a plan B. Heck, I have a plan Z. If I don't get you one way, I'm going to get you another way. So it's on its way to uploading now. It's at 68%. It's going to be another couple hours, but before the sun comes up, you will have that interview, guaranteed. Now, with the whole health and fitness and wellness, actually, I said fitness. This is not really a fitness thing. We're going to touch onto it, but many people think that it's going to be one big super duper change that comes into their life to make them all of a sudden get in super shape. And we kind of feel, I don't know, we kind of duped into that. I'm not going to blame the media, but they have a hand in it. But we think that there's a pill for everything. We think that, we want everything immediately. We want to get the tummy tucks. We want to get this. We want to get that. And what is the lingo of most people when they're trying to get in shape or attempting to or thinking about it? What could I do to get in shape the fastest way possible. You have to understand that your body is not a machine. It is a machine to a sense, but it's not a machine in the conventional sense. This is flesh. Hold up your arm, y'all, right? And I put so much of the graphics over, I don't mind having a menage a trois with a whole bunch of fruit. You win every time. You know what I mean? You never lose. Also, I'll have to show you. I don't know if I could tilt it because it's soup, but it's Mrs. Scurv's vegetable soup, freshly made. The bad boy is hot, so I gotta wait until things cool down. I'm not gonna sit here and blow the soup. Don't soundbite me on that. The soup is straight. Anyway, there's this one cure, this one thing that would just get us this way. It's not about the look, y'all. And I have to say this before we begin this program. The looks are the byproducts of good health. But we just want to, and I'm not blaming anybody in particular here. Let me go check on this chat room really quick and make sure that we're popping. Okay. Yes. Yes, spirit driven and fallen. You are here. Yes, I'm giving a double dose. That interview earlier is going to be up soon on the YouTube page. And everybody subscribe to the channel. The subscriptions help to get those alerts out. And if you don't like me no more, hey, unsubscribe. Just like the folks who unfriend me. I'm so sad. I'm going to stop and never do this again. I'm inspired, y'all. So God calls me home. No, I didn't get rid of it. Actually, to come on, I took away that account. Would you like for me to add it back on again? Spirit driven. I kind of manipulated. So if you want me to bring it back like that, where you can get on that way, I'll do it for you. Just let me know. I'm watching the chat room right now. But like I was saying before, we focus on the looks more so than being actually healthy. And I know from my former dealings many decades ago in bodybuilding that it wasn't, for me, it was about the health. But yeah, I did uncheck the box that would allow you to log in the way you probably did before. So if you want to have it with the avatar, I'll go in and I'll check it off and just allow it. I'm just going to go ahead and do that anyway while I chat. Just give me a few moments. And I want to keep the conversation going until Brother Mad Guns comes on in. And it's definitely a point that I want to stress. Now, let me go in here into my settings. Okay, let's make sure I do this right, y'all. Access. I love it. Okay, I'm going to take care of that for you right now, Spirit. Okay, let's see if this works. You might have to refresh. I'm not sure, but check that out. Also, I'm going to wait for Sweetberry to come in. I have to give her a few magic powers here, but she has to be in. Okay, yeah, I have it set up for that. Maybe you want to refresh this particular page or go out and come in, and I got you. Whoops, let me just kind of dead this noise a little bit. I just love that, but after a while I was like, pop, 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 pop. I feel like I'm on Periscope. So I'm just going to mute that sound a little bit so we don't hear that over the broadcast. But we have to make up our mind. We have to make a decision because, the way we look in this present society, the mindset to me is sickening. I'm an old school guy, and good looks, good physique, all of that stuff of healthy living and hard work, healthy living and pushing your body, not extreme, but hard, everything in balance, hard work, right? Hard physical work, good, healthy food that are packed with nutrients and lots of good rest. Now, yeah, I seem like a hypocrite talking about rest, and I always need to work on getting more rest. Y'all don't know under the hood and behind the scenes what I have to go through. Coco Silk, how are you? Oh, I love that name, Coco Silk. You're right, you Coco Silky something, you. And I saw your message earlier, Coco, and I'm gonna call you Coco. I'm in love with the Coco. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. That's so they're thinking about something else. I don't do substances, but I had to say that. And I love the camaraderie that we have here in the chat room. And again, for those who are on the YouTube page, you want to get down with the chat? Okay, got some noises going on here. Go to LanceScurv.com/live stream right now. It's right below. It's right here. LanceScurv.com/live stream. And the chat is right there. The chat will last forever. Whatever you put down will stay there. You can come back 3-4 days, a month from now, and go back to that same designated chat and see what happened or what we spoke on when it starts to really pop. See, so it'll be popping. So it'll be rolling up and stuff like that. And it's wonderful. I gotta cut this sound, and this is so distracting. I never really all get it right. I don't know. Will I ever get it right, y'all? I'm always pushing. But yeah, at the expense of our health, we seem to be willing to do things that are not healthy. Yes, my niece, I got 2 nieces here, T. Jones and Coco Silk. I got 2 nieces, and all of my family, different proximities. Might be my sister, brother. No, not the women, brothers, but my brothers, my nieces, my nephews, everybody. So I'm just gonna have to get either an Uncle Lance hat or an Uncle Lance t-shirt. Right now, I'm a little scruffy. I'm clean, but I didn't butter up right now. We're just gonna get down and we're gonna talk when Mad Guns comes in. But we're doing things, the tummy tucks and the liposuction and all of these different things that are unhealthy because we can't wait. We can't wait and take our time and do it the good old-fashioned way, where we coax our body into shape and work hard and take our time and have it the lasting way, because your body is always going to have or try to stay in a state of balance. Your body is always going to go back into what it considers normal. And this is the good thing for many people who have already trained and worked out and know their bodies. I hate to say it, y'all, but we all can improve, right? But for those of us who have a foundation and a history with working out, dancing, anything physical, running, bike riding, there's a thing called muscle memory. And it's not just about the muscles. It's just not about the muscles, because in a sense, that's cosmetic. We're going to get, I'm glad that he's taking his time to get in, because I want to throw these things out there and I'm going to let him take the floor. But the body works. Let's take somebody, for example, like myself. I started training with weights when I was 13 years old. I stopped because of the sickness of the sport that I thought I loved, and the political stuff and the funny business, which I shouldn't have done at the age of 22. I walked away from it. I had several injuries, but 22, 23, 24, I still looked a certain way before it started to diminish the muscle that I earned. But if I do work in the yard or I have a day of heavy manual labor, my little muscles now pump up and they respond, and let me there's some people who know that I'm doing a show, so I'm going to drop the link right over, and you hear that little thing there. What are we on? Let me see. Let me just shoot her link. www.LanceScurv, because she will keep messaging me, and I think she wants to remain oblivious. But we're going to make it hard for her. Live stream. This is the wrong time to start a text conversation with old Scurv. I'm going to put live now. Okay, for her, I will do that. Okay. I got to cut this phone down. Anyway, we don't seem to grasp the concept that the good old-fashioned way is longer lasting, because when you grow up like myself in my formative years, when the hormones really started to hit my body, to be in shape and to be muscular, to be strong, to be trained was very normal for me. So even in my older years, my body still gravitates toward that, even though I have not been training. My mind gravitates toward the normalcy of eating clean, although for several decades I did not. I walked away from it. I had emotional scars from putting out so much effort and realizing that the sport that I was in was a lot of drugs that I didn't do, was a lot of acts that I didn't perform to politically put myself in a position to win a competition, because of the judges that wanted these acts performed on them. I'll say it that way, in a very decent way. And I was not willing to do the things to my body that were temporary, that would hurt me at this particular age, that I'm really enjoying life and looking forward to retirement. So you make up your mind what you want to do. If you want to do something temporary, do it, but understand it's not going to last long and you're going to hurt your body. See, with muscle, with getting in shape and all of this stuff, the first priority of your body is to take care of your brain, your heart, your lungs, your liver, your spleen, your kidney, your guts, your digestive system, everything inside, your engine, your internal. The first priority, actually, maybe I'm wrong, but one of the top priorities is your brain. Your whole body is there to protect your brain. Everything. See? Your internal organs. Your body doesn't care about having 21-inch biceps. Your body, your inner workings don't care about, oh, I'm going to have a super six-pack. That comes normally when you eat properly. That comes normally when you exercise properly. Exercise, as we know it in the inner cities and in the modern day, is, the whole health and fitness and wellness industry has kind of messed us all up because we only think in one term. You don't have to worry about a six-pack when you're out in the woods, when you're out in the country, and you're working to get your food together all day. You're working in the fields and you're in the sun, and you have to earn that meal. Look back in the day when we didn't have refrigerators, right? When we had to, we couldn't say, it's in the fridge, we'll pop it in the microwave, we'll do what we have to do. No, it wasn't like that. You had to go out there all day and dig up that food, cut it up, prepare it, and she's saying, what number now? Okay, if you go there, you won't have to worry about the number. I love my people. I love my friends, but yikes. Okay, here we go. 888-575-3769. Now, I will allow her, and I'm going to say mute your phone, because when she comes in, it's going to make a lot of noise, because this is New York calling in. Okay, there you go. Now, no more. I love you, but I'm trying to get into a flow here. Okay. So we have to stop thinking, what pill could I take to burn the fat? What can I eat, or what can I take to put on the muscle? What can I do? So it's a consistent way of living in balance, and it's effortless. Hold on. I'm live now and can't speak. All right. Call in and listen. I'm not going to look at this computer no more, y'all. Okay. Because if I have 10 people doing that, there'll be no show. I'll just be here typing back and forth. I got my chat room here. I got to focus on that. Focus what's in my mind. Don't Facebook me, y'all. I'm not going to, unless you have a problem or something. You know what I mean? But call into the show, 888-575-3769. And please mute your phone. We will allow for everybody to talk and go back and forth like we always do. But let's get this thing on the road. For profit, we have doctors who want you to think the chemical way. They want you not to go along with what nature dictates. It's all about money for them. And it's a temporary fix. There was a young lady on my bus this week, toward the end of my work week, and she was actually going to a plastic surgeon to get a tummy tuck. I read between the lines. He was a young lady who, not judging from the way I assess it, she wasn't super educated. Not that it means that you're less if you're not. She had a bit of intelligence, but she seemed to be a follower. She seemed to be a person who just is not a person who thinks out the box. And that's what I picked up from her, because I had to talk with her several times for her to grasp certain concepts about riding the bus. Anyway, make a long story short, I asked her, well, where is it that you're going exactly? Because she didn't have a clue exactly. She had a phone number, and she was going, actually, like I said, to get this tummy tuck. I wanted to know what street it was. She told me the route. Anyway, she didn't even have enough bus money, a bus fare to pay. She was paying with pennies and nickels. Hey, it happens sometime. You got to get where you're going. You got to break up the piggy bank. But I'm saying to myself, you're getting a tummy tuck, which is not cheap, but you can't pay your fare on the bus. You did, but it's from the piggy bank. Ding! I'm sorry. I'm not going to say anything nasty or lewd, but the first thing I thought was, she's a kept woman. She's a kept woman. Why? Not that all women who get tummy tucks are, but if you're getting a tummy tuck and can afford that, or your man or your husband's paying for it, you know, you can afford to stay on the bus. And when you saw her visuals and how she tried to come off, like when she got on the bus and she expected me to go, ooh, you know, she's looking like, let's see if I can work some magic on him. And I was just business-like. But that's another subject. Why wouldn't she watch her diet? She had a little weight on her overall. She ate about 4 candy bars when she was on the bus ride. Why are you getting a tummy tuck when you can't control your appetite, your diet? You can't do that. So there are things we need to focus on, but we want the get quick way. We want everything fast. Fast. What pill can I take? What operation can I get? I'll go on a cycle of steroids just to get that look for the summer, and your internal organs are catching a beating. When you suck off that much fat off of your body with liposuction and a tummy tuck, this is my opinion. I know for a fact that your body fights to keep balance. If for the last 10, 15, 20 years, what you consider normal or what has been normal to you is a 500-pound body, your body's going to fight to remain that way. You've got to create new rhythms. You've got to incorporate a new way of life, a lifestyle. Now, if your health is threatened and your blood pressure's up and your sugar's way off and you got to get that stuff off or some of it immediately, well, do what you got to do to stay alive. But the most of it should not be, I'm just going to pig out and eat and do all this stuff, neglect myself, get a bit of liposuction, and I'm okay. No, it doesn't work that way. Because how many of us know people who have gotten liposuction and turn around 2 years later, or I'm sorry, the stomach staple thing, right? Where they cut out part of your, and they're right back fat again. They started out eating smaller portions, or they go back to the bed. It's all in how you eat. You see? Discipline. That's right, Sister VA. The magic pill is discipline. And knowing that it's not going to happen overnight. Knowing that you will slip and fall sometimes on your diet. And diet doesn't mean restrict yourself from anything, because, again, I had some Mrs. Scurv's pizza earlier today. It was gluten-free, dairy-free, soy-free. As a matter of fact, the calories were low. It was a bunch of vegetables on top of a special bread that wasn't wheat. Stay away from wheat, y'all, and gluten. No good for you, right? And I ate 3 of them, and they weren't like the biggest. They were like about, I'd say, about that size. A little bit bigger than the size of a pita bread, all right? That was the crust. Boy, that thing was delicious. The mushrooms and the peppers and the tomatoes and the good sauce that I put on. It was so delicious. And a little while ago, which I don't always do it because I used to have that ice cream before, right? But there was one ingredient that I forgot what it was. I was suspect about. But this particular brand had a flavor that didn't have that ingredient in it. So I needed more calories today because I had just went straight fruit and vegetables, a little bit of rice all week. And I want to give myself a little more of a caloric rush. Your body does not think of itself on a 24-hour period. It's beyond that. It's one continuous flow. So some people, I was saying, I say that again, when Mad Guns is here, I'm going to take another 2 minutes and make my point. But they'll say, well, I'm allowed 2,000 calories a day. I didn't eat today. It's 11:55. So I'm going to eat all my 2,000 calories now. And past midnight is another day. And I feel like eating another 2,000 that I usually will eat for that day. Duh, you just consumed 4,000 calories. That's too much of a rush. And we're speaking in general terms because we have protein, fat, carbohydrates, right? Essential fats, vitamins, minerals, and water, right? You have to think of your body on a 24-hour level. You have to go by how you feel. Right now, I know I'm thirsty. I'm parched. And I should have drunk a little more water earlier. But health or looks, we want it quick. We don't want to earn it. Good health has to be earned. When you earn your good health through good regular habits and discipline, the look will come over you and you will have that look of a supermodel that you can't get in a pill. Mrs. Scurv, look, you all know that I'm 53 and I'm a year older. Duh, it doesn't take long to do the math to know that she's 52 years old. I look at her sometimes and I'm like, there's something wrong here. 52-year-old women do not look like this, right? On all levels. But the healthy thing and her foundation, she tasted McDonald's French fries at the age of 22 for the first time and didn't like them, or took a bite into what was supposed to be a hamburger and spit it out. She never had a hamburger until the age of 22. So her foundation, her internal organs, and she works hard and a lot. She'll put in 8 hours out in that garden like it's nothing in the hot sun. Have me crawling in after 2 hours, right? So the exertion, and anybody can work their way up to that. It doesn't have to always be go to the gym, get a membership, get a personal trainer, move your body around, walk around, don't sit down as much. Push yourself a little bit. Do other things. You know, watch your life. These folks who are in shape and who make a big change, they have the same 24 hours in a day that you do. Discipline, natural, good, clean food, exert yourself, and good rest. 8 hours to work for the day, 8 hours to take care of your business, and 8 hours to rest. Prepare your food. You keep it with you, and you feed yourself. Don't get caught up in what's out here. Well, I can do this. That, look, you got to compare yourself to a dope addict, because this food is dope. And I don't mean the good New York way where they say, man, this is dope. I mean, it is drugs, chemicals. It's not food. And on that note, since we're speaking about things that are not food, I know Mad Guns has some wonderful things to share with us. We're going to bring him on. I wanted to aim this show around the 2-hour mark. We'll go over a little more because we say that this is the finale, but we got Mad Guns Forever here. There is never a finale, but this segment in this series, yes, but this is always going to be a regular thing because there is just so much information to share, and it's all in love. We're going to be open. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, see, that's why I want everybody to chat. The private chat is the bomb. Google, YouTube doesn't offer you that. You have it here. Go to LanceScurv.com/live stream. Come in on the chat. You don't have to show who you are. You can register in as a guest. If you want to show your Facebook or your Twitter, you can do that. I like that. But come on in and get in incognito, and you can chat with people privately. All right? Nobody else will see. Don't do nothing naughty now. No, on that note, Brother Mad Guns, I see you here. Welcome again. And I'm welcoming you to our platform. This is not just mine because there's my name on it, because I don't have his knowledge. And I'm going to sit back and allow brother to talk, and we'll be vibing. Ask your questions in the chat room. And for those who are listening who never called in before, you can call in, mute your phone, and we'll allow everybody to chime in, and we'll get down on a good, healthy discussion that's here. Also, want to give a big shout out to Fred Johnson. He's listening. And your new name, Coco Silk, it didn't get by Fred Johnson. He knows. That's why he's still over there in the corner checking you out. Mad Guns. I ain't gonna let you slide, Fred. I know you're here and I see you.
All right.
And I'm glad you're here, brother.
All right.
We're gonna have a good time tonight.
All
We're gonna share some introducing brother Mad Guns Forever. I gotta make a nice intro for him. Talk to us, brother.
All right. That was good enough. What's good?
Oh, I got some Mrs. Scurv's vegetable soup here, right here. Fresh, everything fresh, freshly made, just made, chock full of nutrients. Right. And I thank you, brother. I want to thank you personally. I was about to go to the Japanese sushi crack house and indulge in some sushi. I was going to go smoking that night. I felt the urge. Those chopsticks were calling me, man. The wasabi was calling me, right? And you said, listen, stay true to it. You're in a rehab. You better stay away from the flesh. Don't do it. And you gave me some strength, and I'm happy. And so I was back on track.
Yeah. That's what's up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what's up. I mean, yeah, the sushi again, and I used to do it myself, back in the day. The sushi with the soy sauce, it's just a terrible combination.
Yeah,
I thought on the soy sauce already. So, yeah. The soy sauce is almost the worst part. But that, and sometimes sushi is a problem with parasites.
Mm-hmm.
So between the chemical brown water, that's what we call soy sauce, chemical brown water. Between the chemical brown water and the parasites, it's just like, okay, great. So, yeah, you got to be careful. But yeah, I really did not intend to start where we're going to start, but you already hashed it out, so we got to start there.
The floor is yours, brother. We're just going to flow.
We you know, we got to talk about what inspired me to start my book in the first place, and that was what I had seen between England and New York and Atlanta with Black women, and that's what's cool about you being older. You know,
yes.
You can see a definite difference between women in the 90s and women today.
Yep.
You know, and women, you know, in the early 2000s and the women today. And that's obviously because, you know, of all the aforementioned things, you know, with the additives. You know, they're devising new stuff every day, it seems like. And, you know, exactly, food isn't food. And, you know, I definitely noticed a change. You know, there just weren't as many chubby to fat women, you know, that whole range. It just, I mean, you always had chubby girls, you always have fat girls, but not to the degree that we have them today, you know. And, you know, it's a concentrated effort. And that's what really began to inspire me to start my book, is what I was seeing when I moved down south. I moved to Atlanta from England and from New York, because I was living between England and New York, and I moved to Atlanta in 2005. And I was like, oh, okay. I saw some things that I don't even, okay. So, you know, I mean, maybe a good word is heartbreaking. You know, it's heartbreaking. And I was like, you know, foreign or not, I'm Black. My people cannot look like this. My people cannot in this way. So, you know, my awakening, you know, definitely started in 2005, and overseas as well. You know, women of color overseas were definitely taking much better care of themselves than, you know, I noticed women in America were. And it just seems like back in the day, women were much fitter.
Yes.
And I can definitely attest to that as well, because my father used to run his own modeling outfit. And he also used to take pictures for magazines. And, you know, a lot of the women that were photographed were not necessarily top models, you know. A lot of them were just like regular round the way females and just fit. Even the chubby ones was just kind of fit and hot. And today, now, it's just people are, you know, it's a really sedentary lifestyle and a slothful existence. And I said, all right, you know what? I want to write a book. What can I do, you know, besides being a certified trainer? I'm a certified with ISSA, International Sports Sciences Association. And, you know, what can I do? So the idea came to me to start a book. And then I started to become a little more demoralized, because I'm like, okay, I cannot necessarily, or can I necessarily write a book that's specifically geared towards Black people? And then I started to just, you know, living in the South, I got really jaded. I'm like, not going to lie. You know, I got really jaded, and I said, you know what, I can't. I got to write a book across the board. And then as my knowledge base started to increase, and I started to learn about the food, because it was really just about the state of Black women, and just, you know, giving them some tips on, you know, how to get in the gym and certain things.
And it's out of love that
my knowledge base began to increase, and I started to really had to explore Monsanto and the food industry and all these chemicals. So I said, you know what, it's not necessarily a secularized book. I kind of got to write it across the board. My book towards our people was called the excuse book, because as a trainer, I would hear every excuse in the book from Black women why they couldn't get in the gym. You know, and a lot of it has to do with hair, and we're gonna go there in a minute. I mean, just every excuse in the book. And I used to become demoralized. Like, I would meet women, and I would often offer them a free session. Everybody like free stuff, even rich people. They love free stuff. Everybody loves free stuff. How you not going to take a free gym session? You know, and that really bothered me, that a lot of women just had no interest. But I bet if I said, let's go eat, or let's go to movies, or let's go shopping, you know, it'd have been all good.
Right.
So it wasn't necessarily, it was really just the black woman's aversion to the gym.
Yes.
And I also want you to tell me, with your expertise, I mean, just keep it real on the state of the black women that you see every day. That's what's beautiful about you, is, you know, you have that out there in the public thing. You seeing it.
That's right.
You know, so what are you seeing, before I go any further? Like, what do you notice, and what do you know? How long have you been doing this, Lance?
As far as the
bus thing?
Over a decade.
All right. So back to all right. So what is the difference have you seen in women, even from 2006 to 2016?
And let me also interject that, you know, I had jobs in New York, but I always hustled with the dollar van. So up there, I used to, you know, pull more than my regular paycheck. So I was in the street, like if somebody jumped out and didn't pay, or wanted to put a gun in my head, which happened twice. I was in the raw streets. I had no protection like when I'm driving the bus now. So I have all of that plus life in general. But I will say this, that our sisters, and I speak out of love, but I'm gonna keep it real. And I'm not speaking about everybody.
Yes,
and I'm not speaking to ridicule anybody who may have a little extra padding on, because we all, and I have to say, go back in some of my old videos, look how fat I got a couple years back. I was over 300 pounds. I would say about 310, 320, but I hide it well. Okay.
Damn, I did not know that.
Yeah. I would get up in the middle of the night, can't breathe sometime, feet swollen, ankles swollen, fingertips tingling, pre-diabetic. I had to do something, and I know better. And y'all saw what I look like in that picture so many years ago, 35, 30, 34 years ago, right? So I went from the epitome of whatever and let myself go. I held on for a long time and then let myself go. This is what I say for my sisters. In their favor, just to look out for them, I'm saying this out of love. A lot of our sisters are not comfortable in the gym environment. They, from what I see, they're out of their element, those who are not used to going there. And many will cling to what they know. The mall, they will cling to the club, they will cling to, not every black woman goes to the club. So I'm just throwing these particular things out. They will cling to it, going wherever they feel comfortable, because they're not challenged on that physical level. See, and you only challenge yourself in the gym as far as you push yourself, but there that are extremely fit. And I feel funny, and I'm speaking as a woman. I feel that I'm not a woman. I'm saying, you know, just the way I feel they think. I'm not going there where that catty woman over there is looking at me with a smirk on her face, and her body's picture perfect, and I got 80 pounds or 120 pounds to lose, or even just 20 pounds to lose. I'm not doing it. We have to get over that, people. Okay. My sisters, I know so many don't feel comfortable in that environment, but you have to get over that, because you are beautiful as you are, but your potential, you're not healthy right now, those who are not. And we need to invest in that every day, like the balance. Push yourself a little bit physically, get good food in you, and get your rest. Now, you look back in the day, we were more physical. When I think of a young lady like a Thelma or for Good Times, I'm just picking out the imagery off the top of my head. Don't know what she did. Obviously, she had genetics working on her side, but she does take good care of herself. She does a dancing and different stuff, and she's in her 60s now and looks just as good, right? When you earn your health, it lasts longer than a temporary covering of a wig or a weave or an outfit that hides something. Face it. Know that you're beautiful. Know that you can get better every day. Don't get caught up in the quick, one quick fix will fix it all type thing. It won't last. You're throwing your beauty away. Try a new habit. If people want to laugh right now, girl, why are you doing that? You know you big boned it, because everybody else may be eating out of the same refrigerator, the same food that may not be as good for you. You choose your destiny. You will feel so free and unshackled from the past and other things that you've gone through, because it's easy for the low self-esteem demon to come and tap you on the shoulder and say, you don't look good anyway. Go ahead and eat that little bit more of ice cream. Go ahead. You can treat yourself now. We'll do it tomorrow. So there's a change in my sisters and how they see themselves. And society has a big thing to do with it. And it's pushed on us. It's pushed on us now. You can't cut the TV on without seeing some type of commercial to douse your sorrows. And we all have insecurities. We all have healthy insecurities and unhealthy insecurities, right? But it feeds on that for their profit. To be sick makes somebody else rich. To be unhealthy and eat bad is setting yourself up, thinking that you can kill the fire by dealing with the smoke, by taking away symptoms, going into Walgreens, CVS, Dwayne Reed, yeah, the drugstores, taking a pill, killing that off when we have a real problem. This also goes for the men, but we're dealing with the sisters tonight. And so the mental,
I
go ahead.
addressed that in my book.
Yes,
and I addressed that last time as well, you know, when we were talking about the supplement game.
Right.
Yeah, the rise in the fat burner, definitely. That you know, I touch on that in the book as well.
Yes.
You know, they push the Xenadrin and all the rest of that on TV, and you'd be surprised more often than not how many women believe, okay, yeah, I could take this pill and I don't have to work out. And I mean, it's been that way for a long time, but definitely, you know, exploded in the last 10 years or so. So definitely. But one of the excuses, which is why I call it excuse book, because I started compiling excuses. You know, it's a different way of life when you go down south, and you know, you have complexes. You know, with a bunch of apartments is different than like the cities where you have apartment buildings.
Right.
So, you know, one of the excuses was, all right, well, let's try the excuse of economic disparity. Now, we understand that, you know, Caucasians, you know, they make a little bit more money. They kind of have the jobs or whatever. So when you're talking about the pay gyms like Crunch and LA Fitness and Goals and all the rest of them, you could understand that you'll see more, you know, more Caucasians than blacks.
Right.
But when I really started to see and really started to investigate it, was in the complexes. You know, when I started to live in complexes, you know, when my financial situation changed and I was living in apartments. And I was living in complexes. So, you know, a complex, you know, 50, 300, 400 apartments, sometimes even more. And a lot of the complexes have nice gyms. One thing you see, Becky's will get up and work out before work. Becky's was coming in the gym at 6 o'clock in the morning. Like I would be coming home from somewhere and, you know, because I ain't really trying to work at 6 o'clock in the morning. I'll go hard in the paint later on. But Becky's hit the gym. But when I was training people and I had to be at work, definitely the Becky's would get up and they would come to classes or they would come to work out before work.
Right.
Shaniqua, on the other hand, is home in the bed at 6 o'clock in the morning. And we know that is true. So that's when I said, all right, well, that excuse will not work because, you know, the gym is there for everybody.
Right.
Now, you know that black women are in the complex because you see them at the pool, you see them at the pool parties, you see them at the functions in the clubhouse, and you see them at the mailbox. I've seen them in the gym.
Right.
And I'm in the gym every single day. So I definitely, you know, had to say, okay, well, that's strike number one, something I noticed, can't get around that. So you cannot use the economic disparity thing. But yeah, I was really feeling some way about that. But let me tell you where it really killed it for me when it came to black women and working out. Last year, this Muslim woman started to come in the gym. And when I say Muslim, I mean covered in her garb from head to toe. You can't even see her ankles, yo. You can see her eyes, and that is it. And she was jumping on the elliptical for like 45 minutes to an hour.
Oh my God.
I said, you know what? I'm through. I'm through. Yeah. I'm through. And let me tell you why. Because if you, first of all, that's uncomfortable on a good day. All right.
Right.
For the Muslims that, you know, are extreme like that, you already know that's uncomfortable on a good day. But to jump on the elliptical, and I never thought of that until I saw it, to jump on the elliptical for an hour in that garb in the summertime, yo, okay, that really just killed it for me when I saw that. I never got a chance to take a picture. I really, really wanted to, So I was like, yo, y'all have to see this. Like, this is just ridiculous. But I never really got an opportunity. And I said, all right, you know, that's excuse number 2. You cannot use anything as an excuse when you see someone covered that much and they getting it and you not. You home eating, or you out eating, or like you said, you walking through the mall, which they love the mall in the South. You already know how it go.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, I was like, all right, you know, my people have to do so much better. But another one of the problems is that really grinds my gears is we're living in a country where many of our Black women are more worried about their hair than their body. So, you know, that's definitely in the book. Like, that's like a really, really big problem for me. And one of the things I hate to see the most, and I'm keeping it, well, everything is keeping it real, so I don't need to say that. But I really hate to see a fat girl with expensive hair. Like, yo, that grinds my gears, dude, like, for real. You know, for what you spend on your hair, that can buy you a membership in the gym for a whole year.
The food. You can get so much good
Planet
food.
Fitness is mad cheap, yo. In a couple of the other gyms. What you spend on your hair, you know what I mean? If you drop $150, and that's like even on the low end for weaves. If you drop $150, man, that can buy you a membership in the gym, and you have change left over. How you feel about that?
Check it out. They shouldn't worry about now. There's another dynamic going on. What am I going to wear? They want to wear the pretty stuff, but some of them feel uptight because the pretty stuff might be tight, and then they may not be in that kind of shape. You're not going there for that, y'all. Do not worry about that. It's like even the people who are religious and go to church. They more worry about, well, I don't have enough outfits to go. You're not going there for that. You're going there to deal with your body. A real man, a real woman who's really there for their body, they're going to respect you. I remember when I was in competition at the highest level for my level at that particular time, and we were hardcore. I trained around steroid dudes, and I was keeping up with them. I was training around dudes who were steroided up and coked up, and I was keeping up with them, right? And we would see, as well as the healthy ones, we would see a young lady come in, sincere. She's a little out of shape. She wasn't asking anybody anything. She was covered up, some loose stuff. You could tell she had the hair, and back then the weaves weren't so, you know, it wasn't a thing then, but she was into her hair. But you knew that, look, she said to herself, you know what? Forget all this. I'm going to make this effort. And we did everything that we could to help that young lady, you know, and all the women who came, the sisters of all colors who came there, because we saw the effort. We also saw the young ladies who came in who may have been in shape. But if there's a mirror in front of me, and anybody can walk in front of me in a gym, and I'm training, how come this chick ends up in front of me with a tight spandex bodysuit on, bent over, and I mean, what is that all about? I don't respect that. I'm in a gym to take care and get my body better. That is not a pickup spot. And too many times a day, from what I see, the gyms and peeked in and looked, and you know, it's a pickup spot. If you're going in to train your body, you go to a tunnel vision, you stay focused, you do what you have to do. That's what you need. Don't bring that club mentality or that I gotta look this way. And that's like some women who go and get their hair done before they do their hair at home, before they go to the beauty parlor. Well, I can't go in there looking like this. That's the place you go to get well. Get your hair good looking, right? Whatever good looking is. Natural for me is good looking, right? But you got to take that dynamic out of that. Get some old-fashioned Rocky Balboa gray sweats, loose, and don't think about what's going on. You don't have to be perfect in a gym. You're there to exert yourself. You're there to tell your body, look, I'm putting in some work. So when you put the good food in, you will change a degree. Last thing, think of it this way, ladies. Every time you go to that gym, you may do your aerobics and different things, and then you may do your weight training, which is excellent for women. Don't let the steroid women in these magazines fool you, make you scared. You can't look like that naturally. your shape and your curves. The fat over the muscle makes it really nice, but it's the muscle under all of that. You train your body parts and know that if I go and do this workout today, I may not see it immediately, but I am a degree better each passing day than I was the day before. That is enough. That if you say, I'm going to train whatever your routine is, 4 days a week, 5 days a week, 6 days a week, some days you miss, sometimes you catch the flu, sometimes it's that time of the month. But as much as you can, you're consistent with your training, you're putting down good food, you make other things fun, you take long walks with your girlfriends, talk on your cell phone, but walk. Don't think about it. You will be better, and the change will come gradual, but friends who haven't seen you in a year will, oh my God, girl, what you been doing? It's not a matter of just losing weight. It's hardening up, but it's gradual, like a Polaroid picture when you watch it develop. It takes time. When you see it, you start to see it. Go ahead, Mad Guns.
Yeah, well, again, that's that was one of the big bases to start this book. It's just, okay, what can we do? What can we do to, get Black women to start working out and to get them to, start taking care of their bodies, and, I definitely want to touch on diabetes. Diabetes is something that affects, which is another thing that bothers me, that, people of color understand that diabetes is extremely big with our community. Just us as a people, no matter where we're from. So, one way to avoid diabetes, because you don't have to become diabetic. You really don't.
Right.
But it's time for our people to, to really sit down and say, okay, this is more than aesthetics. This is about, our health and welfare as a people. And, it's just past time, for our people to really look at the rise of the diabetic rate.
Right.
And, the latest research tells us that the number of United States kids with type 1 diabetes increased by nearly 60% due to a 2015 study, which that also links into the big pharma discussion, this is another day. But, because insulin and other diabetic related medications is just multi-million dollars. So they want to keep pushing they're going to keep pushing the sugar on you, and they're going to keep pushing the chemicals on you because they're making a lot of money from insulin and everything else.
Yes.
So, it just doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that the rise in diabetes in the Black and impoverished pockets of Western society. And that's due to the negative evolution of foodstuffs. And also, the terrible eating habits and snacking choices that Black people have, that a lot of people have, but especially, Black people have some really, really bad choices. And, as you heard me say before, if you're a parent with a chubby kid or a fat kid, let's keep it real, that's your fault. And also, you need to realize that there is such a thing as pre-diabetes. Understand that there is such a thing as juvenile diabetes. So you don't have to be, 20, 30, 40, 50 to think you're going to come down with diabetes. Your child can be pre-diabetic or diabetic. So, it's time that realistically, the earlier that you get a handle on your children's diet and, and by extension, your diet as well, the probability exists that you can stave off all these modern diseases and conditions, especially diabetes. You do not have to have diabetes. That is a personal choice that you bring on yourself with the way that you live.
That's right.
So, and diabetes is personal to me because my mother's an insulin diabetic, and I have cousins on both sides of my family that are insulin diabetics. So I got lucky. So, me attempting to inform others is what I do to give thanks to the Creator that I was able to skip that. That I was able to have a basic knowledge even when I was younger, but especially as I got older to like really be on top of things. So, I got insulin diabetics all over my family.
Yes.
So that's something that, Black people need to realize is diabetes. Look around. It is not something that strikes you down. It is something that you invite into your life. There's definitely something that you invite into your life. So we definitely got to get a hold on that. Got to get a hold on that.
I have theories on that. I just believe that we shouldn't wait until we get a diagnosis of something. We need to be proactive and stay away from the things that will bring us there. You see, I just believe that we all need to eat like a person who is diabetic. And I don't mean so extreme, but look at it this way. To me, diabetes is it's like a person gets a brand new car. Two people get a brand new car, the exact same model, with all the amenities, the exact same way, the exact day, and they're allowed to drive, or they do drive the same exact mileage every day. Now, this is impossible, but you know, this is just to prove the point. One person, yes, Orion, yes. Thank you so much, brother. One person starts the car up, warms it up for a minute or two. You don't have to sit out there for like 10 minutes. Eases off the brake, accelerates slowly, takes their time. They see a red light. They start to brake gently. The other person starts the car up. As soon as it starts up, they floor it. They're screeching the tires. They're racing the engine. They race right to the red light, hit the brakes hard. That type of driving. Who do you think at the end of the day or at the end of a year, if they drove the same exact amount of miles, which vehicle do you think is going to be in better shape? Also, the one who floors it pedal to the metal, they don't always change the oil. They don't always check on things under the hood. Car's dirty, so on and so forth. The other person takes care of it down to the factory specifications and suggestions. What do you think is going to last longer? Our internal organs are affected by cheese doodles. Our internal organs are affected by high C with high fructose corn syrup. Our internal organs have to fight off that tasty fried food because of the fats that are turned inside out biochemically. And now we have to fight these things off. That's not what we're made for. You don't put sugar in a gas tank. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
It's actually worse than that because, again, to take it way deeper is what people, what I tried to impress upon people, especially when I was talking about, I guess it was on the first show when I was talking about ingredients and all these bad things, is people need to understand that this is not, this is something to take very seriously. This stuff is actually changing your DNA. That's how insidious it is, and it's changing your DNA. And if you have a terrible diet, you are more likely to produce kids that aren't well.
Right.
And especially when you're eating these things across the board, like, I named, I don't know how many things I named, 40 ingredients, and that's minus the ingredients that I didn't talk about, that I didn't get to. Again, these things are really in your system and they're making you sick and they're changing your DNA and they're changing your children's DNA and for generations, and you're going to produce sick children and your children are going to produce sick children. These things are insidious and they are affecting you on a molecular level, Food shouldn't really change you like that on a molecular level, and it is. So this is why people need to really get a handle on that, and I guess I'm gonna touch on that on my outro.
Yes.
About the chemicals again, because I had already done that. What I didn't want to do is I wanted to talk about bread also. Bread needs to be covered because I've learned a lot about bread in the last couple of years actually, and that's why I called it everybody's favorite. Like bread.
Right.
Like I love bread.
Right.
Everybody loves bread. I don't know one person that doesn't love bread, but the problem is, even for the people that, first of all, a lot of people are gluten intolerant. Now you're finding that out because that wasn't a term that you really used 15, 20 years ago.
Exactly.
You never heard about gluten intolerance. Now that's like a big thing. You know what I mean? And the commercial bread isn't really good for you. And a lot of people don't really know that. So I felt that it was important for me to touch on that and add that to my book.
That's right.
Because a perfect segue, because a lot of these chemicals are in the bread. A lot of them. And again, a lot of these chemicals are going to be like the ones that I named before. But typically, all right, when it comes to bread, typically all-purpose flours are bleached. Today's bread, anyway. The flours are bleached with benzoyl peroxide or chlorine gas, which is that's not cool. You know what I mean? Flour is flour. I remember making flour from other stuff, and actually, I've been collecting acorns lately to make acorn flour. It's like free acorns falling off the trees.
Wow.
You know what I mean? You can make acorn flour with that. It's hard. It's quite a few steps, but it can be done. But in today's bread, like I said, your flour is bleached with benzoyl peroxide, which everybody's heard of benzoyl peroxide. Okay, you put that on a cut. I don't want you to put that in my food. I don't want you to use that on my food. And chlorine gas. And you already know what chlorine is. It's like a serious chemical that you put in your pool. It's the same thing. So these chemicals here are used to bleach flour, or also called oxidizing agents. And you have calcium peroxide as well. So you have calcium and benzoyl peroxide, which are banned in the European Union and China. You have chlorine, which is banned in the European Union. You have dioxide gases, which is chlorine and nitrogen. That's banned in the European Union and Australia. You have why am I saying that whole thing? Azo. Azo became a big thing in the last few years. It was found out, and it was called a yoga mat chemical because it's also used to make yoga mats.
So that's what they were calling me when they flipped me the bird past me. You Azo? Just joking. Go ahead.
Okay. And Azo is banned in Singapore, the European Union, and Australia. And there's also a lot of bromates in the bread, and there's like 4 bromates. It's potassium bromate, calcium bromate, sodium bromate, and bromated flour. And these are all banned in the European Union, Canada, China, Nigeria, Brazil, South Korea, Sri Lanka, and Peru, just to name a few. And a lot of the other ingredients are BHA and BHT. You're going to find those things in a lot of things. And these are preservatives and dough conditioners. So a house, or you have access to bread next time you go out, just pick it up and you're going to find all of this stuff. You're going to find BHA and BHT. You're going to find datum, the acronym. What did I tell you about acronyms last time? If you have to make an acronym for it, it's just too ridiculous to pronounce. And I don't want that in my food. You're going to generally always find mono and diglycerides. You're going to find calcium propionate. You're going to find L-cysteine hydrochloride. You're going to find sodium sterol 2-lactylate. Okay, and
if I was RoboCop, I would be just salivating right now.
Okay, and you're going to find sulfates, which is like ammonium sulfate, calcium sulfate, and the biggest one is ferrous sulfate, which is like iron, but it's a synthetic form of iron, which you'll find is ferrous sulfate. So, I mean, did I name anything that reminds you of bread? Like, if your mother ever baked a loaf of bread, your grandmother ever baked a loaf of bread, did your grandmother have vats of those chemicals to make bread?
Nope.
That's ridiculous.
It is.
Now, America is a country which pushes, and especially back in the day, they pushed white milk and white bread. Especially from that company, which I won't name, but I wonder about them. Get it? But that's but that's definitely American. It's just always been an American deception.
Right.
And they just want you to have this white bread. They tell you to have it with grilled cheese, have it with PB&J, and cheese, have it toasted with butter. Just have it. Just eat this white bread, love it. But in the last decade plus, and actually longer for health conscious people, white bread has been recognized as unhealthy and demonized. So of course they caught on, and then you had the commercial wheat bread industry pop up. If you notice, you've seen wheat bread really expand and blow up in the last 5 years, especially the last 10 years, but especially the last 5 years. And they were using wheat bread as a healthy alternative to bleached bread. It's like, okay, yeah, we know it's bleached. All right, eat this wheat bread. It's so healthy for you. But realistically, it's the same as white bread, and it has the same insidious ingredients.
Exactly.
cohabitating in its contents as well. So when you pick up wheat bread, I'm not going to name the companies, but when you pick up wheat bread, and I noticed that bread's actually much more affordable. Now you go in a dollar store and there's bread in there. Like there's a lot of, I know you have Dollar Trees in Florida.
Yeah.
Like Dollar Tree has bread now. You know, Dollar Tree never had bread, you know, back in the day. Now Dollar Tree has bread. So now you go and get, you know, dollar bread and you know wheat bread and you think it's healthy and it's really the same as white bread. It's really just bleached. So here's the thing. When you're dealing with 100%, when you want wheat bread, when you want good wheat bread, first of all, actually, let me go here. Let me just take it here. If you're really looking for the best solution, try baking bread. I mean, it's not the easiest thing in the world, but it's also not the hardest.
Right.
You know, if you really want bread the way it was intended and the way that bread should be, just, I mean, try baking it. Now, again, if your lifestyle and your work schedule or you don't have the proper kitchen, okay, that's fine. But if you want good whole wheat bread, you're going to have to pay a little bit more for it. But I tell you what you do. You look for 100% whole wheat or 100% whole grain. That needs to be the first ingredient. That needs to be the absolute first ingredient. 100% whole wheat, 100% whole grain. Looking for the word unbleached is not enough, right, as it indicates that the flour has not undergone a bleaching process, but is still refined. So that's how they're getting you. So, you know, that it's not enough to buy bread just based on color because it's brown. You know, it's just made with refined flour and colored with caramel color. See, this is the lie again of the commercial industry. So again, you're thinking it's wheat bread and it's brown, and it's really not. It's caramel color, and you got some whole grain flour mixed in. So yeah, you know, again, if 100% whole wheat or whole grain is not the first ingredient, put it back, because if it has that, it indicates that all three parts of the whole grain, which is the kernel, the bran, and the germ, and the endosperm, they're all included, and that's what you want. So don't fall for the wheat bread lie. You know, look for the real good wheat bread, and try to get bread that has at least 70% of the nutrients in it as well. So, you know, that's what's up.
Wow. See, just me, I'm kamikaze. Now I am a vegan. Thanks to you from helping me stop to get that sushi. But we have to also understand that while we're going down a list here on different things that we shouldn't be taking in, for everything that, let's just pick on the inner city, you know, because that's the most extreme cases of people who are eating this artificial food around because of what's available to them, because it's an artificial living environment. They're not growing their stuff and they're going to the store. So they only have a choice on what that grocer chooses to put on the shelf. There's so much out there. For everything that you should not eat, there are dozens and dozens of things that you can with different flavors. And again, I'll throw this in again. Sugar, oil, and or salt, or any combination.
Salt, yes.
Yeah. And everything that's in these dollar trees and Family Dollars, and
they're not good for you.
Yeah. It has trained us to be caught up in the salt, the sugar, and the oil. And we don't know what real flavor is anymore. The salt and the fat, yes. Yeah, go ahead with that, brother. Talk to us about that.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. You know, and 15 years ago, 80% of the bread sold in the U.S. was white bread. So you see the change. Now today, people are buying more whole grain bread and less white. But, you know, again, they fooled you. You know what I mean? Because the wheat bread isn't good for you. So, you know, again, for anybody that, you know, has made their own bread or had parents or grandparents, when you look at bread is what? See, again, this all ties into the ingredient, you know, talking about the ingredients earlier and in the earlier shows. Bread is what? Bread is flour, water, yeast, and salt. That's it. Okay, I don't know where you get mono and diglycerides and datum and BHA and BHT when bread should be flour, water, yeast, and salt. But instead, you know, you got bread and you got, you know, 16 to 20 other ingredients in there. And I didn't even mention that they put high fructose corn syrup in the bread as well. So, you know, you're looking for it in your drinks. The thing is this, again, you're looking for high fructose corn syrup in your drinks and some of your other things, and don't realize that there's high fructose corn syrup in your bread. You know what I mean? So you want to look for ingredients in the bread to wrap, you know, maybe to wrap bread up a little bit and say what you should be looking for. You should look for ancient grains, and you should look for omega-3 rich flaxseed. Oh, let me see. I should have it here. Hold on. I'm on 2 different computers. It's ridiculous.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
But yeah, you wanna. What gets lost in the process? All right, when you refine the food, that destroys the nutrients.
Yes.
So when you remove the most nutritious part of the grain, white flour really just becomes a form of sugar. Now, when in the refining process, you lose half the beneficial unsaturated fatty acids, you lose all of the vitamin E, you lose 50% of the calcium, you lose 70% of the phosphorus, you lose 80% of the iron, you lose 90% of the magnesium, and iron and magnesium is good for you, and you lose 50 to 80% of the B vitamins. So I mean, that's just, and it's more than that. I'm not even gonna finish that. You lose and let's again, in this refined bread, in this commercial bread, it's literally stripped. Realistically, what you're eating, and you don't even realize, is sugar bread. That's really what you're eating, is sugar bread,
yes.
And the wheat bread and the white bread.
And you're drinking sugar water with it.
And you're drinking sugar water with it, and you know you're eating sugar bread. So, again, you want to make better. You really want to make better choices when it comes to bread. Now, I tell you what should be in your bread, people. In real bread, in organic bread, you should find, and this is also alternatives to what the breads in the stores, and they cost a little bit more. I mean, of course they do, but when it comes to your health, and especially something you love, again, since everybody loves bread, you're going to have to spend a little more if you can't make it yourself. So anyway, it's a long list. You want to look for sprouted wheat, organic sprouted barley, organic sprouted millet, organic malted barley, organic sprouted lentils, organic sprouted soybeans, organic sprouted spelt, fresh yeast, organic wheat gluten, sprouted organic wheat kernels, organic sunflower seeds, organic sesame seeds, organic flax seeds, organic millet, organic poppy seeds, organic caraway seeds, organic brown rice flour, and organic corn starch. I know that's a lot, and that's why it's good. You could run this back. Some of the breads, and full disclosure, I don't work for any of these companies, is Ezekiel bread, which I think is one of the more famous ones. A lot of people know Ezekiel bread. There's manna bread. A lot of people know Rudy's. They have Rudy's out here in these Kroger's and these Publix. They have Nature's Path, not to be confused with the other Nature's. I won't call their name. Let's just say I don't own them.
Right.
Me with the entendres. Dave's Killer Bread, because I ain't trying to get sued. Dave's Killer Bread and Ancient Grains Bakery. So again, Ezekiel, Manna Bread, Rudy's, Nature's Path, Dave's Killer Bread, Ancient Grains Bakery, and there's some more. So those are some alternatives to towards bread. And again, bread is important because again, everybody eats bread and everybody loves bread. Right. So just know that white bread isn't good for you. If you didn't know that before now, but a lot of people didn't know before now that wheat bread's not good for you either, not the commercial wheat bread. So I hope that was good enough for people to make some serious changes in their lives in the bread department.
And when you get frustrated, when you look at some of the ingredients and some of the foods that you're interested in, and you go down the list of what the ingredients are, and you've learned on this program or another program or something that you read or online, and you say, this has this has that. What can I have? Understand that you can take control of your destiny, and whatever they sell in the supermarket, you can create yourself. It takes sometimes an investment on getting your food laboratory, together. But then again, look at what you're going to get from it. You control all the ingredients, And when you do, kind of, sort of, you can eat a little more of this good food because it's going to have more fiber. It's going to have less or no salt and sugar and oils inside of it. You know, anything you use, you're going to use it healthy, but you can control it. I felt so good. Today I had pizza and ice cream. I had the vegetable soup, but I had the ice cream that was non-dairy. I had the homemade Mrs. Scurv's pizza, and I ate 3 of them, and I was looking for more, and I don't even have to wait. You see, so I had a little more calories than usual, but they were still low, and I felt great after. I didn't want to fall asleep. I feel productive. You see, so you control what goes in, and that really, now we have to wire ourselves. Anybody can sign the dotted line and sign and drive. Your credit has got to be all right, but get a nice car. Anybody can buy that handbag. Anybody can go and buy that outfit. Down in their kitchen where they control everything that goes on in their body. Rewire your thinking, because I see it all the time. To go back to the point that you said, Mad Guns, about Becky who gets up early in the morning and goes and works out. I see this every single day. And the ones who are doing it, I mean, there's a couple, and the most that I see are already in shape. But they're it's not about being already in shape. This is a lifestyle. So when they're running with the stomach out, you see the 6-pack, and they're not flexing it. It's just that's the way it is. They've been doing it. This is a part of their life, and they can live a better quality life when you take care of yourself that way. You won't feel tired later on when you can get up and run and beat that and eat good. When it comes time to hanging out, you're extracting more of a good time. You are more there in the moment, as opposed to, I'm here and I'm dressed up, but I got to go run to the bathroom because my stomach's upset, or I feel nauseous. It's something that I ate. I don't feel good. I want to put my head down. I spent all this money on this cruise, but I can't enjoy it because my feet hurt and I'm a little too heavy. Not making fun of y'all. This is the reality. We are here to help. Go ahead, Mad Guns.
All right. Yeah, I mean, definitely. Again, yeah, I hate that you ever had to go back there, but again, I just do not see any reason why the Beckys can get up and go hard in the paint, and my sisters can't. I mean, again, the majority, don't if you know, I mean, obviously not everybody is white, but again, the majority were. I mean, yes, I know some Black women. I had some clients that, I mean, they did everything that I asked of them. They were really, really, really good. But I just seen too many sisters just driving by and, wondering when you're going to get up in here, saying, all right, get up in this gym, and you're just not getting up in the gym. And it's extremely deflating and disappointing.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyhow, this as well. You mentioned this actually wasn't even originally on what I had wanted to talk about. It really came up in the last few days. I wanted to teach on the effect of diet and body odor as well. How, and then I remember you told me about some chick that got on the bus and wasn't smelling quite fresh.
No, she wasn't. And I also knew, I'm sensitive to smell. So I know, I know when things are going on. I know that friends around. That's just the way I am. I know, especially now, shunning flesh. In the last couple of weeks, I've really heightened my sense that way. But then again, you can pick it up on people that their bodies are off. And again, this is not judging. And anybody's body, when we are born, okay, the baby smell, the sweet baby smell. That baby smell, even when they go to the bathroom, we know they go to the bathroom, but it's different than the hard back, grown behind folks who are stuffing themselves with all kinds of things. They have clean insides. Their skin around the hairline, you smell it, and you hold the baby. That baby smells so good. Why can't we smell like that as adults? Because our systems are clogged. Our systems are saturated with impurities, and your body fights to get off these impurities, either by going to the bathroom, through urinating, through the mucus coming up out of you. Not to get lube, we have to get that and talk dirty about this. You wake up and there's all this stuff in the corner of your eye. That's your body trying to get this stuff off. You wake up, or even morning breath in the afternoon. just taking a little mouthwash and maybe a mint is not stopping what's going on with the putrefying food and meat and things that are not being passed out. So it sits there and it comes out in all these odors, because in actuality, let's be real, let's be adults about this. When your body is clean and you're making love, right? That scent, as I'm a man, so the scent of a woman who is clean is nothing repulsive about that. You sweat, there's nothing repulsive about that. Even the fluids that you have, ladies, you know, if it's clean, there's nothing repulsive about that. It's not, oof, you need to do the D word, D-O-U-C-H-E. No, it's not like that. I mean, yeah, you got to do it to keep clean. Your pH balance has to be a certain way. When your body is clean, there's nothing repulsive. So there are people who eat a certain way and they're 20 and 30 and 40 and 50 years old. Guess what? They got the baby smell. The goal is to get and keep and maintain the baby smell, that fresh smell that these babies have when they're young, and some mothers are messing them up. By the time they are 2 years old, they jacked up like, ooh, what's going on? Mucus, yes. Mucus. We speak about mucus. Brother Cosmo was looking in his book, and I have been. And again, that interview with his mother will be up soon. It's at 84% now, so it's getting there. But one of his contributions was that he said, mucus, if you have a mucus-free environment, it's hard for sickness to last inside of you. So when you eat the mucus-forming foods, you are inviting sickness in, because they love that. And we're not just saying mucus as far as what you cough up and phlegm. That's what it looks like, but it's in your body. Your body's trying to get that mucus off, but we keep putting food and mucus creating foods back in. So now, you know, your body's fighting and we're putting it down, and the opportunistic viruses and germs, they're like, oh, we got problems over in that house. We can exploit the problems because we're opportunistic. Like when you're not getting along at home with your wife, or the wife with the husband, that man or that woman from the outside says, oh, I can have a good time with one of them and kind of have fun, because they're not having any, they're not on one accord, they're not healthy, they're not mucus free, aka drama free. So you're inviting drama into your body when you eat the mucus forming foods, and that's the perfect environment for them to come in. So now, being locked in that bus, where even right now it's still warm down here, t-shirt and shorts weather, I can walk outside right now, but already it started. The coughing, the sneezing, all of the stuff is going on. I keep away from it. I keep the vent blowing on my face. I keep my water going, because germs, think of germs as a way being in your body. You're not drinking enough water. It sits. You drink the water, you'll flush it out, right? Also, stay away from that Tropicana orange juice. That it's acidic, it's dead sugar water, and it offers you no value, right? So clean food, mucus-free food, I bet you won't get sick. Forget taking these old shots from the government, who God knows what they'll do to you years from now and down the line. Keep your temple clean, mucus-free, and you'll be okay. You'll be able to fight it off better.
All right. Well, yeah, one of the things that you said right there was when you talked about putrefaction. And that is one of the causes for body odor. You know, I think in life, you know, if you've been alive long enough, we all know people, men and women, you know, who don't smell so great. And it's not necessarily from, you know, lack of hygiene. You know, right. There is a definite effect on diet and body odor. And, you know, the body, the breath, and even the vagina smells different when you have a bad diet.
Right.
And lesson number one when you in Body Odor 101 is that what comes out of your body is an accurate reflection of what you put in it. Okay?
That's right.
So red meat is actually the number one cause of body odor, because it causes stagnation in the body and putrefies in the digestive tract. And when that happens, that releases, you know, all sorts of toxins into the bloodstream through the large intestine. Mm-hmm. So, you know, it's been scientifically noted that people who consume a large quantity of red meat on a regular basis tend to have a stronger body odor than people who don't necessarily eat meat. And then you've also heard sometimes that people who say vegetarians, they stink because they run around wearing no deodorant. But we're not talking, let's not deal with hippie let's not deal with hippie vegans. Basically, that's the hippie vegans they're talking about. But basically my experience is that if a vegetarian stinks, then they're not following a healthy enough diet, even though they're avoiding meat. Yeah. Because as you know, you could have unhealthy vegetarians.
Of course, the dairy products, processed foods, and eggs,
or they're also what we call starchitarians. And I've known vegetarians that were starchitarians. They ate a lot of starch, and of course, what did they eat? What we just finished talking about: ate a lot of bread, a lot of white bread, or a lot of fake wheat bread. So being a starchitarian is not the way to be a vegan. When you're a vegan, or a vegetarian, again, you need to eat real foods.
That's right.
But when you eat meat, dairy, and drink liquor and smoke cigarettes, that results in bitterness or acidity in the body. Meat, dairy, liquor, and cigarettes. And, you get a lot of that in the hood. A hamburger, some milk, some Hennessy and a Newport. Well, all right, that means your body is bitter and acidic. And there are other foods as well that cause body odor, which, again, everything ties in to today's food. Everything we could talk about, don't talk about, comes back around to manufactured foods. And just like talking about the bread, they strip the fiber, like I told you, like they strip the fiber out of the bread and and they make the bread out of refined white flour. And then you add sugar, hydrogenated oil, and all those other processed ingredients. That will reflect in your body odor.
That's right.
So when you eliminate these things from your diet, especially just the manufactured food and all that stuff, and you adopt a diet that's made of whole grains, fresh fruits, super greens, mad quantities of leafy vegetables, raw nuts and seeds, sprouts, and other similar healthful ingredients, I guarantee your body odor will they'll just disappear. And that'll take weeks. That won't take months. That won't take years. You change your diet, in 3 weeks, 4 weeks, you'll smell better.
Right. That's right.
Especially if you add the greens, when you add the vegetables and the greens, because a plant-based diet is actually an internal deodorizer. So when you eat a plant-based diet, you're getting what? The first thing you're getting is chlorophyll, and chlorophyll is very, very, very good for you. Very good for you. And a lot of people take it as a supplement in liquid chlorophyll, but chlorophyll is good for you. Or take it in a pill or a green shake, green protein powder or whatever. But the chlorophyll and the other phytonutrients cleanse you from the inside out. So when you have a plant-based diet or you switch to a plant-based diet, again, you'll smell better. And some of those foods too, like, and some of them are really just accoutrements to other food that you don't really think about, but they're good for you, like parsley, cilantro, celery, the mint species, really good for you to change your body odor. And the aromatic herbs as well, like sage, rosemary, thyme, oregano, etc. Those are really good for you. And I think I talked about spices last time, or actually, no, I'll be talking about spices in a second. But I think I did talk about spices last time. And they're not spices, on a small segue, spices aren't really just to flavor your food. Like all these spices are like really good for you. So again, when you switch to a vegetable-based diet, a plant-based diet, a fruit-based diet, and you spice your food with really good, healthy spices, man, listen. So, again, remember, when it comes to body odor, the things that come out of your body are very strong indicators of your current level of health as well. So if you don't smell good, I mean, you ain't in great health. You just don't smell good. If you don't smell good, that means you're unhealthy. So, that's actually not the worst thing in the world, because then that's telling you. And we all know somebody with really bad breath, and it may not necessarily be tooth related. It may not. I've known people that didn't have good breath, and it wasn't because they didn't brush their teeth. Like literally, they brushed their teeth. I was like, damn, your breath smell like you need to brush your gums too. But that a lot of that is not from brushing your teeth. It's internal. So what's on the inside comes out.
That's right.
So yeah, absolutely. And
tell me about it. I think
there you go.
I'm the Central Florida morning breath in the afternoon sampler. You know, after a hard day of work, many people get on the bus and they just go, as they pay their fare. And I'm like,
oh no,
I'm hit with a left hook of funky breath. And it's really sad because, and you know, I'm making light of it, but I can tell what a person's indulgence is by their breath. And I have to put
absolutely.
You know, you can tell, you know what it is, but that meat and that liquor, there's something about that liquor and that meat, throwing the cigarettes, you know, it just something about that. And then you see it in the skin. You see the discolorations in the skin. You see around the lips, the certain color that they have. And it's just, they don't notice it. And you know, the body wants to go back, but you see some people will take the chlorophyll and they'll take certain spices and different things, something that negates the effect of that. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, what good is it doing you? You have to go and detox and be serious about it. You know, and if you admit to yourself, you say, well, listen, I'm gonna do something once a week. I'm gonna have a day where I have what I want. But learn about, when you have knowledge of something, it takes away your desire for it. But also don't take anything away and not replace it. Some people go the wrong way. And I'm glad you brought that up about being a what you call it, a starchitarian or whatever.
Starchitarian, yeah.
Yeah, because you know, people think that, well, it's all about not meat, no meat. No, it can't be all about just not meat. You still have to watch your minerals, your vitamins, the nutrients that you take in. With me, I used to eat a lot of brown rice. I still eat brown rice, but you know what? It's vegetables first for me. A bit of the rice along with it. When the vegetables are done on my plate, whatever amount of rice is there, I don't eat it, because I can get into the rice and the starch that way and get the potatoes and whatever. It's not going to work out. I want to get the nutrients that are going to make me strong. Vegetables build, fruits cleanse. Starches, yes, they have things in them, the good starches, but you don't overindulge in that. You eat that late at night, it sits on your stomach, and those calories got to go somewhere. Earlier in the day, fuel yourself up. Calorie load earlier in the day. That's a bodybuilding thing, but it makes sense. You have all day now to work with this food that's in your stomach. You fueled up, you filled up, and now you feel good, and then you nibble throughout the day. You don't have to just nibble, but think of it that way. Fuel up in the morning time, nibble for the rest of the day. Go according to how you feel. Nibble more, which may turn into a small meal, but don't stuff yourself beyond, and don't stimulate yourself with the oil, the salt, and the sugar, which is going to make you eat more than what you really need. You see? So there's a lot of little tricks to go along with that. If you don't have an appetite early in the morning, or when you wake up, whenever it is your morning, see, watch what you eat at night. It's probably clogging you up. Drink more water. You drink water, a little lemon juice, a little apple cider vinegar in there, possibly. That'll jumpstart your appetite in the morning time. Take that early in the morning. And watch yourself want to flush. It is not normal. It is not healthy for you to have food inside of you and your body not want to get it out. Ultimately, when you eat, you should soon after have an urge to go use the restroom. And not too much information, but I'm using myself as a guinea pig. I go to the bathroom several times a day.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Moving on.
Yeah. Well, whatever. Right?
No. That's real. That's real. That's real. No, that's real.
No, it's real. It's real. 6, 7, 8 times, 9, 10 times. You know what I mean? I'm drinking. I'm eating the good food. Like right now, I'm going to try to keep things. I have my little soup and the 2 little oranges. That's heavy. I'm telling myself that's heavy. If I stay up a little longer, I may nibble on something else. But when middle of the night, drinking my water stuff, I'm going to the bathroom. I'm waking up empty. And I'm ready to start all over again and fill up. See? So the timing of everything, and you know what your day is like. You know, for example, okay, I got friends in town. I'm going to be up till 5 or 6 in the morning. I'm going to watch the LanceScurv show when he's up and Mad Guns and everybody's in the chat room. And we're going to stay up till the morning. You know, stand up on your feet while you watch the show. Stand in place and march in place.
Absolutely.
Or, you know, don't just sit down. Stand up.
Oh, I have to interject.
Yes.
One of my mentors, one of my doctors says that actually sitting is the new smoking.
Yes.
Yeah,
I've been smoking a lot. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So yeah, absolutely.
They have
the new smoking.
They have the stands.
Yeah.
Let me interject this. They have the new stands that they're making for at the workspace that elevate your laptop so that you can stand and work. That is the best thing to do. And so if you can't afford that stand, safely put it up on something, a milk crate or a bunch of books. No, the books will knock over, but something where your laptop is not going to fall. But make sure you stand. Like, okay,
I'm standing now.
Start.
Like I have my workspace is like it's a high workspace, so I'm actually standing now.
Yes. Starting soon.
Yeah.
I wanna start doing the same thing too. I noticed here, Michael Baisden was live, and he's going to be coming back on the air. He's making an announcement. He made it already, and I'm playing this over, but you can maybe see this up on the screen. That's him. You see him? He's standing up in front of the mic. Oh heck, I got to elevate my laptops here, and I got to start doing the same because I sit down on the bus, I sit down and write, I sit down and do these shows and make the graphics and stuff, which means I'm smoking a lot, and that's not healthy. Do whatever you know and improve with the knowledge that you get.
All right.
Bottom line.
Yeah. So stand up. I mean, we could segue into something else. I mean, stand up, take the stairs instead of taking the escalator or the elevator. Just because you get on the escalator doesn't mean you got to stand there. Walk up the escalator, walk down the escalator. Modern conveniences help make you fat as well. Keep constant movement. Like, even if I'm not necessarily working, even if I'm not employed at the moment, or whatever, different times of my life, I keep constant movement during the day. Like, I find something to do. Right. I don't sit around all day and watch TV. I don't sit around all day and eat. I don't sit around all day and smoke. I keep it moving. I find things to do. You know what I mean? And one of the things that people would say, sit down, relax. I say, it's not sit down time. It's just not.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's just not sit down time. And it sounds crazy to people, but it's like, again, that's how people get fat.
That's right.
Keep it moving. Find something to do. I'm sure your house ain't as clean as it's supposed to be. Get up and clean something. Get up and do something. Go walk somewhere, And again, walking is available to everybody. I mean, unless you live in a dangerous neighborhood in Chicago or something, or somewhere else in the hood. I mean, everybody has walking available to them. You know what I mean? Right. Go, no, never mind. That's insensitive. But yes, walk. Say something sensitive. Walk. See, messing around with you. That's why I talk. Walk. Don't sit down. Keep it moving. All right. Well, this is a perfect time to do this one as well.
Yes.
We are at the end of October. Bragging a little second ago, early in your monologue, I'm not really feeling you with that. I live in Atlanta. I am not in Atlanta right this second.
Right.
So I am feeling a little bit of a chill, and these last few days have been the coldest days of the season so far.
I got a couple boxes I can send up of warm weather that you can, when you open up.
Really cold. I'm not feeling you. I'm not feeling you. It's like Candyman.
Click at the heels.
Yeah. So, yeah. I'm not feeling that right now. But either way, I'm not in Atlanta right now, so it's annoying me.
Right.
But even the winters have changed since I moved to Atlanta. The last 4 years have been the coldest winters out of the 11 that I've been in Atlanta. It's ridiculous. But yeah. The weather is really just changing. It's really changing. I believe in climate change. I definitely believe in climate change. For the people that don't believe in climate change, I don't really know why you're in denial. You're like a Trump supporter. You're in denial. As we know, man is vile. Man is technologically astute. Man is evil. Man is doing everything that he can right now to destroy this planet. You know what I mean? And so climate change is real. I believe that, the ice caps are melting. I've seen enough visual proof. I've seen enough proof. I've read enough studies to just believe in climate change. So I believe that it's real, and I've seen it firsthand. My first winters in Atlanta, I didn't wear a coat. I used to walk my employees, I own my own restaurant, and I used to walk my employees to their vehicles at night, my female employees. Right. I had a niceness in my heart, just make sure you get to your car. I used to have, and I'm an owner, So I'm in, you know, a button down and slacks. You know, I'm not all, you know, laid up. I'm in a button down and slacks. You know, fly guy, and you know, hard bottoms. And I didn't need a coat. I didn't have to grab my coat. I just, you know, straight out the door, walk them to the vehicle, and come right back. Man, I couldn't have did that in the last 4 years, bro. It's cold. It's cold. It's cold. It's just, it's different. So, so that's a great segue into steps to take when you feel cold and flu approaching. And that's open to, you know, many of the viewers. And, you know, even if you're in Orlando, it will get cold at some points. So don't thumb up your nose at nobody. You might get a frost too. So talk that shite another time. But either way, things to do, steps to take, and I have 9 of them. I could have made more, but there are 9 of them. So when you feel cold and flu approaching, for my people in the West and the East and the South, the number one thing to do is increase your nutrient intake. If you don't know what nutrients are proteins, carbohydrates, fats, vitamins, and minerals, and water. So increase your nutrient intake. Feel, and this is, you know, when you feel cold or flu approaching, when you feel a little throat issue, I call them disturbances. So when you have a little, you know, you get stuffy, or you feel, you know, a little bit of cold or something going on in your chest or whatever, first thing to do is start drinking a lot of water. Start drinking a lot of water, and up your proteins. You know, if you don't know what proteins are, I encourage you to learn what proteins are, because a lot of people really don't know. I realize that, you know, and you ask a lot of the average people and a lot of the average people of color, you know, what are proteins, carbs, and fats, and you know, they don't know. So learn what are proteins, learn what are carbs, learn what are fats, and learn what are vitamins. And that'll help you to make better choices. So learn those things. So step number 1, increase your nutrient intake. Step number 2, receive most of your nutrients from your diet. So that means up your personal intake of fruits and vegetables. Boosting, you want to boost your immune system, and that starts with diet, not necessarily supplements. So, you know, you have a large that run out to the store and start buying some pills. No, start buying, you know, vitamins and stuff like that. No. Start with food first. Start with what you eat. Start with what you drink. Number 3, cut your sugar intake. So if you feel yourself getting sick, you need to subside from eating cakes and candies and cookies and other things like that. You know, cut down on your sugar intake. Third thing that you should do. The 4th thing you should do is supplement with vitamin C. But here's the mistake a lot of people make. What do even the most rudimentary of people know? Where do you get vitamin C from first? I'm asking you, Lance.
Where do they think they're getting it first?
Yes.
Oh, okay. They say, oh, orange juice. Oh,
there you go.
Yeah.
So first thing a lot of people do is, all right, I got to up my vitamin C intake. So they go buy orange juice. But what does store-bought orange juice have in it? Sugar. So that's another misconception. And here's a little secret, y'all, to what I do. I mean, I buy store-bought orange juice sometimes too. What I do is you have another container, and you pour half in the other container, and you cut it with water. You know, cut it with water. That'll extend it a little bit. And a lot of people know orange juice, especially store-bought orange juice, is very acidic. You know what I mean? And it's sugary. So cut it with water. You'll actually be helping yourself, and you have a little bit more to drink as well.
Exactly.
So keep another container around at your disposal, and just pour. You don't have to be half, but pour some in the other container. Cut it with water, and there you go. But if you have a juicer, or if you can, you know, if you don't have a juicer, if you can squeeze it or whatever, try to get your vitamin C from fresh squeezed citrus. And it's not just orange juice; it's all citrus. So fresh squeezed lemon juice, lime juice, you know. Or you could use one of these powders, but get your vitamin C from a proper source, not necessarily, and a proper tablet, but not necessarily just sugary orange juice.
Right, because of the
number
sugar.
5.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, what was you gonna say?
No, because with the orange juice comes, like you said, the sugar, but also when you make it freshly squeezed or freshly juiced, sometimes it has that tingly feeling around your mouth, right? You don't get that with the carton of Tropicana or whatever concentrate or so-called freshly squeezed, because the
Right.
enzymes are dead. You want those live enzymes fresh, not juice something sitting in the refrigerator for 2 days. Get it in your system, juice it before you drink it, get it down within 30 minutes. Those enzymes do so much more than just what you're thinking about with vitamin C. There is no one food that just does one thing. It's about, okay, put it this way. Vitamin C, the fallacy with that and other vitamins. What do? And I know you've heard this, Mad Guns. What does vitamin B3 do? What does vitamin C do? What does vitamin A do? It doesn't do anything. It's the lack of it in your system that allows certain things to happen. So you're supposed to have this in your system, right? But it's not like it does something, because the fallacy that these people who make these vitamins and the vitamin companies who really are about the dollar, they may make good vitamins, is that if you think this way, well, if I take 500 milligrams of vitamin C in an improper form, well, if I take 5,000, it's even better, because this is what it does. No, it's the lack of it. You need all nutrition to be completely healthy. And there are known and unknown things in food. There are things we haven't discovered yet. So when you take it in its most natural form, it's more beneficial to you. On that note, I'm going to refill with water and continue going down the list, Mad Guns. I'll be right back.
All right. That was number 4. Number 5 is supplement with a proper multivitamin. A proper multivitamin, a lot of the vitamins on the market, they're made from synthetic sources. So you don't want, I'm not going to name the companies, but you don't want a lot of those synthetic vitamins. Proper vitamin will be plant or food-based, and it won't be synthetic. So you can find plant-based and food-based vitamins out there. So, you just got to look for them. I think Alive, I haven't taken Alive in a long time, but Alive was a vitamin that I tended to take that was a little less synthetic and based on, again, plants and fruits, and food-based. So that's where you want to get if you're going to take a tablet, you want to get, like I said, plant or food-based, not synthetic multivitamin. Number 6, you want to supplement with probiotics, or also called acidophilus. If you don't know what a probiotic is, you need to learn, you need to Google it. Gut health is important, and probiotics help regulate your gut health. Realistically, 80%, gut health is important because 80% of your immune system functionality resides in the gut. So this is why you have to take care of your insides. Also, that goes back to diet and smell. Your gut health is very important. A lot of people, there are a lot of doctors and researchers that will tell you it is practically the most important, because so much of what happens in your body, good and bad, comes from your gut. So you want to go out there and get a good form of probiotics. Probiotics is big. They're big now. They're actually, that market has exploded. That market has exploded in the last 5 years as well. Definitely so. So you want to go get a good probiotic, and you want to try to get one that has live cultures, and you might want to store it in the refrigerator as well. Number 7, take care of your guts, y'all, definitely. And when you see somebody that has a big gut, that's obviously, we're not trying to be mean because of, they don't look good aesthetically. A gut is a sign that you're not healthy. There's definitely a sign that you're not healthy. Number 7 out of 9 is supplement with coconut and oregano oils, or oregano, as we say back where I'm from. Here you say oregano. For people in the know, for health conscious people, know that coconut oil is also something that has exploded in the last 5, especially the last 5 years. Coconut oil is actually very good for you. You should replace all your other oil and cook in coconut oil. I'm sure Mrs. Scurv definitely cooks with coconut oil. I know you got some in the house.
Yes, we do.
And you don't just cook with it. You can take shots of it. So, I mean, you can literally put, fill up you know, half a shot glass and just take a couple of shots throughout the day. You can take one for lunch, morning, and dinner. Or you can, you know, do teaspoons if you don't want to do the shot glass. Coconut oil and oregano oil. They have antibacterial and antiviral properties. So, a cold or a flu is a virus. So, it's bacteria. So you definitely want to take things or eat things that have antibacterial and antiviral properties. So, go get a really good coconut oil. You can find them in many places now, and go find a really good, oregano oil and take that as well. Or as you say here, oregano. And like I said, cook with those and also take shots of those. Coconut oil is very good for you. Of 9 is eat seeds. I am a seed lover. I love sunflower seeds. I love pumpkin seeds. And actually my favorite seed is the hardest seed and very expensive and not easy to get, which is seeds from squash. So when I do squash, when I do butternut squash, all right, let me segue and give you a little recipe. For anybody that eats squash, anybody that eats butternut squash or the squash varieties that hold seeds, and sometimes it'll trick you. Sometimes the small squashes will have a lot of seeds and more seeds than the bigger squashes. You take those seeds out, you put them to the side, you take all the pith off, you wash them a little bit, you boil them for 7 to 10 minutes, you dry them real good. I tend not to really use paper towels. I actually use a wash rag. Use a wash rag, dry them real good, little bit of oil in some foil. Put a little bit of oil. You don't want to saturate it too much. A little bit of coconut oil or olive oil or oregano oil. And you salt them and you throw them in the oven that you're doing the squash in. Anyway, the oven's already on. Throw them in there. Throw them in there for 20 minutes. Check them so they don't burn. I find mine take 20, 25 minutes. And it's a really good, healthy snack. Again, not the hardest thing, not the easiest thing, because you got to scrape them. And instead of throwing it out, you kind of got to separate it from the pith. But I'm telling you, squash seeds, I mean, I have some right now. I wish I could eat them on camera, because, I get sick of you eating in front of me. But squash seeds are really delicious. So it's a treat. So again, the squash will actually benefit you twice. So if you're eating a butternut squash or a kabachka or something else, the seeds really also give you something. But pumpkin seeds are great for you, sunflower seeds, and some of the other seeds, and as well. And also, can't live out flaxseed, and also popular, which has blown up in the last 5 years, is chia seeds and hemp seeds.
Yes.
All those seeds are really good for you.
I have
the
every
flax
day.
and the chia and the hemp. You can sprinkle them on things, or when you make a shake, you put them in your shake.
Yes. Mrs. Scurv
And
loads
chia seeds
my
are
shakes
really
with that.
big in the last 5 years.
Yeah, she loads it up with that. She gets the chia. It's a combination we have now: chia, hemp, and what's the other one you just said? It's so much stuff I'm eating.
Flax,
right?
chia, hemp.
Yeah, there's so much stuff I'm eating now, because you'll get these things, and once we sign off on it, it's like, okay, when I grab it, boom, it's already there. So I'm blessed that way. But all of that stuff has made such a big difference over time, and don't look for anything to be some miracle thing. Also, Spirit Driven had mentioned how too much vitamin C will cause diarrhea. Well, when you're taking things in the natural, there will be changes, because the degree, yeah, I see you, Scurv. That's right, Scurvy. Marcy Unlimited. But as you come into balance, and good foods, clean foods won't hurt you. It's like the more jacked up your gut is. This is an example. The more of an effect you'll have when you eat prunes. But the cleaner you are, you won't have any surprises. You see what I mean? So we have to bring ourselves back into balance. So you will get severe responses from certain foods that you take in when you are way off. And yes, there are certain people who, like with a vitamin C thing, it may be just that with that person or other people, but it may not be that across the board. But generally, when you eat, like I told a friend of mine who we joke about him being obese, but it's no joking matter. He knows I love him very much, and he's been listening to the shows, and he's known me for decades. But we joke. We have a special way of joking, and I wouldn't do it publicly, because other people wouldn't understand. And I'm like, listen, man, a big bowl of grapes will kill you. He's laughing. He's like, you're right, because you got to take it slow when you are in that, I don't say diseased state. You got to take your time and work your way in it. You dive in it. The cleansing effect hits you and everything starts coming up and out, more the toxins. You'll reabsorb these things and you'll feel sick and you'll get sick. You know what I mean? So you have to take your time and extract this stuff out of your body, you know, with the good food.
No doubt. No doubt. You mentioned somebody said something about vitamin C. Actually, I vehemently disagree. One thing I learned in the exercise sciences, and I studied these things very extensively, you can actually, I mean, possibly for somebody normal, and I agree with what you said, when you get it from a natural source, 500 milligrams is extremely low. When you work out, I have been known to safely, again, I studied this, you know, there's not like, you know, gym talk. Safely, you can supplement with up to 5,000.
Yeah, see, I knew the magic number. Exactly.
So you already know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can up to you can up that vitamin C to 5 Gs.
And let me add something else very interesting and very unique and actually very personal on what I've learned, what I've experienced. Okay, and I didn't know this. I mentioned it one time on the show before, and this was as I was transitioning into the whole vegan thing. You know, I would say up until about a year and a half ago, I was passing kidney stones, y'all. I was passing kidney stones.
I heard that's extremely and ridiculously painful.
For me, let me tell you something. It was, and I'm not going to get graphic in a nasty way, but I have to tell it. You know, you all know those crazy straws that they used to have at McDonald's all the way around. Well, how can I explain this and not get lewd? I'm going to get medical here. I passed several and didn't know. It scared the mess out of me, and it was not painful. You feel something down there once it passed and is ready to come out. In your kidneys, I guess you can feel this pain and stuff like that, and that's painful. But the doctor told me that I was extremely lucky and blessed. He says, "Wow, because you know, something comes out of the end of your organ and plops down in the toilet bowl. You got to reach in there and take it out, because you're not going to know what type of kidney stone that is." Right? I think there are 3 types, but they're different types. And it was because when they went and tested it, high oxalate diet that I had. And what was a high oxalate diet? Well, he told me, "You're eating too many green leafy vegetables." And I'm like, "No, I'm not. I'm eating green leafy vegetables, but I'm not eating too much of them." You could never eat too much green leafy vegetables. Now, who am I to challenge a doctor?
No, you cannot.
Yes, physically, you just cannot. You know what was doing it to me? Those daggone veggie burgers, concentrated, high oxalate. And I was eating several a day with the vegetables. It wasn't the vegetables. It was the concentration of that particular ingredient in the vegetables, which sent me off. So then I went to go ahead and do some of my research. And this, again, was years ago, up until a year and a half ago. 2 years ago, up to about 2 years ago. And before, when I was making that transition, I was doing wrong in the transition. I love pistachios, but pistachios, as we buy them most of the time, too salty. Couldn't tell me that. I'm sitting on the bus and I'm snacking away at certain bus drivers knew that I worked that day, because along the route at certain stops, I'd have a handful of shells throwing them out the window. Oh, Scurv is working today.
Yeah.
The salt, the nuts, too many nuts with the high oxalate diet. And here's the other catcher. Together, not by itself, but the vitamin C, everything together on an overload level, which I was taking about 3,000 milligrams, 2,000 to 3,000 milligrams of vitamin C this one particular time, with all these pistachios and nuts that had salt on them. And I know I had to cut back on the salt, but it was a transition for me. And I would say I was more so a pescatarian, vegetarian. You know, I was still going on, have a little cheese here and there. And the combination of all of that made it where I was popping out kidney stones like once every 3 months, 4 months.
Wow, that's often.
Yes, that's often. And nothing was painful. It wasn't painful. It came out. It just felt, and hey, listen, it is what it is. Okay, people say, well, how did it feel? And the men would want to know, how did it feel? Right before, and you better be drinking water and you better have some liquid. You cannot be dehydrated, because think of a little pebble stuck in one of those crazy straws, or just a straw, but the crazy straws that go around. When you're urinating, that kidney stone drops down in the urinal tract, but it's not, I'm going to say it, it's not in your penis. It's in that space between your testicles and your anus, that pre-penis type thing. And you feel something down there, and you feel uncomfortable. It's very small. It's nothing super painful. For me, it wasn't. Get up and I would go pee, and it's a good healthy stream, and all of a sudden you feel this thing like a little pebble, the crazy, and all of a sudden,
oh my gosh,
it pops out, then splash. It's like it's a little tiny thing. There was some that were tiny, but one that was had to be about 2.5 millimeters big. That's big, man, to come out of, your buddy down there. But thank God I was drinking. It scared the mess out of me. I saved it. I knew what the deal was when he told me, and he told me what it was, and I researched it. Right now, when they popped out again, I knew I had to cut back on certain things. But it wasn't by itself the green leafy vegetables. It was those veggie burgers that I was extreme with. At least 4, if not 6 a day for months.
How long ago was this?
The last had to be about 2 years ago. About 2 years
ago.
ago.
So that's one of those companies. It wouldn't be, I'm not trying to name any companies, but it wouldn't be a company that's near Boca Raton, would it?
Kinda, sorta, really, dead
on
target.
Yeah. I mean, if you get do you get the entendre?
Yeah, no, I understand you.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Oh no, yeah.
All right, got you.
A lot of burgers.
I don't eat those.
No.
Yeah. Those 2 of the biggest companies. And again, if you're out there and you know them, one, they produce their joints in a green box. Their stuff, I mean, their veggie stuff is terrible. It's really full of chemicals.
Yeah.
Their stuff is just terrible.
That's right.
Their stuff is terrible. And then the other one that's made near Boca Raton, their stuff is terrible as well. So their veggie stuff isn't that great. I wasn't prepared to talk about veggie stuff, so I can't really name the companies because I don't really eat that stuff. I just really eat live foods. But there are a couple of companies that make some decent veggie products, but just not those 2 major companies right there. Not those 2.
Right.
Their veggie stuff is terrible.
And so,
that first one is just with the green box. Yo, come on. I mean, look at that ingredient list.
Right.
Again, for people that don't understand, for people that wasn't down with the first show, if it's got this long list, or if it's got this list that you need super glasses to read, just put it back. Don't even bother. Like, for real, if you need super glasses, if you need a magnifying glass, just put it back. You know what I mean? Because any reputable company will be it'll be a very short list, and B, it'll be in legible print.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there you go. But I mean, you have that right.
Yeah.
And I used to bodyguard someone that had kidney stones, and he was really going through it. So I mean, and what's bad about it is it's something that's so eminently avoidable.
Yeah.
If you just drink more water.
Right.
And you get your diet together.
Remember,
again, the purpose of these, this series that we do is, this is not necessarily inherited stuff. This is stuff that you can either eliminate from your life or stave off in general if you just change your diet.
That's right.
If you just change your diet, and especially for us as a people, because what's one of the things that's said about us is that black don't crack, and it sure as hell don't.
It doesn't.
It don't crack at all. But you know what? You can tell when it cracks. You can tell that that person doesn't have a great diet. So again, if you're a person of color and you eat well, you will really look good. You will be 50 and look good. You will be 60 and look good. You'll be 70 and be beautiful. Oh, let me segue into this, and then I got to finish this list. For people in general, speaking of 70, Google Ernestine Shepherd.
Oh yeah, the bodybuilder. Yeah, oh man, yes.
Yo, she is a grandmother. She is 70 years old. I mean, she's actually more than that now, but she was in her 70s, and she looks better than women in their 20s and 30s. She looks amazing at 70.
There were some guys.
That woman eat right and she take care of herself.
There were some guys in the chat room.
I've seen some really inappropriate things said about her from younger men.
Yes,
you know
like,
what I'm saying?
Grandma
Because
can get it. Yeah.
Fine. She is fine. Like, yeah, I've seen exactly Grandma could get it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
She's 80, you know.
I ain't never really seen a grandma that I like, but Ernestine Shepherd is banging. So, again, for people that don't know, or your computers or your phones, just Google Ernestine Shepherd real quick. You know what I'm saying?
See,
she's just.
I want to have. I want to. When I'm in my 80s, but I want to have that grandpa can get it look. You know what I mean?
All right.
No, I'm not saying nothing bad about the Scurv. I just want to have that look where, dang, we know he's old, but.
Yeah, no doubt, exactly. I mean, you just gotta. It could be done. I mean, I use her as an example, and I actually use her to shame my clients because it's like, you know, I would show them a picture of her, hold up a picture of her, say, she's 70. What's your problem? Mm-hmm. You know, look, you got to be raw sometimes. And it's like, she's 70. She's not a special case. I do believe in a saying that what one man could do, another man could do. Mm-hmm. I totally believe in that saying.
That's right.
So, you know, don't make me throw 70-plus-year-old Ernestine Shepherd in your face because I will make you cry. But, all right. But moving on. Mm-hmm. So, we did. All right. So the steps that you could take when you feel cold and flu approaching, we're going to do like a David Letterman. We'll run back down the list. Number one was increase your nutrient intake. Mm-hmm. Receive most of your nutrients from your diet. Number three is cut your sugar intake. Number four is supplement with vitamin C. Number five is supplement with a plant or food-based multivitamin. Yes. Number six, I don't know. Do you have speakers in there when you step away that you could hear the show? You do, right? Yes?
No, I don't keep them in the studio because you might be a little echo.
Oh, that's right. You on the headphones. Yeah. When you stepped away, I brought up probiotics. Mm-hmm. That was number six.
Yes.
So I'm sure that you understand about probiotics.
Yeah, I saw the chat room
acidophilus.
Too. Yes.
So yeah, number six, supplement with probiotics, aka acidophilus. I was telling them about gut health and how gut health is important. Mm-hmm. And what you missed, Lance, was that 80% of your immune system functionality resides in your gut. So it's extremely important to take care of your gut. Extremely important.
Core, yes.
Number seven was supplement with coconut and oregano oils. Number eight was what we were talking about before we branched off in the kidney stones, which was eat seeds because they contain omega-3. If you know anything about fats, if you know anything about good fats, omega-3 are the fats you want.
Right.
You know, you want to stay away from hydrogenated stuff. So you want stuff with omega-3. Those are the healthy fats and proteins. And again, the seeds range from flax, chia, hemp, pumpkin, squash, even sunflower. You know, just roasted is fine. You want to try not to do roasted and salted, and don't do anything honey roasted. Stop that. Number 9, which is last on the list, is something that I mentioned earlier that we was going to get to. Damn, Lance, you're eating again. I just noticed. You know, I'm sick of you with that. Why don't you go behind the graphic, okay, that you got up there and chew? Okay, you do this every time, man. I'm sitting here dying, sweating, drinking nothing but this tasty-ass water, and you're eating twice between your vegetable soup and whatever you eating now. But
you
anyway,
created a monster. See, I wouldn't be doing this if you let me eat that sushi. But the sushi's no good, so you
get behind the graphic, Ninja. Get behind the graphic. I know you there. Just let your blue shirt show, but go behind the graphic. And I like the graphic too. The graphic is hot, man. I see actually something that I went and bought the other day. Mm-hmm. I was making salmon croquettes, and I needed an orange pepper. Like I couldn't do without orange. I put orange and yellow pepper in my croquettes.
Right. There's something about that when it's
like ever.
That's right. Well, you know, hey, I had to hook it up right for you. I'm always learning new things. Again, I'm a student. I'm a student of the game that I have coming to make things better. And just hold tight. Let me tell you something. We'll be on a whole different level. This time, 3 months, we'll be on a whole different level. I already have it planned out. So it's coming. So work with me, y'all. Sometimes I promise things that don't come through right away, but it's coming. You know, it's all good. Just keep the love flowing. You know what I mean?
All right.
But go ahead, brother.
Number 9 on the list and last is cook with spices, which I had mentioned earlier. I said we was going to get there. You got to cook with spices. I know Lance understands that because I know Mrs. Scurv is killing it with the spices.
Oh, yeah.
But ginger, garlic, turmeric, cinnamon, nutmeg, sage, basil, cumin, saffron, curry, oregano, rosemary, thyme, cardamom, cilantro, parsley, fennel, the peppers, which are cayenne, chili, crushed red pepper.
Would you believe?
Spices, again, spices.
I've had all of that this
week. A lot of people misunderstand spices. You think spices are there to just flavor food, and they're so not. They're not. They are there. They have so many properties to help you. Spices contain an impressive list of plant-derived chemical compounds that are known to have disease-preventing and health-promoting properties. And spices is not new. The chemicals in food, like BHA, BHT, azo, datum, that's new. That's 2000. That's 2010. Those are new things. Spices have been here since ancient times. Our elders, our forebears, they cooked with spices. And why? And the ancient, and the Indians and the ancient Indians. Well, I come from a tribe of ancient Indians. Indians, they use them, and they use them for their anti-inflammatory and their carminative properties. I know that's a word a lot of people don't understand. Carminative. Carminative is basically a herb or a preparation intended to prevent formation of gas in the gastrointestinal tract, or facilitates the expulsion of said gas, thereby combating flatulence. So spices, once again, not just good for you. They don't just flavor your food, they're good for you. And, Lance, I remember you talking about being on the bus and, everybody on the bus farting. That's a clear indication they're not cooking with spices.
Yes. Oh, God.
All them people farting on the bus. Like you said,
it's a
they're
fart
not cooking
funnel,
with spices.
And it funnels down right to the front. There's sometimes when it's a sunny day and it's not raining, I have to go in the back and pop the vent in the ceiling to create a flow where the air comes through.
An airflow, exactly.
Because it all comes back up. They're coughing. I have the window open in front. The trick is blow the vent. You're in there with it anyway. But if you watch I Dream of Jeannie, the little cartoon toward the end, when she's dancing and she gets sucked up into the bottle, well, all the farts and all the sneezing and all the coughing gets sucked up out of that front window that I have cracked right up under my nose. So cigarette smells, everything. I mean, wounds that are open, people come out of the hospital and you can smell the infection. There are different things, y'all. There's some disgusting things that I see on that bus every single day and smell. And sometimes I have to change my bus out. I can't take it anymore. I have to bring it down to maintenance and stuff. These people are running around sick across the board in our country. Many people and most people are medicated up. They're eating bad. They're taking heavy medication to combat something that they could have prevented from bad eating over time. And they're just one big toxic body just fuming over, and they don't realize it. And it's just so nasty, and it's not healthy. And I've watched people over the years fall into bad health. And years ago when I first laid eyes on them, they looked healthier, but they were on a decline. And I tell you, when you begin to see it, it's already taken effect so much. The body's very forgiving. But when you see it outwardly so bad, that means whatever you see on the outside, it's even worse on the inside. But you're never too late when you can't heal yourself up if you work along with it. You just have to go more strict, but you can enjoy your food more when you clean yourself out, because your real taste buds will come through and you'll be able to enjoy real flavor, and you'll never, ever want to go back. In the transition, you might have a desire, but if you hold strong, when you clean out and clean up, you will never, ever want to go back. Me, my daily food intake on the weekend is more because Mrs. Scurv and I, are together more on the weekend. We're on the run during the week. But during the week, I actually consume, I would say out of the 100% I might have consumed 5 years ago, I'm probably only consuming tops 20% overall food. I tell you, I eat, and I'm going to shut up after this. I'll get up, I'll have some combination of vegetables, a little bit of a starch, brown rice, or sweet potato, but a whole big mushrooms or broccolis. We'll make stuff, different stuff. Look what's next to me. We'll make a whole lot of that. And I will have a plant-based protein shake, which is a little more concentrated with the proteins from a plant source. I fill up off of that. Lots of water. What I bring with me now these days, and I switch up every week, a very small thing of cashews, unsalted, but the container, like a what do you call it, Tupperware type thing, very small, right? I mix a little raisins in there, very little. It's like really 2 small handfuls when it's there. I have a smaller thing of that same a veggie combo type situation with a little rice mixed in it that I take from as I need, but usually I bring back some of the rice. It's very small. 4 plums and a small thing of grapes. In a 10.5-hour workday, that's all I eat. And I drink a lot of water. But the same food I had for breakfast, the small thing of grapes, the smaller thing of cashews with raisins, and 4 plums. That's it. It's very little in my bag because I carry my books that I want to read or look at, other things, some type of electronics to do something on a break, but very little. So now my overall calories are very, very low. And I'm digesting, it's more nutrition in the food that I'm eating. It's not upsetting me. I'm not passing no kind of bad gas, whatever we all do, but my breath, my skin, my overall sense of well-being. I'm not walking around through the day saying, oh, what am I going to eat next? What am I going to eat next? And when people come on the bus, they come in with Wendy's, KFC, McDonald's, all kind of pizza, all kind of Chinese food, and I smell it. And it's very powerful, but I do not desire it. I don't, oh God, that smells good. I got to get some of that. I smell fried chicken, and it's something, I see the oil. And then I look back in the bus and I see the oil on people's faces. I see the sugary, oily, salty bloat on the people's faces. Their face doesn't shine through. Your facial features and your beauty does not shine through when you are bloated with the salt-based diet and all the extra bad oils that sit on you. And if you can see it, it's worse on the inside. We're making our bodies look retarded. I'm not really being harsh or being mean, but we're retarding ourselves. We are morphing ourselves into something that we're not supposed to be. Everybody's not going to be a heavyweight bodybuilder, big looking, but there's a beauty to the lithe, lean body. We all have different body types, but we all have a beauty to our body, male and female. No homo, but men, when eating correctly and exercising, have a beautiful physique. Not beautiful the way I would say a woman's beautiful. Oh, girl, you're beautiful. Oh, he beautiful too. No, I don't mean it that way. But a beauty to your movement. Your shoulders move and you see the ripple. You see the tricep. You see this, and you want yours too. Everybody can have that if you put down the right things. But we are killing ourselves with the food that we eat. We are embalming ourselves. We're like bloated corpses that got caught up in the flood in Katrina, and we're laying out swollen. I'm sorry, I'm not making fun of nobody, but this is what we're walking around looking like. And these people do not feel good. These people come on the bus, swipe the card, and suck their teeth. How you gonna suck your teeth early in the morning or suck your teeth and it's halfway through the workday? What happened to the enthusiasm? There's some nights where you might not get sleep. You might have to take your baby to the hospital. I understand that. But we're walking around already with this toxic goo in our gut, and we're going, 10 pieces for $10 or 2 for $2 at McDonald's, and we're putting more in. It tastes good up here, but we're not enjoying it, and it does not nourish us. So we're dead. We're not alive. Go ahead, Mad Guns. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, that was part of my outro, but we're there. We can go there. Again, there's just so many people that, you don't see a shortage of people when you're driving past these places. You just don't. And the food in these places are not good for you. We talked about that in show 1 because their foods contain all of those ingredients on the insidious ingredients list. So, you really shouldn't eat those foods. And again, I think even it came up in the last one in episode 2, you know, even for vegetarians, you're thinking that you're eating fries from you know, from McDevil's or Schmindy's, and you know, and you think that, you know, it's fine as potatoes, but they have beef extract in those fries. Actually, this Wendy's fries has beef tallow. You know, for the people that don't know tallow, just TALLOW, beef tallow. You know, so both those chains have beef in their fries. So as a vegetarian, why are you eating that? But in my outro, you know, I encourage people to my outro will be shorter, but I encourage people to these places, they have the ingredients list online, like they kind of have to. There's a couple that don't, but their ingredients list is from these fast food establishments. They're online, and when you really look at them, you know, when you Google them or even download them, you'll really understand how much voodoo goes into even the most simplest of foods. It's ridiculous. And one of the things I learned, because I'm Black, I love chicken. I love chicken. But you know, but obviously the whole factory farm chicken thing is something different. But just in general, you find out that, you know, all their fried foods, whether it's the chicken or the fish, they have MSG in the breading. You know, and the oil that they cook in contains TBHQ and if you remember me talking about dimethyl polysiloxane. I should get a medal every time I say that, because that is extremely long. Dimethyl polysiloxane. And one of these days I'm going to go in a symposium with all these white people, and I'm going to say yes. And dimethyl polysiloxane. They're going to love me. They're like, my gosh, check out the big brains on Brad over there. But absolutely. But they're fried in the oils that have these things in there. So from the breadings to the oil, you know, I want to go to some of these. I would love to get a chicken sandwich sometimes, you know, even if the chicken, okay, is not organic. When I do eat chicken, it's very rarely, and it has to be organic. You know what I mean? But it's just, you can't do it. You can't do it. So, you know, these places are not good for you. So again, you know, again, if you go to McDevil's or Murder King or Taco Hell or Schmeckers or Schmindy's or Long John Kilvers,
you've been practicing these
you
names.
know what I mean? Ain't suing me. But if you go to any of these places, you know, just for kicks and giggles, man, go look for it. It's right there. The thing that bothers me is all this stuff is on the internet. It's right in front of you, and just go look at it and listen to show number 1 and listen to all those chemicals that we discussed and see how many of those chemicals are in just regular food. Yeah. I told you that in the fried chicken, in the most famous fried chicken place in America, their mashed potatoes has 26 ingredients. It's like, come on, like, you can't be serious. You know, it's mashed potatoes. How do you have 26 ingredients in mashed potatoes? So, you know, again, you got to stay away from these places. So, and here's another thing as well. Even if you don't eat fast food, even if you just choose to eat out in another restaurant, ask questions. You know, people think that's weird, but when I was a restaurateur, even before I became as health conscious as I was, when I became a restaurateur, I would find that you know, a lot of these people would ask me, you know, about what's in the food, like what oil do you fry in, or what's in the breading that you use, or what's this or what's that. And you know, now it's commonplace to go in a sit down restaurant and ask questions. So if you go to a sit down place, ask questions. Ask what you know, ask if they use high fructose corn syrup in their sauces. Ask them if, you know, do they use any MSG. Ask them what are they breading, you know, their chicken with or their fish with, you know. I happen to like cornmeal. But ask them, you know, what do they use in this, or what do they do with that? Ask questions. You know, like I said, it's very commonplace today. Ask questions. Definitely ask questions.
They respect you more. They respect you more.
And yeah, they respect you more. And you'll be surprised. One of the things I learned is I tell you one of the times that I learned that I was built to be in the restaurant business. I had a client come in once. It was a Caucasian fellow, him and his wife. Really nice fellow, and he was literally allergic to everything.
Wow.
Literally allergic to everything. I mean, and I really worked with him, man. I sat in the booth with them. You know, they came out to spend their money. I actually was owner and managing partner of Roberto's World Tapas in Alpharetta. Well, actually, it was not Alpharetta. It became Johns Creek, Georgia. I did that for a couple of years before the situation had changed, unbeknownst to me. The situation had changed, but I was owner and managing partner of a $1 million restaurant. The build out of my restaurant was $1 million. I mean, literally.
Wow. And so,
but
so
that's
the
clientele,
the clientele that came there.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, up in Johns Creek. I mean, Johns Creek up there, you have a lot of country clubs. So Usher lived up there. Usher never came to my restaurant, but his wife used to come to the restaurant.
Wow.
Jeff Foxworthy would come out to the restaurant sometimes. If anybody remembers John Rocker, he was with the Atlanta Braves. He used to come out to the restaurant. I'm trying to remember some other famous clients.
Name drop on us.
Yeah. We used to have quite a few famous people come out to the restaurant. A lot of the Falcons at the time who were on the team. This was 2005, 2006, 2007. So a lot of the Falcons would come and eat as well. And a lot of the players' wives would come out. And a lot of the famous people wives would come out. Yeah, I mean, Johns Creek, also / Alpharetta, that's where the money is. That's where a lot of the country clubs are. So yeah, they came out. But I had to, like I said, this, this Caucasian fellow, he's allergic to everything. And I really worked with him. And I went in the kitchen and, I found him stuff that he could eat. Right. Well, don't use this. Don't use the peanut oil. Right. Don't use that. Don't use this.
I bet he
so,
really
yeah, like I said,
that.
Ask questions when you go out.
Right.
Ask questions when you go out and make changes. Any good restaurant would do that for you.
That's right.
But
you showed up a lot of other establishments by doing that. I mean, who really sits down and does that? Because you had to make his night, and they really appreciated that. And they had to rate every other restaurant that they went to, and they said, you know what, they didn't do it like that one.
Yeah, and he came back. He really appreciated that, and he became a regular customer.
Right.
I mean, it was trying sometimes when he would come in, because I'd have to find stuff, and then I actually just began to keep a list in my office of when this client comes in, what did he have before, what could he eat, and how to prepare it, and I just give it to the chef, and say, all right, client is here, take care of him, cook it like this, cook it like that. So. That's how I knew I was cut out for the business. And I do not own the restaurant anymore. But I will be getting back into the restaurant business. I actually loved it. I love
because you got the personality and the people that come and it's you, and you can put more of you in it. And I could see the connection that you're proud of what what you can do, and the people appreciate it in that exchange. It's just something. Because there are a couple of chefs that ride the bus, high end, lower end, and they explain to me it's much more than just cooking food. And there's this one guy who he's fanatical. He's a trainer in one of the restaurants. I forgot which one it is down here. But when it comes to doing things a certain particular way, he was telling me little things, not tricks, because the chefs don't have tricks. They know things, but it's not a trick, because they take their stuff very serious, and their name goes with it. It's almost like a hairdresser who works in a spiffy salon, but they go to that salon from another one, and their following follows them. So you have a good chef that loves people. They have people that love to eat his food or her food, and they leave and go somewhere else. Well, they're going with them, and this is a thing. And
that's right.
It's the pride thing, and your name is on it, and you want it to be the best. So I got you.
Yeah, I mean, I swear when I get another chance, I do definitely want to go back into the restaurant business. And it's funny because I knew I was built for it. What happened was, let me just real quick. I was in the music business. I didn't say as what, but I was in the music business. And I wanted to. I was in England, and I remember sitting in a room with my girlfriend at the time and my cousin, and I was like, I need. I had been thinking about it, and I said, I need something else, as an aside to this music business, whether it jumps off or not, you know, whether I became famous or not or whatever, I need something else. And, you know, I was trying to find something else, and it's like, all right, do I want to do a clothing store or something like that? And then it really just hit me. I said, you know what? I want to be in the restaurant business. Like, I really want to feed people. And so I went into the restaurant business, never spent a day in school. I had wanted to go to school, and I didn't have the time. I had wanted to go to school. I had wanted to go to the Art Institute of culinary management and whatever. And I wanted to learn, you know, take up restaurant management and ownership. And I just didn't have the time. And I learned on the fly. And I ended up becoming better and more knowledgeable than people that had been in the business 10 years, 15 years, 20 years.
Passion, man.
I was better at it than them.
Your passion.
So that's how I knew I was built for this. And I do want to get in the restaurant business again. It's just when you're doing, it costs a lot of money. So, you know, again, if I can find investors, I really want to do a restaurant again, and it's going to be amazing. Like, I have a menu that I devised, not even a menu from my restaurant, the menu from the other restaurant that I was going to open, from my dream restaurant. And I'm still going to do it. I don't believe I'm going to do it here. It's in me. Actually, I never wanted to open my restaurant in Georgia. I had wanted to open my restaurant back home in England, and the way things worked out, which is a story which will go along with my origin story, you know, if I ever tell it on another show. But I ended up having to do it here, you know, and it was just, you know, actually one of the best experiences of my life. You know,
if you to think of it that way,
I really loved it, and I'm going to do it again.
Right.
Yeah, I'm absolutely going to do it again. It just costs a lot of money. Any good restaurant really starts at like $1 million.
Yeah. Like
literally, you know, any good, you know, and I'm not a storefront. I mean, a real nice sit down restaurant.
Yes.
You know, you're dealing with money there. It's like it's like $1 million plus.
That's right.
That, you know, you know, is a startup cost for a restaurant. And it takes a while to earn that money back, and people are fickle, you know what I mean, as well. You know, one thing I learned about the restaurant business is, you know, if you do one good dish, if you do one dish really, really good, people will come back for that dish. People will come back for that one dish. You know, of course, a great restaurant is something you can eat across the board and you want to try new things or whatever.
Yeah.
But if you do one thing really good, because I myself was the same way. There was a restaurant here in New York, which is not open anymore to my detriment, but it was called Delta Grill. And it was a Cajun restaurant. And they made a fried flounder with a cornbread and crawfish stuffing with a crawfish piquant sauce. I would go there and have the same thing every time. I would go once a month and go and have the same thing. Like, no, I do not need a menu. Thank you. No, I do not need
the specials. Thank you. Want. That's beautiful.
I already know what I want because you do it amazingly.
Yeah.
You know, amazingly. So, you know, absolutely. You know, one good thing. Do everything good, but people will latch on to that one thing. So I'm definitely going to get back into the restaurant business. I can't wait. You know, just won't be using my own money because I ain't doing that again. Because that's too much money. But yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yes. So where are we now? What is that a segue into? We talked about diabetes. Again, Black people, get your diets under control, get your children's diets under control, get your family members' diets under control, because diabetes is one of those insidious things that is here to kill us and exterminate us and weaken us as a people.
Right.
You know, I wish I could track down, you know, how my mother became an insulin diabetic. You know, I can't, but I don't know how, but, you know, she did. And, you know, it's rough, you know, and if you don't want to have that kind of lifestyle, you know, then again, eat right.
Yeah.
You know, definitely eat right. Eat right, eat right, eat right, eat right. I could talk about ice cream. Let's see if people want to talk about ice cream before we're done.
Sure.
So check, look on the chat room. I'm not on the chat. I got to concentrate.
Right.
But if people want to hear me talk about ice cream, say something in the chat. I'll teach about ice cream just a little bit.
Scare us about. You're gonna scare. Well, you know, I'm not eating no ice cream anyway. I mean, I had that other stuff that's not ice cream, but it's so. Oh, go ahead, because you know I know a little bit about that. But please scare us. Share it with us.
Scare us.
With us.
Life is too short. You don't really have to stay away from ice cream. I mean, I taught on milk, so I do have a problem with milk products and milk derivatives. But I mean, you know, a lot of people that say, all right, I don't, And I mean, look, it's acceptable to a certain point. You know, again, I'm one person that says life is too short. So yeah, I mean, you know, if you don't drink milk or whatever, and you don't use milk and use almond milk and stuff like that, and you want a little ice cream and it's not necessarily a natural ice cream, you know, you can have ice cream. You just got to be careful. But all right, we'll see if people want to hear about ice cream. You let me know.
Yeah.
And
I want to hear about it. So go ahead.
All right. Let's talk about, okay, I didn't set aside any dedicated notes, so I'll be doing this on the fly. I was a part of a conference a couple of weeks ago, actually for the last 2 weekends. And the conference was called the Truth About Cancer Conference. It was an amazing experience. It was called the Truth About Cancer, the Ultimate Live Symposium. It was October 13th to 16th, and it was in Dallas, Texas, hosted by Ty and Charlene Bollinger. Two beautiful, beautiful, beautiful people that really care. Neither one of them are doctors, but they really care, and they're really in the industry to provide a lot of help. And they really provided an amazing platform the last, like I said, October 13th through the 16th. And they put together something really phenomenal, and I'd like to thank them and tell them that I love them. It was very great stuff. And it was 3 days worth of just different talks. It wasn't just about cancer. It was a lot about cancer. A lot of the talk was about cancer, but it wasn't just cancer. And I gleaned a lot of information from that symposium. Again, it's called The Truth About Cancer. For everybody, who has enough money to make a purchase, I would recommend there's a $100 and a $200 package of books and a DVD of the 3 days. And it's actually, if you attend, or even if you attended in live or you attended online, it was impossible to hear every seminar, every lecture.
Right.
And then obviously at some point during the days, there would be 3 lectures. You'd have a couple of what you call breakouts, and there'd be 3 lectures going on at one time. So you'd have to pick a room. So absolutely, but it was great. And I just wanted to share some things that I gleaned from this symposium. Even before I do that, I want to thank 2 people that attended online. I hollered at them, and I wish I could have hollered at more people, but I hollered at a couple of people, and they both attended online. Sister VA is one of them. She's a beautiful soul anyway. Yes, and indeed. She attended online. I was able to send them a link for free. And that worked out. I was
Sister
moved to
VA
do that.
in the
and
house.
I'm glad to, yeah, Sister VA. She's a beautiful soul. She attended online. She didn't need to be convinced. She was like, all right, I'll check it out. And she did that. And I want to thank her. And Spirit Driven as well. She attended online, and she actually went further, and she actually purchased Symposium.
Wow. That's what I'm talking
and
about.
That shows. So I gotta send her some love for doing that.
But this is how you use the internet,
great,
man.
And that just shows what happens when you're all about your health.
Right.
When you're all about your health, that shows you, what you're capable of.
That's right.
So that was great. And so yeah, this is going to be a little scattershot. Like I said, this is different things picked up from, so this won't necessarily be dedicated on any one thing.
Right.
The first symposium that I had up was on day 1, and it was called A Natural Way to Heart Health by Doctors Jack and Heather Wolfson, a husband and wife doctor team. And all these doctors, and let me break it down a little bit. These are all anti-establishment doctors. Okay, there's a couple of things I love about all these doctors. These are anti-establishment doctors. These are holistic doctors. These are doctors who are staunchly anti-vaccination doctors, and that's wonderful. Vaccinations it's murder. Don't vaccinate yourself or your children. That's probably gonna be another show that we could do when I talk about that in Big Pharma. But these are all anti-vax doctors, and also for people that are in the know, that are part of the audience, you may or may have not have heard of the holistic doctor deaths, and they killed a lot of doctors last year and this year.
Yes.
It was alleged that Dr. CB as well was murdered, and a lot of these doctors were found dead. How you could shoot yourself with a rifle twice is kind of beyond me. You know what I mean? Like, you know, wow, that's suicide. You know, suicide, when you shoot yourself, you usually put a gun to your head and it's a wrap. So how you're able to shoot yourself twice with a rifle and, you know, it'd be declared a suicide is just, come on, are you serious right now? So, and one of the more famous names when it comes to the holistic doctor deaths is Dr. Jeff Bradstreet.
Mm-hmm.
And these doctors that were found murdered, they had two things in common. They were anti-vaccination doctors. They had three things. They were anti-vaxxers, for short. They were all about cannabis oil. They were all cannabis oil advocates. And they were all holistic. You know, basically, they were all holistic. And they were, a lot of them were cancer researchers and had a lot of cancer breakthroughs. And there were about 50 of them that were murdered. 50. And actually, it's more now.
Wow.
So 50 plus holistic doctors have been murdered. So now when you see these guys all gather up in one place like that, that was real. You know what I mean? Because 50, you know, imagine 50 LanceScurvs, you know what I'm saying, start dropping dead on, you know, from YouTube. You know, that make you kind of reconsider. You know what I'm saying? Realistically, that'll make you, you know, radio, right. You know, people were doing broadcasts, you know, dropping like flies. That'll make you reconsider what you're doing.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they're really brave. I definitely want to commend them. They're very brave people. And it actually came out with a couple of doctors' permission to tell this. A couple of them have actually had to hire bodyguards now.
Wow.
Is that real? Like, is that real? This is how insidious the government is. This is how insidious Satan is. You have people that, you have doctors now, holistic doctors, that since they watched 50 of their colleagues get killed, now they've actually hired security. So crazy. It's real. To be a doctor, an anti-establishment doctor and all of that, yo, that's real now.
Mm-mm.
You know, doctors never really, traditionally, is not really a profession where you hire bodyguards. They have bodyguards now.
God.
So again, I definitely want to thank them, you know, thank all the holistic doctors that do what they do. Rest in peace to Dr. Sebi. You know, the beautiful thing about him not being with us is we have his work to live on, and he's in a better place.
That's right.
So absolutely.
He's definitely inspired me. Yeah.
And he inspired me as well. And so yeah, let me run through this. Oh, it's 2:41 already. Let's run through this real quick. Probably not even get all to it. From the natural way to heart health. I'm probably not going to break down the cancer stuff, but I'll break down the more relevant stuff. The natural way to heart health. They stress that, why do you keep cutting off? They stress that beetroot helps to prevent cancer. This is from Doctors Jack and Heather Wolfson. Again, take some of these names. You can Google a lot of these names. And YouTube, you know, a lot of these people have, you know, short lectures or long lectures on YouTube. So look them up. You know, when you want to do your research, you know, after you listen to these shows, you can't use the excuse that you don't know where to go or you don't know who, you don't know which doctors. Damn it, I'm giving them to you.
That's right.
So this is from Doctors Jack and Heather Wolfson. I actually really appreciated their lecture. It was really good. They also stressed, and this is going to be all from them until I say that I'm done with them. Much of what can be traced, much can be traced to what our grandmothers did by way of what they put on their skin and in their mouths. As you know, our skin is a lot of people don't know. I say, as you know, a lot of people don't know our skin is our biggest organ.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Because it covers us from head to toe. So what a lot of our grandmothers, our grandparents in general, but especially our grandmothers, because the women, you know, she brings the life into the world. What you put on your skin and what you put in your mouth has a lot to do with the future generations. So be careful with lotions and soaps, and, you know, be careful what you eat. We, when it comes to our skin, we absorb the pollutants of our surroundings.
Yes.
So, you know, even what we wash and dry our clothes in, that poisons us. The lotions, and for ladies, the makeup. Oh, actually, this day and age, the dudes too. The makeup. Keep it real. And we know what color people do that. Oh, actually, no, not really. They won't do that. But yeah, the lotions and the makeup, because, you know, men, you know, like, it's a little too metrosexual now. You know what I mean?
More than metro.
Don't make me call names. You know, what's that dude, Peter's son? Manasseh Jordan. Oh my God. He's so just one of the sweetest men I ever seen. My goodness.
Right,
I mean, you going into the pulpit with makeup on, you know, man, don't make me pull a B word out on you. Please, please, please don't. But yeah, he's somebody that comes to mind. But okay, moving on. The perfumes and the colognes, and actually shaving cream isn't good for us either. Shaving cream. So you might want to, I don't know what you shave your head and your face with, Lance. Actually, you probably don't even shave with lather. You're a black man, so you probably use an electric laser on your face.
Well, I do have a bad case of razor bumps, but it's kind of like not gotten any worse. It's like it happened to me really young, and like right now it's not really happening anymore. But I will probably get something done to take care of that. But I do shave with a razor.
That's from shaving with a razor, though. You can't wet. Black men can't wet shave.
Yeah.
No, we can't. That's the one thing. That's the one thing that Caucasians. I mean, there's not a lot of things that they have.
And I'm not copying them
over them genetically.
Yeah.
But one of the things they have over us is they can wet shave. I mean, I would, look.
I mean, I use a lather.
Shave every day.
Yeah. And I'm a
stickler
for that.
We can't wet shave because our hair is curly, so it just curls right back into our skin.
Yeah.
Right. So you can't wet shave. I used to teach that to a lot of my family back in England. Like, it's funny because Europe is behind on some things, and I used to have to teach them, about electric razors.
Yeah.
And sometimes I would bring them when I would come back from America, and they would realize, wow, we really can't wet shave. So shave with electric razor, and shave in one direction as well.
Right.
Because if you shave in one direction,
going with the hair, you go against it, it's gonna chop it away. It goes right back in.
Yeah. And here's another thing: don't lather in sunblock. That's controversial too. A lot of people try to debunk that. But if you think about it, you're just putting the chemicals on your skin to block the sun. So, I mean, especially if you're black, don't lather in sunblock.
Right.
And if you're black, I'm going to say something that might be controversial. We have melanin in our skin. Our grandparents and all our elders didn't have to worry about freaking cancer.
Right.
So you don't worry about cancer. Let me tell you something. I went to Cancun. I sat in the sun all day, every day. Dude, I didn't use any sunblock whatsoever. Wow. Dude, if anything, I put on coconut oil and baby oil. When I tell you I'm as black as this computer in front of me, my mother said, oh my gosh, if I saw you walking down the street, I'd cross the street. I came back purple.
Wow.
So, I mean, realistically,
again,
you were
selling sunglasses on Fifth Avenue.
For real, they wouldn't let me in stores. But either way, if you're black, don't lather in sunblock. And if you're white, if you're Caucasian, I don't have all the answers. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Because they burn. I don't know what to tell you. I don't have any answers for you. Right. So moving on. For the ladies, for the women, for the mothers, for the future mothers, for the women that have daughters, this applies to you. The question is, in what environment were you born? We live in a modernized society where many women now, it's commonplace to give birth in a hospital. Where I'm from, my descendants, all my elders, no such thing as giving birth in a hospital. You gave birth in the house. And even I was, talking to my mother the other day, and I was telling her about some of the things that I learned from the conference, and I was talking about this. And, again, this is what's beautiful about talking to your elders. And we're originally from Grenada. You hear me talk about Britain a lot, but I'm originally from Grenada. Right. And wherever you were, if you're a pregnant woman, wherever you were, that's where you gave birth. If you were in the field tending crops and your water broke, that's where you got born. You got born right there. You came into the world right there. You know what I mean? You was cutting sugar cane, and that's why I birthed you. Right there. So you were born.
That's a beautiful thing, though.
And it's already there's a connection. It's a beautiful thing. And I'm going to, I can talk about water births as well. These doctors and I myself are a proponent of water births. Water birth is a very gentle environment for a child. Now, one of the problems with hospitals is, what's the problem with a hospital? Well, damn, that's full of germs.
Yes.
MRSA and all kind of other germs, because it's a hospital. Right. And it's toxic. And the things that you clean the hospital with, so all the toxic cleaners, that's not good for babies. Nature intended for natural births, but now, 2016 in this society is hospital centered. So, your water breaks and you damn near flip the car over to get to the hospital. Right. You know what I mean? So that's all hectic for the mother and the child. And another thing that we don't think about, a hospital is busy. When a hospital be quiet, it's busy. You see how celebrities, they rent out, they rent out a suite. You know, that's actually, if you're going to do it in a hospital, I mean, that's the way to do it. I mean, you know, that's thousands, you know, that's tens of thousands of dollars, but that's how it should be. When you give birth, it should be in a calm, quiet, less populated environment. And the most important thing between, besides being calm and quiet and less populated, is the lighting. Hospital lighting is very bright.
It is.
So, you know, when the baby comes out and the baby's crying, that's what it should do to let you know it's alive. But the baby's really letting you know, like, yo, what the hell? It's busy and noisy and it's bright. My eyes just, you know, look, hey, I need a break. So, you know, you want to keep it low. And you want to keep it low. Actually, I can talk about a personal situation. I had some friends that were very close to Erykah Badu. They ran in the same circles. And my friend actually gave birth, and Erykah Badu actually caught the baby and held the baby. They had a home birth. So yeah, that's a little personal aside. So yeah, try to give birth at home if you can. You know, it's not as crazy as you think. You know, try to give birth in a small kiddie water, you know, in a water pool or a big tub or a spa, you know. And here's another thing, no C-sections, ladies, no C-sections. So if you're still of the age, if you're here or you listen in the future, if you're still of the age where you're having children, no C-section. That's modern voodoo. You don't need unless there's a problem.
Right.
Unless there's a medical reason, no C-sections. The reason is the baby gets inoculated in the mouth and in the gut from the microbiomes that's in the mother's vagina. So, you know, you don't want to cut the baby out of you. You know, you want to let the baby come naturally. You know, the creator intended certain things naturally. So, you know, no hospitals, y'all. If you can, have home births. Nothing wrong with having birth at home. And you're going to save some money.
That's right.
And you're going to save some money, and you don't have to flip your car over on the way to the hospital or pay for an ambulance. So do that. Also talking about women and staying on no flu shots. You shouldn't do flu shots anyway. No studies have been done on the safety of flu shots in pregnant women, so don't take them. You might have heard me say a couple of times, no flu shots, no vaccinations. Definitely, if you're pregnant, no flu shots. Because it's just not good for you and your child. One day we really got to kick it about vaccinations. I want to bring a buddy of mine on, Mr. Grimm. And I mentioned at the last show, so we could just kick it about vaccinations, so we could have one good anti-vaxxer show.
Yeah, and the more we go in on the specifics, we can be very specific and go in on it deep. Because the more we cover it, because it'll make that particular show a classic, where all the information up until that point in time is available, and we cover different angles. And you know, we don't have to do it in a general sense. We can do it where, hey, we're going to get down on this one subject right here and bring the paperwork, bring the stuff that you want to read off, experiences, you know, deal with the callers, the chat room, everything like that. And remember, when these videos go up, they go up forever. People are going to watch this thing next week, 2 months from now. It's
don't say forever.
That's right.
Don't say forever. I mean, because you know, one day they'll be the internet and they're going to shut down YouTube. And one day
very soon.
Talk about some of the insidious things they're doing with YouTube right now.
Right.
And because, you know, for you to know, YouTube, they mess with your viewer counts, subscription count.
Yes.
And they got this thing called YouTube Heroes, where they are empowering people to mass flag your channel and shut your channels down. I think I mentioned that on the last show too.
I've been through
so that's something we got to watch out for. I encourage people. So while we're there, I would tell you what, I encourage people with computers to download these shows on your computer. Don't tell me you don't have room on your computer. Buy a stick, buy a 128 gigabyte stick, you know, flash drive, or if you want to use an external hard drive. I'm not a big external hard drive person. I feel like that's just one more thing for them to steal at your house. So they didn't steal your computer and your hard drive. I mean, just have a flash drive somewhere, hide it, have a nice place for it, put it in a safe, and download these things. Download any videos that mean anything to you. Definitely. So you definitely have them forever when the internet is shut down. You know, the internet just changed as well. You know, the ownership of the internet just changed. So, you know, these are things to pay attention to. Moving on, no antibiotics. We don't need antibiotics. Your doctors, see, another thing, your doctors are not telling you the truth a lot of the time, because, you know, they're your drug dealers, you know, they're your legal drug dealers. But when you take antibiotics, the problem is fungal. It's not bacterial, but your doctor doesn't tell you that. So, you know, they basically just, you know, pushing antibiotics on you that you don't need. So no antibiotics. You definitely want to kind of stay away from those. What else? You heard me talk about anti-vax. You know, again, I'm a staunch anti-vaccination advocate. Here's another lie that they shoot into your children, which is Hep B, the hepatitis B shot. When you get that when you're born, that's unnecessary. Do you want to know why the Hep B shot is unnecessary? Hep B is traditionally only contracted from prostitution or being a heavy IV drug user.
Oh.
But yet, when you're born, they stick that in you. You know what I mean? So vaccines, when we do the vaccine show, but just on a cursory level, I'll remit that autism levels are higher today than they've ever been. So, you know, when you vaccinate your child, being born with autism is more likely. Again, I can give you a true story. I have a cousin, and she is a daycare provider, and she's seeing more children come in with autism than ever, and wondering where it's coming from. And you heard me mention earlier again that the food is changing our DNA structure. See, I need people to understand what I want. My goal with doing this whole health and wellness series is to understand that this is all working in a satanic synergy. You know what I'm saying? To sicken us and to kill us and to affect us, because Satan does not want us happy or healthy. One of the things I stress in my book is exactly that. Satan doesn't want you he doesn't want you healthy. He doesn't want you happy. You're definitely not going to be a happy person if you're sick. If you're sick, I'm not speaking of Ebonics. If you're sick, you're not going to be happy. Right. So that's what Satan wants. So between the food and the vaccines and the chemtrails and the spraying from the air, that's what's making people sick. That's why people are more sicker than ever. So, you know, you want to stay away from the vaccine. So, I mean, you're sticking the child with Hep B right after it's born. So, I mean, that's just crazy. I had the actual numbers. I lost them. But like, you're getting 72 doses of 17 different vaccines.
A toxic cocktail.
49 doses of 49 different vaccines. It's ridiculous. You know, this whole vaccination deception is ridiculous. And here's the thing. You're being given these vaccines when your immune system is brand new to the world. Your immune system is brand new to the world. Right. So why are you shooting, you know, this brand new soul to the world, you know, full of vaccines, and they're telling you it's all right, it's all right. Well, it's not all right. So I encourage people to learn vaccination rights. I have a couple of videos on my channel. I have 2 playlists that are specifically devoted towards health and wellness and Big Pharma. They're called, wait for it, Big Pharma and Health and Wellness. So go to one of those playlists and you can learn almost everything that you need to know. And there is a good video on there by Dr. Rima LeBeau. And she breaks down a little bit of what you can do legally when you don't want to vaccinate your child. What to do, because, you know, they're going to strong arm you into telling you, well, the child can't go to school and the child can't do this and the child can't do that. You do have some rights. And also one day we're going to talk in another show, it's going to be too long to get into, but they're force vaccinating people as well. The CDC as well. The CDC is the most corrupt agency on the planet. One of them. One of them. And, you know, I mean, the CDC has been insidious for a long time. I mean, anybody who has a little bit of age on them, you might remember, damn, should I even go there? You might remember, I really don't want to, but I will. You might remember the Atlanta child murders.
Yes.
And one of the conspiracy theories thrown up about that is the CDC was actually kidnapping some of the children and performing tests. And, you know, as you know, Lance, and have said on, you know, various shows, you know, we're the wastebasket, you know, of the world. Yeah, you know, you want to test something, use a black, use a black person. You know, when you can't use, or, you know, when you want to use the human, you know, when you want to use human trials, use a black person. Right. So that's what they do. But they're force vaccinating people, so you got to watch the CDC. And as you know, again, Google it. They poison people with the polio vaccine. So you want to go, you know, definitely just know the CDC is not your friend, never have been your friend, never will ever be your friend.
Never, ever, ever.
So stay away from the CDC, at least know what they do. I got more stuff for the women and people with children. Is never reduce a fever. Now, one of the reactionary things is when your child gets a fever, or when you get a fever as an adult, is to reduce the fever. That's not necessarily a good thing. The fever is there to kill the infection.
That's right.
So, you know, you kind of want to just ride that out. Now, I understand it's scary when you got a child with a 101, but there are things you can do naturally to assist the child. You don't want to just go gung-ho and start throwing in pharmaceuticals to reduce a fever.
Right.
There's things that you want to do naturally. So, you know, if you have children, or again, you know, not children are not the only, but that's the one that scares you. You know, when your child got a fever, you panic. So you don't want to do that with pharmaceuticals. You know, you really want to try to, like I said, let the fever do what it's intended to do, which is kill the infection, and let your child have the fever. You just got to be a little more attentive,
right?
You know, and let the fever reduce by itself. Oh wow, there's a lot of stuff for women here. Women, be careful with your monthly products. The tampons that you may be using contain glyphosate. Glyphosate is is the chemical used in Roundup. It's a Monsanto chemical, and if you know Monsanto, it's a very insidious company. Satan sits on the board of directors. I know this for a fact. So you literally, you know, we all know now about GMOs. Well, you have GMOs. You're getting GMOs through your vagina and your tampons. So, you know, you want to be careful with your tampons. You want to try to, I understand for people on a budget. I understand for Black people, we don't necessarily have the same finances as Caucasians. I know it costs a little more, but if you want to take care of your health, you'll pay a little more and cut down on something else. That's the one thing. Some people can't say they have money, you know, or they don't have money. You know, you cut something else out and you bump something else up. So if you want to take care of yourself, got to spend a little bit more.
That's right. Redirect your
so
finances. You
might want to spend a little bit more on some naturally made, you know, buy some tampons and some maxi pads or panty liners that don't contain GMOs and don't contain the Roundup chemical. Why do you want a chemical in your vagina that is sprayed on weeds to kill weeds? Like, hello. You really want to,
and they absorb that.
You want to be careful with that. You know, you want to be careful with that. So be careful with your feminine hygiene products. And I've brought this up already several times, but you know, your children, don't allow your children to eat dyes in foods and drinks. So when you see those little hood drinks, when you see those little sugar water bottles, that's not good for children. You know, let your children drink, you know. Again, the parents, as a parent, put your foot down. You know, your child doesn't run you; you run your child.
That's right.
No, you're going to drink water. Make your children love water. Your children got to get used to water. Your children cannot, you cannot drink that garbage. You cannot drink that garbage. So you got to definitely be very careful with those kind of things. So don't let your children eat the dyes if it's colored red and blue, which we covered when we talked about sports drinks. You want to, and insidious chemicals, you want to stay away from that. And lastly, you cannot heal in the same environment in which you got sick. That I found very profound. So if you got sick in a certain environment, you can't heal there. So you got to change your environment a little bit. I thought that was very profound. I really enjoyed learning that from them. So this is all stuff. Now, some of this stuff I know, and some of this stuff was reiterated. I'm not giving the doctors all the credit, but that strain came from doctors Jack and Heather Wolfson. So you can look them up, look up their stuff on YouTube or whatever. But I really enjoyed their lecture. It was great. Anything you want to interject?
Oh no, I'm just rolling. I'm clicking some buttons here, listening to you. You know, like I said, just like the old hair club commercial. You know, I'm not only the president. You know, I'm a client. Well, here, I'm not just a host. I'm a listener. So when things get going, I'm flowing, man. You know, I'm enjoying it. I feel high as a kite. You know, I feel aligned because you're sharing so much that it's sinking into my head. And after this, I'm going to just have a nice a slumber. But before I do that, I'm going to walk out around the perimeter of the whole house, go into the backyard, stay up in the sky, go on the sun porch and just breathe in some good air. And that's going to make me really sink down and absorb what you just shared tonight, because it was beautiful. This is the way that you do use the internet. We have fun on the internet. Some people go for the buffoonery more than anything else, but wonderful conversation like this and the dialogue in the chat room and the folks that have hit me on the text messages, it's wonderful. And to change lives, and that's what you're doing, brother. To share this and your love and your passion for it, and to be able to blend it all in with your knowledge of the restaurant business, the cooking, the fitness, the information, and the sharing it. And, you know, I hate to say it, I'm not just trying to bring it down to this white, black level, but it's wonderful that our sisters can hear a black man who is well learned and can express it properly and speaking out of love. We need that. And it's not anything to put anybody down. Maybe those who never really heard the show or heard our dialogues like this before might have said, oh God, they're going to talk and bash. It's not about that. This is an in-house family conversation with the windows open that anybody can come up to and listen to. And peeking out the windows, there are people over the horizon listening, and it's good and it's wholesome. And I applaud you and I thank you for, you know, just sharing your time and your expertise. This is what I love. This validates
I would like
me.
To interject.
Hello?
Hello? All right. So I would like to interject. I would like to know, you said when your child has a fever, let the fever be and ride it out. Like you can't put ice on the child's forehead or anything. And also, I just want to also add with antibiotics, I wasn't listening earlier, but you didn't mention that when you do antibiotics, it kills the ecology in your stomach and your intestines, and it kills all the good organisms in your intestines as well. So it takes your body a long time to recover from antibiotics because you're wiping out your actual ecology in your intestines. So,
absolutely. Absolutely. And here's another problem with antibiotics is one of the biggest problems that we're having now is we're having a lot of antibiotic resistant strains of diseases. And the biggest problem is what I've talked about in the past is the factory farms. So, you know, when you're eating the beef, when you're eating the chicken, when you're drinking the milk, all these things have antibiotics in them. So when you drink milk, you're getting it from the cow. When you eat the beef, you're getting the antibiotics from the cow. You're getting antibiotics all over the place. So your body is building up a tolerance. So, you know, these antibiotics that you're taking, they're not even working. So yeah, that's definitely a problem. So, you know, again, you don't really need them. Now, with the fever thing, there's a way to, again, let the fever where you have to let it kill the infection. So, I mean, there's a certain limit. I'm not prepared to say what the limit. I mean, obviously, you know, you're not trying to be 106. I mean, at some point, there's time that, you know, maybe you might have to go seek medical care. But if it's in a certain range, the fever, you want to just, again, let it reduce naturally. And what I mentioned was there are things that you can do naturally to reduce the fever. If you choose to do so, there's things you could do naturally. But what you don't want to do is start to medicate the fever away. You know, that's self-serving, and that's not a good thing. So you want to be careful with that. You know, you want to be careful with that and don't start popping.
Okay, well, what about putting ice on the child's head? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's all right.
That's external.
That's all right.
Okay,
and why?
That's
because
what I was wondering
that's,
about
that's,
is like the ice, because like what can and can't you do during the fever then if you just gonna ride it out? That's what I really wanted to get into.
Yeah, absolutely, excellent question. But the thing is, but it's all in the title. It's ice, it's water. It's not pharmaceuticals. So, you know, you can bring it down. That's one way that you can bring the fever down naturally. Is by using, you know, ice or cold compress. You know, even if you don't want to go full ice, you just want to, you know, cold compress, you know, just a little something, because at the same time, it's a very uncomfortable thing to have is a fever. So, you know, try to do it, but not provide a shock to the system. So yes, ice or cold compress, you know, you just got to keep it cold, you know, which when I said you know, if it's a child, you need to just be more attentive. So if you got to make more trips to the refrigerator and, you know, those kind of things, then absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. So, did you want to identify yourself or no?
I'm Jack.
Hello, Jack. Good morning to you.
A guy named Jack is selling crack. The community doesn't want him back. Oh, I'm having a KRS-One flashback.
No. he's actually. Oh no, that's a whole nother story. Never mind. But
I know. I shouldn't even brought his name up.
Yeah. He's over there endorsing Bambaataa Sandusky.
Exactly. I ain't with that.
Yeah.
Disappointment.
He's tripping lately.
And he's an agent
lately. So
yeah,
absolutely. All right. So let me run a couple of these other things. What is the time? It's 3:09. Something else I gleaned is that the EPA let the water crisis in Flint happen. So that's another alphabet government agency like the FDA and the CDC that is not having your best interest in heart. And when I say your, I mean people of color. You know, the EPA also targets African-American neighborhoods. So, you know, they let that go down in Flint, you know, between the EPA and the hierarchy in Flint, they let that happen. And that actually leads into my next statement, you know, to say, listen, people, I just actually saw the advert for the first time yesterday. Leonardo DiCaprio is kind of moving around in the global warming / climate change movement. He has a movie coming out. And, you know, it brings to mind that, you know, every civilization that has destroyed its ecosystem left. It went out. And every civilization that is destroying its ecosystem will be on its way out. You cannot, history shows you cannot destroy your ecosystem and survive. So, you know, we have to just acknowledge, you know, we have to acknowledge that we're putting plastic in the ocean in record rates. We're putting, you know, garbage in the ocean like never before, and waste into the ocean. And, you know, we have to really protect our ecosystems. So, you know, and we have to acknowledge the existence of biosolids and biotoxins in our environment, you know. Yes. So, you know, it's just something that we have to learn, you know, about. Something that we definitely have to learn about. I want to move on to another doctor that I have a lot of love for. His name is Dr. Robert Scott Bell, and he did a good lecture called Unlocking the Power to Heal, Your Gut Mission. And as you heard me say earlier, your gut, 80% of your immune system's functionality runs through your gut. So you want to take care of your gut. You want to take care of your gut. You say, all right, I don't know how. Well, the two biggest ways, you know, eat good foods. Well, 3, eat good foods, eliminate bad foods, drink water. Okay, 4, and take probiotics. So there's 4 things you could do to improve your gut. And when you improve your gut, you improve your you automatically improve your immune system, and you'll be healthier if you take care of your gut. So definitely. This doctor, anti-vaxxer. I mean, they all are. So, I mean, it's redundant for me to say that, but he's also an anti-vaxxer. He's also antibiotics, to say that twice. So no antibiotics. Basically, no antibiotics, no vaccinations. What he said was profound here, which is the truth.
I'll be back.
And he said, you do not know which one of those shots could be the one to end you or your children. And I found that to be very profound. So, you know, you got to be careful with the vaccinations. You know, that's just another little factoid, you know, to think about, you know, before you let them stick that needle in your child. You know, you ain't going to force vaccinate my child. I'm going to tell you straight up. My name is Mad Guns Forever, formerly Mad Guns Monster. I'm going to bring my .40 caliber. You bring your syringe and we see which makes a bigger hole. Straight up. So don't come at my child with a needle at all. Don't come at me with a needle either. I guarantee my .40 makes a bigger hole. That's my caliber of choice, by the way.
I would like to interject again. I was wondering, do you run a practice or anything like that? Have you tried these methods out? And what's your success rate, and where did you, what's your background on learning this stuff?
I'm a personal trainer. Oh, that's fine. I'm a personal trainer who has a vested interest in nutrition as well. And you said you weren't here from the beginning, and also you might be new to this series as well. This is the third part, and in the first couple of parts, and in this part as well, I talked about the industrial food complex and all the chemicals. So basically, I am somebody who understands nutrition. I examine the industry as a whole, and the good side of it and the insidious side of it. And there are a collection of doctors that I have followed for years and that I trust and that have been doing their thing. And assigned to a really good doctor, people, is a doctor who is an anti-vaxxer and a doctor who is anti-establishment. You do not necessarily find doctors. You don't find you can only find a handful of doctors that are anti-establishment. Number one, doctors are extremely pro-establishment. That's how they make their money. A lot of people don't realize that a lot of the doctors their income is supplemented by pharmaceutical companies, and some of these pharmaceutical companies send doctors on vacations, pay for doctors' vacations, send them on vacation, especially if they prescribe a lot of their drugs to people. So there's no incentive to not write you a prescription. So, you can't, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't, walk on both sides of the street at the same time, so you have to be very careful. So these doctors are very anti-vaccination, anti-establishment. So that's the sign of a good doctor. And all the doctors that I endorse, I'm sorry, fella, I forgot your name. And for everybody that's listening, I've been trying to do that for 2 episodes. I'm going to try to get that in here. I will be naming these good doctors, so you can write it down, or you can run this show back and pull their work up either through their websites or through their lectures on YouTube. And I've spent my time. You asked me where I get this from. Again, listening to the doctors. I spend most of my time researching. I'm somebody that's cut a lot of entertainment out of my life. I've had a lot of fun in life, and now it's time to get really, really serious. So as a personal trainer, I felt like I wanted to do more than just work my clients out in the gym or whatever. I wanted to give them information that's really pertinent and salient that they can use to learn from. Go to the gym and work out and still be putting crap in your body. You could literally be putting crap. You probably missed a prior show that I was talking about sports nutrition. And in that show, I talked about, the sports nutrition, from the supplements to just drinking Gatorade and Powerade, yep, and those kind of things. So you get all these people in the gym, but they're taking these supplements, and they're still eating foods that have a lot of these insidious chemicals in there. Mm-hmm. So it's like, all right, you bodybuilding or you're a fitness enthusiast, but yet look what you're putting back in your body. Right. So that's what gave me the inspiration to just to do this, and to provide more than just exercise science. Also, to answer your question, I have been inspired to write books. I'm in the process of writing 4 different books. One of them is a health book. One of them is called The Monster in Your Belly: How the Industrial Food Complex is Slowly Killing You and Your Children. Mm-hmm. Hopefully, I should have that finished in 2017. I have a lot of challenges coming up this year and next year, but I have to get it finished. A lot of what we're talking about, not a lot, everything that we talk about in this series, or that is not, that I haven't covered in this series, will be in my book. Mm-hmm. So I was inspired to write a book, and, basically you can read this book, and just get a grasp. I'm trying to make it, there's a thing called layman's terms. I'm trying to write it in layman's terms. I'm trying not to make it too complicated. Damn it, is that Lance? Yo, listen, dude. You cannot possibly be, all right, I'm banishing you. Get back behind the graphic, please. You cannot be chewing again. What you eating again? Lance?
Or orange.
Eating again. My goodness, you really getting on my nerves.
I gotta hide.
You're killing me with that. I'm banishing you. Get back behind the. I know you know it's on a little bit of a delay on the computer. I need you to get back behind that graphic. That's why that graphic is there. That's for you to eat behind. So the people that are busy trying to give the lecture, and the people that are trying to be faithful to the lecture and not not taking eating breaks, we don't appreciate what you're doing right now. But anyway. But seriously, I was explaining to the caller where this comes from. So the book started as a book to Black people. Then it actually I couldn't contain it to just that, so it just became across the board, just teaching about health and wellness, nutrition, the food industrial complex, all these things. All these things actually really, 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 really matter. So that was my basis for doing what I've done, and I'm learning for doctors. This is not street knowledge. This is knowledge from doctors, and some of this is knowledge from my elders and my prior generation. My heritage is of Caribe and Arawak Indian, and those cultures, we didn't have pharmaceuticals. So all my forebearers, all my forefathers, my elders, we didn't have aspirin, we didn't have antibiotics, we didn't have cold medicines, we didn't have penicillin, we didn't have these things. We had plants and herbs. And if you know anything about antibiotics or pharmaceuticals in general, they are plant derived anyway. And actually, I saw an amazing piece. I think it was on 60 Minutes. I watched so much stuff. It might have been 60 Minutes, that how we're running out of plants that we're deriving these things from, because we've used almost so much. So there was this researcher that was literally in the Amazon looking for new plants to make pharmaceuticals out of. So that's crazy. So, we had plants and herbs. So, forget about all the, the synthesized drugs. We have to use the herbs and the plants and everything that our ancestors, whether you're Indian or African or Amerindian, whatever you are, our ancestors all used plants and herbs. The Native Americans here, they used plants and herbs to cure what ailed them. They didn't have, there was no shots of penicillin. There was
can I break here for a second there? Gentlemen, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Introduce yourself.
Okay, good night, Lance. And I'm not sure of the gentleman's name. I'm a little late.
MADGUNS.
Introduce yourself, brother.
You say you're a personal trainer, and you said
introduce yourself, brother.
Your knowledge. Yes, go ahead.
Introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry, there, Lance. This is Dave Brown.
All right, Dave.
I'm the one that had the trouble with the with the connection, so I decided to call in.
Oh, okay. Okay, good, man. Thanks. Well, welcome. But go ahead, man. What's your question?
All right.
Statement.
You said most of your knowledge comes from other doctors, and you said you're going to make a list of the doctors that you get your knowledge from. But you said you is a personal trainer. Now, my experience is with Dr. Sebi. You know Dr. Sebi, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, your personal training, what do you incorporate into your personal training based on your knowledge from your doctors and based on what Dr. Sebi says is actually adequate for our bodies, being that our bodies is carbonated and not use with the template that they have, which is actually from a Caucasoid template?
I have always been a firm believer. Now, there are a lot of different new things like plyometrics. You have yoga, you have Pilates. Yoga and Pilates and plyometrics are another thing that, has increased exponentially in the last, just the last decade. You have dedicated yoga studios. One big thing, I had a friend of mine, he built a cycle bar, which is, a place to go spin. But I have always been one to believe that because of our physical structure, our DNA, just our nature in general, I have always been a firm believer in weight training. And I actually led most of my clients, my female clients, to lift heavy weights. And to lift weight, what you find a lot of women don't do and a lot of Caucasian women don't do, and a lot of women in general, but especially the Caucasian women, they'll come in, they'll get in the gym and they'll get it. They'll get on the elliptical, they'll do plyometrics, they'll do all those things, and they'll walk past, you know, the $100,000 of exercise equipment that's there. And I am a firm believer in weight training for women. There is always one big myth that goes around and becomes an excuse, like excuse number 70 in the excuse book, which was the working title of my book until it changed, was that a lot of women's like, oh no, I don't want to get bulky. You know, I don't want to look like Angela Bassett and What's Love Got to Do With It, she's too cut. And I would come out and say, prove that. Get there, show me you could do that, because that's just another built-in lie that women like to try to get out of lifting weights. But especially for Black women, you know, you need that. You need to actually push weight, because diet is great for losing weight. Diet will not reshape your body. So if you're, for instance, if you're shaped like a pear, if you diet and you run and you spin, you'll lose weight and you'll still be shaped like a pear. You'll be a smaller pear. But when you lift weights, that's how you change your physique. And Lance can attest to this as a former bodybuilder. That's how you change your physique. So that's how you can go from being shaped like a pear to being shaped, you know, to, I don't know what fruit that has a nice shape, but being shaped differently.
Right.
That's the only way you could do it, you know, and especially for women. Women need to work on their back and their chest. Women have breasts. One of the natural things is that, you know, breasts have weight, especially as you start to get up in the larger cup sizes, you know, D's and plus. So breasts have weight and they're pulling on your back and they're pulling on your chest. So I would always make my clients push weight, you know, do exercises for back, do exercises for chest. You're not going to get bulky. You need to do that. You need to do that anyway, just because of nature.
Right.
And simple physics, which is to pull down. So if you work on your chest, you know what I mean, you'll keep your breasts firmer. And then also, a lot of women with larger breasts will complain about something, which is back problems.
Yes.
Larger breasts, you've even had, you know, women getting breast reductions now to alleviate back pain. If you push weights, you won't have to get a breast reduction. You know, you take care of the back. Now the back is a funny thing, but you know, care of the back. But yeah, I mean, you know, look. Okay.
I'm sorry. I like some titties. I'm sorry.
Now,
I was just saying I like some titties. I'm sorry. But on top of the breast thing, how do you get rid of man boobs? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
You gotta diet, and you have to do exercises for chest. If you have man boobs, and a lot of men do now, you got to do chest exercises, and that's all diet because that's fat. So you got to work chest, you got to work back, and you have to change your diet. That's the only way to really get rid of man boobs. You got to change your diet, but you have to do chest work. You have to do hardcore. If you got man boobs, you have to do hardcore chest work. There's no way around that.
That's right.
All right, man. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. I was trying to make a joke. I'm sorry.
On the diet, and that's what I'm trying to focus here on. That's why I mentioned it, Dr. Sabi, with the alkaline and the acidic diet, as far as with the alkaline water and the foods that we actually ingest into our body. Now, my question is, when you're doing the workouts, and when you're based on other doctors, my thing is, when it comes to Dr. Sabi, we're talking about at least 50 years of him doing what he's doing. Not only 50 years, but him using his laboratory to actually experiment with the foods and the things that we actually ingest. Now, my experience with doctors, even my own personal doctor, is that the information that they obtain is based on other doctors who wrote other books from other doctors who wrote other books. Yeah. And what happens is that we get misled by other people's doctrine. And this is what I'm trying to ascertain as to get a understanding of. And you do your studies, and when you're listening to other doctors, where are they getting their information? Because he has called up a lot of doctors and put a lot of people in check, and no one has been able to basically refute the things that he's been saying, because such as the foods, such as broccoli not being, a natural food. It's actually like a GMO hybrid. We already know the corn, things like that. So the foods that we're actually eating are the foods that is destroying our system. So when you say you're saying that we should change our diet, I want to know specifically what it is that you are telling people to eat, because I was cured by him from diabetes, and I just want to know what it is that you are giving the clients to eat.
All right, I'm gonna answer that. You sound like you're definitely one of my brethren. You from Barbados?
Yes.
Yeah, see how I can tell that, the Bayesian accent and the Guyanese accent are two most discernible accents. So I could definitely tell that you're Bayesian. So welcome, my brother. I don't know how long you've been here, and we've been on the air, so you may not know me. I'm actually from Grenada.
Okay, I know a lot of Grenadians.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. There you go. There's more Grenadians in New York than Grenada, so we run the place. So big ups to your brethren. But absolutely, I understand the question. That's actually a really salient question that you're asking. The doctors that I deal with are basically doctors who do their own research, doctors who fund their own studies. So that's one of the things that you got to do. And if you're borrowing from doctors, which again, this is how you do things. Studies on studies on studies. So that's actually a natural progression of studies. You either you comment, you use someone else's study, or you use it and you build on it. You take their studies and build on another study. And build on a study. So you want to try to choose doctors that are not really just quoting studies, or look, some doctors pull stuff out of their ass. I mean, that's just the way it is. You kind of want to mess with doctors that are doing their own studies, and it takes a while to do studies. So, you want to deal with doctors that are older. So all the doctors that are on my list, which I'm going to try to do that when we wrap up, because I've been trying to do that since the last show, is all these doctors are older. All these doctors are holistic. All these doctors are anti-establishment, which are the doctors that you want to at least, that's the first thing that you need to be if I'm going to deal with you, is anti-establishment. You can't be you can't be about establishment, and call yourself healing people. No, you're just a drug dealer. So, there have been some studies done. I do want to talk about a doctor. I love her to death. I have a couple of videos on her on my page, and her name is Dr. Barbara Reed Stitt. And this actually answers the question. This helps answer the question for you. You're asking where do doctors get their information from? Dr. Barbara Reed Stitt, that's S-T-I-T-T. She spent 20 years. She did an amazing study. She was a probation officer for 20 years, and she spent 12 years as chief probation officer in Ohio. And in 1971, and that's another thing, you want to try to deal with studies that go back, that have some length and have some girth. So you want to go back, the 70s and the 80s and even the 90s. Those are studies that, have 30, 40, maybe even 50 years of study time. Like I said, whom I love to death, she developed a program. Now, remember, I said that she was a probation officer. So she developed a program on the relationship between diet and behavior. And she had a 5-year study that showed over 80% of the people on her program did not get back in trouble with the courts. 14 scientific studies since then have proven that behavior is indeed affected by diet. So you understand, a good word that I'm looking for to help answer your question as well is lineage. What lineage does your study have?
So when you're talking about, which I talk about it as well, the relationship between diet and behavior, I'm quoting a study that goes back to the 1970s. That's how you build. That's how you come to concrete conclusions. So 14 studies since 1971 have proven that that's true. Behavior and diet go hand in hand. And her work has appeared everywhere. Wall Street Journal, London Times, she's been on TV, Good Morning America, CBS, these different places. And she's testified before the Senate Select Committee on Nutrition and Human Needs. So, and then to even further her good work, she turned around and she married a biochemist. Together, his name is Paul Stitt, and he wrote a book. So, I mean, she married a biochemist. So, I mean, hey, if anybody's qualified to understand chemicals and the body, you know, it's the two of them. So you want to talk about qualifications, disqualifications for you. But basically, let me run her down a little bit more since it's relevant now to answer your question. Her question was, how do you change bad behavior in criminals and school kids? So the answer was change their diet and you eliminate sugar and staying away from those refined processed factory foods that, you know, is the basis of what we're talking about. So, you know, she believes that the diet consisting of highly refined junk foods is actually a form of child abuse. And I agree, it is a form of child abuse. So, you know, for all those bad mothers out there that's letting their kids eat whatever, and, you know, you're setting your children up for pre-diabetes and juvenile diabetes, that's child abuse. That's a form of child abuse. That's as bad as, you know, as hitting your child and you know, striking your child, you know, like grown-ups. You know, it's the same thing. And it abuses them physically and mentally. And it abuses them academically and psychologically. Why? Because that child can't go to school and learn properly. So when you see a lot of these children that are in school and they showing out and they acting crazy and they don't care about the teachers, a lot of times you'll try to pigeonhole that down to them just being hood, to them just being gangster, their surroundings. Not only, yes, to a point, but you can't just blame it on that. You know, guarantee 9 times out of 10, those children that are acting out have problems with diet as well. And as Dr. Umar said, you know, some of that is no daddy in the home syndrome. So, you know, and again, that's just two different things. So you got a bad diet, you know, you got a messed up home life. So of course you're going to be one of these Chief Keefs out here, you know, just ignorant, just ignorant.
So you mean Dr. Umar Johnson?
What about Umar Johnson?
You mean, when you say Dr. Umar, you mean Dr. Umar Johnson?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, the thing is, there's a lot of studies, there's a lot of literature, there's a lot of doctrine when it comes to health. Me, I'm involved personally because I'm a former paramedic from New York City and diabetic for 35 years. Now, all this time, I'm seeing PCPs and different, you know, specialists and everything else, but no one up till I actually started studying with Dr. Sebi could solve the problem, because basically everything up to that point was basically a Band-Aid. Now, I wasn't looking for a Band-Aid. I was looking for, you know, someone to actually help us, like how you help your patients as far as the training. I was looking for someone to give me the proper information on diets and so forth. What I found out from my studies and from dealing with all the doctors and all the nurses is that the charts that they give you, the food charts, are all out of whack, because they give you a lot of carbs, they give you a lot of sugars, they give you a lot of the wrong foods altogether. They have carrots, cabbage, vegetables, when carrots and cabbage is actually basically starches. All this information wasn't privy until Dr. Sebi kind of basically came on and said, no, these foods are not actually what they're telling us they are. So the diet in itself is all out of whack. You're absolutely correct about the kids, what they eat. They call this ADHD and all these other things, attention deficit. It causes them to act out. You know, sugar is worse than cocaine. As a matter of fact, sugar was on the drug list up until, I think, 78. And then the lobbyists, they went and lobbied and took sugar off of that drug list. But sugar was actually on that list prior. And when you do a brain scan, you brain scan the sugar and the cocaine, you see the sugar highlights the brain brighter than cocaine. So it's actually addictive. It's more addictive and it's more dangerous than cocaine to the body. You mentioned about you mentioned about the vaccination. People in the United States do not have to have their kids vaccinated. My oldest daughter is 27. I never had my kids vaccinated because what you do is you go to the Department of Health and you tell them it's basically a religious situation. They give you the form to fill out. You don't have to have your kids vaccinated. And that's a lot of,
yes, and you're absolutely right. Problem is a lot of people don't know that, and they strong on you in the hospital. Let me get to this thing before I forget that you mentioned when you were talking about your problem. The thing is, doctors aren't trained in nutrition. One nutritional class in the 8 years that they're in med school, they don't have one nutritional class, not one. So that's why doctors are trained. Doctors that are in the system, doctors that are part of the industrial medical complex are trained to push pills. You go into the doctors, you tell them your toe hurt, he's writing you something. They're not proactive. They're not trying to get to the root of the problem. They're trying to help you manage the problem, which is why the system is broken. They're trying to help you manage the problem. Meanwhile, you're taking these things and these drugs, these pharmaceuticals are messing up your liver and messing up your kidneys. That's the big problem. Yeah. So when you said that, it wasn't until you found Dr. Sebi, I'm really glad that you came in and you chimed in with that, because that was something on my list to discuss, is that doctors in this system are not trained in nutrition. Second of all, the second part of that, of what you're saying is in America, what's called the food pyramid. The food pyramid that they created, which everybody thinks is, the government devised it, so it's good. It's actually top heavy, and it's never been good for you, because they do push a lot of breads and starches and white sugar and white bread and, everything that's just white and bleached, which is not good for you. So that's why, if I'm catching you right, I believe you're saying that you could not get relief from your medical doctors because you can't. Right. It starts with nutrition, not the drugs that they can write you. And again, when you take the drugs, that causes other problems. So now you're taking the drugs. Now your liver has to filter all these things out. And a lot of times you're not taking one drug. People need to remember, they're not studies. There are no real studies on the interaction of all these drugs with themselves, much less all the chemicals in the food. That is one of the biggest problems. So when you're taking, I can't pull any names of drugs out of my ass right now, but when you're taking drug number 1 and drug number 2, and then you're on drug number 3, that's just your liver is like, yo, come on, dude, really, you're killing me here. You're really messing with your liver and you're really messing with your kidneys. So if the doctors had some formal training in nutrition and weren't quick to write you a prescription for this and for that, you would be much better off. So to sum everything up, again, and I don't think you've been here since the beginning, and I don't think you've been here with the other shows, but basically you hear me bottom line and saying everything starts with nutrition. Everything starts with your diet. Everything starts with fruits and vegetables. That's where everything starts. Everything starts with what you put in your body. What you put in your body, what comes out of your body is an accurate reflection of what you put in your body. So the doctors, again, were not around to really help you get rid of diabetes. They were trying to help you manage diabetes with the drugs and the prescriptions that they wrote you, that they're getting paid to write you. And the more they write you, the more they can earn points so they can go on vacations courtesy of Merck and IG Farben and Bayer and all the rest of the big drug companies. And GlaxoSmithKline. Send hitmen after me.
No, they have to come to me first because they don't know your name, and it's me they're gonna come get, and I'm not scared. Let them come. Go ahead, man. I got your back.
But yeah, absolutely, but absolutely, man. But so yeah. So to sum everything up, for you, Dave, right? You got to do, like I said, you got to deal with these doctors. The doctors that you want to fool with, and like I said, are the ones that are holistic doctors, that are osteopaths, that are holistic doctors that do not believe in prescription writing. These doctors, especially at this conference that I'm talking about, that I don't even think I'm going to get all the way through, but it's called the Truth About Cancer Symposium. Again, I don't know when you jumped on, but there was a seminar, symposium a couple of weeks ago called the Truth About Cancer Seminar. And I recommend that, you look it up online. If you have the finances, maybe buy the book, maybe drop a couple of dollars on the video, in the book and video package. And you'll learn a lot. Those are the kind of doctors that you want to deal with. And I actually have a list that I've been working on to even further clarify. I have a list of doctors that I've been working on, that I have been vetting. I generally don't talk about anything or anybody unless I have vetted them. That is one of the biggest problems. We're not vetting. We're not even vetting the people that we bring in our lives. So you definitely, if you're not vetting somebody that you're laying down with, that you're bringing in your home and bringing around your kids and you swapping fluids with, you're not going to vet doctors.
Sauce.
You know what I'm saying? You're not even vetting people that that you're doing things with. So you need to vet these doctors. Now, the beauty of and again, I really thank you for your questions. Your line of questioning is, I've vetted these doctors, and other doctors have vetted these doctors, and more importantly, these doctors' work has vetted these doctors. Doing all this stuff, and you cannot go wrong. And hands down, you cannot go wrong with any doctor that's telling you that the cure to your problems is fruits, vegetables, plants, and herbs, because that's where everything gets cured. That's where everything gets cured, and that's where everything gets eliminated as well.
Okay.
So you can.
All
go
right.
ahead.
You're absolutely right.
Well, it's Jack here, and I'm very interested in what you have to say about diseases and things like that. I was just wondering, have you said anything previously about dealing with viruses or deadly diseases? Because, I was just wondering if you know anything about outbreaks or viruses and dealing with viruses and different things like that. I was just wondering if you knew anything about that.
I do. Actually, the doctors, if I can actually name them. And one of the things I was going to say is I've actually been compiling this list. So I've given my email out. I might let Lance put it in the description section when the video is finished.
Yes.
And you email me, and I'll be happy to email you my work. So it's easy when you have it in the hand. So if I email you tomorrow a 2-page list of doctors for you to go look at their work, by the time you look at their lectures on YouTube or their own channels, these doctors actually have their own websites. They're serious. They're not little quack fly by night. They have their own websites. They have their own practices. They're accredited. They have lectures. Again, YouTube is a wonderful forum. I have watched hours and hours of lectures. They, give lectures at different places. They give lectures at TED. They give lectures, and they back their work up. And, I do have a list that I've actually finished compiling today in anticipation of people doing exactly what you two guys are doing by asking me questions and asking me about these doctors. And just like I said, go look them up, invest time. You two guys are grown men. So I know, y'all don't sound like y'all play around a whole lot. So invest your time in, going on YouTube and punching up a lecture, subscribe to my page. This is Mad Guns Forever. I have a great page. I've made it easy for people. I put a lot of this stuff in 2 folders. One folder is called Health and Wellness. The other folder is called Big Pharma Exposed. And there's hours and hours of lectures on there about vaccines and about pharmaceuticals and about the studies between diet and behavior. They've really put a lot into this. So that's what we do that. Now, to further answer your question about diseases, they will be better. They'll be better served at telling you about diseases. And a lot of diseases today are actually engineered. I can tell you about the engineered. Let me just say, For instance, I can prove it with just even talking about Haiti. After the earthquake, they had a cholera outbreak that was accidentally, and as I say accidentally, if you know what air quotes are with the fingers, the air quotes are in effect. They accidentally introduced cholera into the Haitian water system after the earthquake. Accidentally. We're talking about the UN and everybody else. Accidentally. So, you know, there you go. It wasn't animals. It wasn't the Haitians themselves. It was the so-called people that went there to help them that accidentally, mind you, introduced anything about cholera. You know, cholera, it ain't easy to come back from that, man. That cholera will kill you. You know, cholera will kill you, and cholera will kill.
Right. So is there a natural way to deal with something like an Ebola and help people contain it and different things like that? Because that's what I'm really interested in, is like you get hit with it and then you got to stop it. I was just wondering if you knew anything about stopping it.
That's actually above my pay grade. That's definitely above my pay grade. So like I said, if you get the doctor's list, there are quite a few doctors that will address that somewhere along the line. And I'm quite sure that there may be something on my page in those two folders that you can find, so you don't have to go looking all around YouTube to find it. You know, there's some, you know, my doctors here, they know about this stuff. So, you know.
If I can interject there, MADGUNS and Jack, as far as the diseases, the major thing is, and you're right on point there, MADGUNS. The thing is, whatever we put in our mouths, it decimates our temple. And by decimating our temple, it doesn't allow our body to do what it was designed to do, and that was heal. When it comes to diseases, if your body is at its optimum or close to it, which is 75 ohms or megahertz, that's where the body is at its healing. If it's 75 or less on the megahertz, it's actually acidic, and that's where all the diseases come in. And I get into this because of my personal experience with what I'm dealing with. And one thing led to another, and it led to low hemoglobin, which is like anemia. And you know, one thing leads to another. So now I don't have to deal with these things because of the change in my diet. I cut out the meats, I cut out the starches, I cut out the dairy, you know, the milk, the cheese, the eggs, the sugars. I cut all stuff out.
You and me both, brother.
And once I did that, my body rebounded. Now I don't take medication. I don't take the Januvia. I don't take the glipizide. I don't take the Solstice insulin. I don't take none of these things anymore because I changed my diet. Not only that, I had a wound on my foot that would not heal for about 3 years. And I've been seeing these doctors for the same wound. They were talking about amputation. They were talking all these things. And this is why I hail Dr. Sebi so big. I mean, people don't heal us. We heal ourselves, but it's the information that we get, that we apply to ourselves, that allow us to heal. Now my foot is healed. It's a very small wound. And the doctors are puzzled. They're trying to figure out, how is this possible?
Of course
it's possible because, it's possible because, one, your mindset, and two, your devotion and your application to self. You have to first you have to find out who you are, what you are, and why it is that you were designed to be who you are. Because if you don't follow these principles, you're going to get caught up in the matrix. And it's basically a M-A-Z-E-T-R-I-C-K, a maze trick. Because they're going to send you through all these different chambers, and it's going to lead just to the same point. But my thing is, my doctor that I was seeing for my foot, his wife, she was suffering. She's actually seeing the doctor I was seeing for anemia, which is at the cancer center. I told him about certain things that he can use, and this is my PCP. So now I'm treating my doctor's wife, and I'm also treating, and now I'm treating the pastor for my church and his wife, because his wife is going through dementia. You know, so you know, because of all the studies, a lot of people don't know. And I'll just say this: red onion is excellent for when it comes to memory loss, because the red onions, it attracts to the mercury and the aluminum in the brain, and it actually allows the body to flush that out your system. Red
Absolutely.
Onion. So,
and it can be said, and it can also be said that, you know, again, diabetes does not necessarily have to be a curse. And there are some people that swear that diabetes was actually eliminated or lessened by changing the diet. And that's absolutely right. If you change the diet, you know, you can change things. Now, you know, Dr. CB and actually a lot of the doctors that were at this conference, they understand about acidity in the body. And that's the problem. One of the problems that we have is there are a lot of things that we eat that bring up the acid level in the body, which is not good. I endorse an alkaline diet. You know, and an alkaline diet, you know, it sounds like, oh, alkaline diet, you know, that sounds complicated. You know, it's not complicated. It's eating foods. You know, if you have the visual of being able to look at this online, you know, you see the graphic Lance has there, which is actually supposed to be what he eats behind. But either way, if you look at the graphic of all the fruits and the vegetables up there, you know, we're supposed to be eating from the color spectrum.
Yes.
So when you eat from that and you eat fruits and you eat seeds, it's just simple. You know, what bothers me, one of the things that troubles me the most is how simple it really is. It's not complicated. It's simple to change your life. It's simple to eat right. All it does is take, I mean, I swear, it takes, I mean, depending on where your mind is, to me, a month of dedicated study, just 1 month of dedicated study, you know, and when I say dedicated, I mean dedicated every single day, a couple of hours,
yes.
And you could change your life. And the thing is, what bothers me even further is you won't just be changing your life. You could change the lives of your children, your spouses, and the rest of your family by just taking the time. So when you say that, you know, you went out and you learned some things and you learned some things from Dr. CB, and now you passing it on to your pastor and the doctor and the doctor's wife, that's what this is all about. And that's what I'm talking about. And I've said this in prior shows about each one, teach one. So, you know, me, I mean, I don't really, I'm not special. I'm just, you know, look, I'm not special. I'm somebody who took time to study over these last few years, took a lot of time for dedicated study. And now I can run. I went from, you know, maybe just being able to talk about the exercise sciences, because that's what I knew. I went from being able to talk about the exercise sciences to be able to do a 4-hour lecture, a 5-hour lecture. You know, I mean, I've come a long way, but I'm not special. You know, somebody that put in the same amount of dedicated study could do the same thing. You know, I'm not patting myself on the back any further than to say, well, you know, good job. You know, you're doing something instead of tearing apart your community. You're doing something to build up your community. And more importantly, myself and my children, you know, when I have them, you know, the beautiful thing about, you know, if I ever have children is they already have a leg up on the world because their father knows how to eat and how to live.
Yes.
You know, and it's not, you know, somebody out here eating up everything like you mentioned, you know, the meat and the dairy and all that stuff. And I'm not a fake vegetarian, which is a carbitarian or a starchitarian, you know, eating all this, you know, this stuff. Oh, I'm not eating meat, but I'm eating, you know, refined foods. So, you know, again, all this stuff, the stuff that's out there in the streets, all the stuff that's out there in the stores and the supermarkets and the bodegas, no matter where you're from, the dollar store, I don't care. All this stuff is out there designed to get you sick. It's designed to get you sick. And, you know, again, I can attest that, you know, too, I've had clients that actually, you know, I used to let them pay me with food stamps, you know, basically, you know, take me to the store. You know, you don't have to use cash. You could take me to the store, drop, you know, $30, $40, $50, you know what I mean? And I would accept that as payment. Now, you know, so I say that, I bring up food stamps to say, you know, you can be on a budget and you can be on food stamps and you can eat healthy. You know, it doesn't mean, you know, obviously it may not go the same distance. $200 in healthy food may not get you as much as $200 in unhealthy food. You know what I mean? Because you could take $200 to the dollar store and come out with 3 cartfuls.
But you know what, though, Brother MADGUNS, you know what, though, you pound for pound, you're gonna come out with more nutrition. So
exactly,
and then it's proactive because you're not buying disease. You're investing in
less
your health.
Is more in that instance.
And see the beauty.
And here's another thing. It actually goes back to something you said earlier that I wanted to touch on, and I lost it. But you know, when you eat healthy, you can eat more.
Yes,
I eat healthy. I can actually afford to eat 2 dinners.
Exactly.
Because
your body tells you when to stop.
Right.
Because you don't have that
I'm eating
salt, oil, and sugar
and dairy and mac and cheese.
None of that.
I'm eating the SAD diet. The SAD diet is acronym for Standard American Diet. If I'm eating a SAD diet, you know, I can't eat that twice. I'm not even supposed to eat that once.
Right.
I'm definitely not supposed to eat that twice. But when you eat as a vegetarian or a vegan or a pescatarian, you could eat twice.
Yes.
You know,
you don't have to count calories.
I could eat at 6, which is when you know it's a good time to eat at 6. I could eat at 6 and I could eat at 9.
Yeah.
And go to bed at 12 and still have a snack.
And your body tells you when to stop.
Because beans and you know, beans and just living that, you know, eating that alkaline diet, you know, that's not going to get you fat, and that's going to heal you. So, you know, I'm very thankful you are unexpected chiming in, and I'm glad that you did. You're proof positive that, you know, you can stave off disease and change things, because you weren't here the whole time. I spoke on diabetes when I opened the show.
Yes.
Were you here, or were you not a part of that?
No. I was actually taking care of some other paperwork and stuff.
All right, so you'll appreciate that. So when the show is uploaded, run it back. In the first hour, I touched on diabetes, and I appreciate you more because diabetes is personal to me because my mother's an insulin diabetic. And I have diabetics on both sides of my family, my mother's side and my father's side. I have insulin diabetics on both sides of my family. So I got lucky, you know, just by taking care of myself and just by the Creator excluding me from having that gorilla on my back. So being that my mother's an insulin diabetic and she has to take insulin, you know, twice a day, and you already know how it is. It's murder, man. If you don't eat, you get sick. So you're pigeonholed into having to eat to be able to take your shot. So diabetes is personal to me. So I really appreciate your call. And like I said, when you listen to the show again, listen to the first hour, and I talked about diabetes early on in the show. So again, people, you know, for who's listening, who might listen, and you know, a lot of obviously most of our audiences are people of color, you know, and color, we might have diabetes or we might have it somewhere in our family. You know, it's not a death sentence. It's as easy as changing what you eat, and that's it. You don't need anything specialized. You don't need to go pay anybody this large amount of money. You know what I mean? You could just, you know, you can PayPal me a couple dollars and I got you. But you're good. You're good. You know, you're good. It's not hard. It's not hard. It's not hard. So thank you. Just by saying that you change your diet, and that's it.
Right.
Well,
so what I wanted to ask was, yes. Okay. So what I wanted to ask is since you talk about going to the store and different things like that, what do you recommend for keeping it affordable? Because a lot of Black people can't go to Whole Foods and places like that. So how do they get their food? Plus, a lot of people live in food deserts. So
yeah,
how do you get the food and how do you keep it affordable?
I talk about food deserts in my book. It's something that really exists in these neighborhoods. When it comes to food deserts, you just have to travel outside of your neighborhood. I don't have a better answer than that. I had actually made a note of that to speak about that in this last one, to talk about what happens if you live in a food desert. The thing is this, though, even Walmart now has a fresh food section. You know, Walmart's come a long way from what it was. Target, you know, especially when you start dealing with these upscale Targets and these Targets that have super Targets, you know, they have fresh fruits and vegetables. One of the biggest things I recommend is try to find, if at all possible, Now, again, I don't have a great solution for food deserts. The only thing I could really say is you got to try Targets and Walmarts and traveling outside of your neighborhood. Obviously, you know, try to do that, you know, try to do that twice a month if you can. Try to do it once a week, but if you can't, you know, twice a month, and just try to stock up on good things. But other than that, I recommend farmers markets. You know, now I live in Georgia, and we have a farmers market. When I tell you, when I'm in that farmers market, it's almost like heaven to me. The only thing that bothers me is there's other people in there. I wish I had the free run of the place, you know. It's called the DeKalb Farmers Market, and I love it. It's one of my favorite places in the world. So you just got to go to farmers markets and do the best you can. Something that I have done as well is, you know, you just got to go to different places. Now, I understand, you know, with petrol cost and what it does, and, you know, if you work, you might have time constraints. But I've been known to go to different places to get what I have to get. I live in the South, so, you know, we have stores called called Kroger. We have stores called Publix. If Publix was doing something on the fruit I needed, I would go to Publix. You know, generally where I live, everything is in close proximity to each other. So I could literally go to a Kroger and a Publix and a Walmart and in you know, in under 40 minutes, because they're real close to each other. So, you know, you just get what you got to get from where you have to get it. That's the best advice I have. You know, make multiple stops, make multiple trips. It's affecting my life and my health and my wellness and my well-being. So I have to do it. So I'm going to do it.
All right. So second thing I want to ask is, how often am I supposed to be eating? Because I noticed when I eat my salads and different things like that, it doesn't really hold me, and I get hungry really quick again. So
yeah, you have a high metabolism. I'm the same way. I actually talked about that on the last show. We're supposed to eat 3 to 6 times a day. Smaller meals. You know, we should actually have a really decent breakfast. And your first meal of the day, you know, that's your first meal of the day. Breakfast is called breakfast, broken down into breaking the fast. So your body was just recuperating and repairing itself and just trying to rejuvenate after a long day through, you know, a few hours sleep. So when you break that fast, you want to give your body something good. You don't want to give it French toast and pancakes, you know, and empty carbs, because you're going to crash by 12. So you want to try to eat fruits. You could eat vegetables for breakfast. There's nothing wrong with eating vegetables for breakfast. You want to have a healthy breakfast. You want to eat. When I can, I have 2 breakfasts. Sometimes I actually even have 3 breakfasts. I break it down into fruit. I have fruit first. I have fruit first. Big fruit plate. And let me just break this down also. I have heard trainers that advise their clients against fruit because they said that it held too much sugar. I was always mad at those trainers. First of all, the Creator put fruits here for our benefit, not to our detriment. The sugar, yes, fruit does have sugar in it, and some fruits have more sugar than others. But the thing is, the sugar is more tolerable because you're getting the fiber with the sugar.
Right.
The fiber helps break down the sugar, and the chewing process also helps break down the sugar. So the sugar from an apple is not the same sugar that you're getting from candy. You understand what I'm saying? The sugar from pineapples is not the same sugar that you're getting from Twizzlers or, you know, milk chocolate. You know what I mean? It's not the same sugar. It's a different kind of sugar. So those trainers didn't know what the hell they were talking about. And anybody that is anti-fruit doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. They should shut up. Fruit is actually good for you. So I start my day with a big fruit plate. So I might have banana, strawberry, whatever fruits I have that day. Sometimes I have 6 fruits on the plate. A big plate. 20 minutes after I eat that, 30 minutes after I eat even a big fruit plate, I'm hungry. So I understand exactly what you're saying. My body has already processed that and digested that and processed that. I'm hungry again. I'm actually starting to feel sick in a way because I'm hungry. My body's already used that as like, all right, what's next? So then I might have some oatmeal or maybe even a bigger breakfast. So I try to follow it with some oatmeal. and then maybe even after the oatmeal, and then let my body digest that and settle down. Then I might have, you know, something else, something heavier. I might have some egg whites. I might have a bagel, or, you know, some wholesome bread or something like that. So scrambled 2 egg whites. You know what I mean? You can have literally 3 breakfasts, and it actually is not a lot.
That's right.
You say 3 breakfasts, people looking at you like you crazy. You can have 3 breakfasts, especially if you got a high metabolism, which I have a high metabolism, and you kind of just said you have a high metabolism because you're hungry after you eat already. So to finalize your question, you need to eat 3 to 6 times a day, smaller meals, healthy meals, wholesome meals, and like I mentioned, you can eat dinner twice. You know, if you eat early enough, if you eat at 6 and say you're not going to sleep until 12, you can eat at 6 and you can eat at 9. If you had at 6, you can have the same dinner. You could have a smaller portion of that. So you need to eat 3 to 6 times a day.
All right. That's all I had. Thank you.
Yep, 3 to 6 times. You want to make it. You know, they say 3. I say 4 to 6 times if possible. Try to eat 4 to 6 times a day. Absolutely, try to eat 4 to 6 times a day.
If I can address on the foods and the whole foods and so forth, there are a lot of studies that they did on the whole foods, and Whole Foods. Actually, the president of Whole Foods is actually in cahoots with Monsanto. I don't know if you know who Monsanto, but
of course I know Monsanto. I made a joke earlier. I said actually Satan sits on the board of directors.
You sure did.
Yeah, actually. So Whole Foods is really not the ideal place to go, because basically, and you mentioned Publix, I'm South as well. The same foods that you can get from Publix. Well, I would go to like Winn-Dixie because it's less expensive than Publix. But the same foods that you can get from a Publix for say $5 will cost you $10 at Whole Foods for the same food.
Right.
The other thing is that I would recommend is get very familiar with the barcodes on the fruits and the vegetables and the things that you're eating, because the barcodes themselves tell you exactly what you're getting, whether it's a natural fruit, whether it's a hybrid, or whether it's a GMO. Now, on the fruits, it's usually 5 numbers. If it begins with a 9, it's usually like a GMO. Or if it begins with an 8, it's a GMO. If it's 4 numbers, it's naturally grown. So it's best to get familiar with those barcodes, the little stickers that they put on the fruits and the vegetables, so you would know exactly what you're eating from the store, because you don't need to spend $20 for something that you can get for $1, and it's actually healthier than what you would get in, overpriced, overnamed store. The other thing is, when you mentioned the breakfast as breaking your fast, what worked for me, I get up in the morning, I get a glass of hot water with key lime or lime. That's the first thing I ingest.
Yeah.
I don't eat till 11. I don't eat till 11 o'clock, because, like you said, the body is actually breaking that fast, which is usually up to 11 o'clock. For me, you are right on point with the fruits, the watermelons, the cantaloupes, strawberries, blueberries are awesome, things like that. But the fruits, morning, perfect. From there, I get kale, I get collard greens, I get the broccolis, I get the okras, and those are steamed. And I don't do the 4, 5, 6 times a day eating, but that's basically my diet. From there on, I do the, I do the teas. I do the, Searchy Bush tea, Cinnapod.
All right. That's a
West basically Bush, basically the Bush tea,
Bush tea,
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Bush tea.
Hey,
this is Scurv style.
Lance, I'm going to mention something to you a little later, but right now I'm just going to hold back. But other than that, man, let me tell you, what is excellent is sea moss. Sea moss has 92 minerals.
Yeah.
Sea moss, it has 92 minerals. Our body has 102 minerals. So when you drink sea moss, you're actually filling your body with 92 of the 102 minerals that we need.
You're talking to a fellow West Indian, so I love sea moss, but it's not the easiest thing to make, and it's expensive when you go out, man. It's like $4. It's $4 a freaking cup. But I mean, I grew up with sea moss. I love sea moss. Sea moss is just sea moss and peanut punch. You know what I mean? So definitely, I love sea moss. Sea moss is I'm glad you broke it down like that. It's very good for you. For people that other people that might be West Indian, I know a lot of Americans are among our listeners or whatever. But if you find a West Indian restaurant, go get a cup of sea moss. It's good for you. And as a man, you like sea moss. The missus will like sea moss too. She like the results of the sea moss. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you, you better believe it, because let me tell you something. And listen, man, we all men here. Let me tell you something.
That's right.
You see, because of the diabetes, I was impotent at one point. Because of the diabetes, because of the balance of the sugars and all this other stuff. But let me tell you right now, if you hold a baseball bat next to me, you can't tell the difference.
There you go. That's right.
Well, listen, man, I'm being real, man.
We're being real. 4 in the morning. That's right. Keep it real. That's what we do here.
Well, let me just add in there, man. With my switchboard, I can tell what part of the world you're in, and you're not too far from me. I'm in Orlando, and while you were on the phone while you were on the phone talking, you turned around real quick, and everybody in Orlando had to duck.
Wow, that's funny.
Listen, my mother, she's in New York, and she came down, and she brought the sea moss down, because I do it myself. I put the sea moss in the pot. I let it sit overnight in the pot.
Yeah.
And, then I wash it off and I boil it. And then I mix that with my tea and stuff and my bromide. Bromide is actually sea moss and bladderwrack. It's a powder.
Okay.
So I mix that, and I kid you not, man. I kid you not. I did a 45-day fast. Just water, and initially the first 45 days was just water and Dr. Sabi's pills and stuff. Mm-hmm. After that, with the sea moss and just a different diet, let me tell you something, man. If you have an issue with impotence or anything like that, get your diet right, and you're going to see something. You're going to be, man, listen, she's going to have to tie you down and strap you up, not for you to, I'm talking all night, all day, just walking around. I mean, It's crazy. But the foods is what's killing us, man, the foods.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Again, if you're, it sounds like you're new to this. This is part 3. You can listen to part 1. Go back and listen to part 2, and I'm talking about foods, and I'm talking about chemicals in the foods and the fake foods, and this is why we have all these issues. This is why we have these diseases, and this is why we have impotence. And again, another very important thing to remember is that no studies have been done on the results of all these pharmaceuticals and all these chemicals in the foods working together. I have named it, I've called it, I've given it a name, I've said that it works in a satanic synergy in order to keep us sick. You know what I mean? So it's exactly that. So it's amazing that, the pharmaceuticals, 60% of Americans are taking some form of pharmaceutical. And yes, this is why you have so much impotence, because of the pharmaceuticals that you take. They mess you up from head to toe while they're messing with your hurt toe that you're taking this pill for. Meanwhile, it's messing with your penis and your liver. So, people don't realize that, the foods are hurt, the stuff is, the pills are hurting you, but the foods can heal you. So, you basically, just talked about sea moss, which is a type of seaweed, but the good type, because there's also another type of seaweed that they use. It is called carrageenan, and that's actually not good for you. Yeah, right, carrageenan. There's some studies on carrageenan that say it's really not good for you, but that's not sea moss, so it's the West Indian. So for the non-West Indians, try sea moss and see what you think. That's like a liquid Viagra in a way. So yeah, definitely with the. I'm glad you brought that up. See, a Caribbean brother has to come here. And Lance's wife is Caribbean, by the way. So
Yes.
you know, she
she's
taught
from
Lance
Jamaica.
a lot. She's taught
my
Lance
father's
a
from
lot of
Jamaica.
things about
I was
you know
born
the
in New
Caribbean
York.
diet.
I'm a Jamaican daddy.
Well, that's right. Your
I
dad was
remember
Jamaican
Lance,
too. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember Lance was doing his diet, and he was contemplating on the fish and whatnot, and you know, trying to get himself right. And I remember him speaking about the dollar bands and doing his thing with the dollar bands.
Oh,
and,
you remember that?
Meeting certain questionable people, and
Yes.
you know, being an Uber driver and things like that. And I try to chime in at the time, but we may have crossed paths at that time because of my line of work there,
Right.
Lance. But I won't get into that right now.
Yeah, we'll talk another
We
time.
talking health.
Definitely. Definitely. I've traveled many worlds in my lifetime, and in New York City, trust me, I don't rank and file people, but I think I'm a super New Yorker. Not that I'm better than anybody else, but I just always seem to attract and find people and the interesting people in the stories and situations, and be like, wait a second, where do you get all these stories from? The bottom line is, like I said, nobody has ever come on this show or platform or anything I've shared and said, you're a liar. All they said was, I remember I was there. So it really afforded me a lot, and I'm quite sure we've crossed paths. I have some really crazy stories of how I've crossed paths with people before, and I've run into them here online or just down here in Orlando where I am. And it's amazing. I really love this journey, and I'm addicted to it. And it's got to be a part 4, Mad Gun. This can't be a finale.
All right. No, I'm going to tell you why. Let me segue into this before I try to at least give my doctor's list, because I want to do this in this part so people could know these doctors.
Right.
I didn't have a good day today. I didn't have a bad day. Nothing happened. I was just down today.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what happens to people of our ilk when we first feel that cold weather. Because we weren't born in it. This is not
right.
for us. Even if you're born in America, you know, on a molecular level, the cold weather is not for you. You're not from the cold. Your ancestors are not from the cold.
Right.
So, you know, it's been cold, you know, on the East Coast for the last few days. It really, because, you know, what's funny, it was in the 70s last week, yo. It was in the 70s. This week, you know, it was in the 40s. And today was like really cold, and I was outside and I was feeling down. And it's something that I wanted to say anyway before this was done. I was actually feeling pretty down today. And for the last couple of days, maybe for the last week, I was a little upset in a way. You know, we all question sometimes when you do good times.
Yeah.
And, you know, I get annoyed because I'm not about the numbers. I'm doing this because because God has empowered me to do this, and he's empowered me to do this, and he's given me the knowledge, and I'm grateful for that. But I've been feeling down lately because, you know, these are not among the most watched shows that we do, and I'm not really happy with the numbers, although I'm not doing this for numbers.
Let me just interject.
For numbers.
Well, go ahead and finish. Let me just interject something to make you feel better about that.
All right. I'm not doing this for numbers, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not happy with the numbers. And the reason why I said it was the finale is because, you know what? I'm not doing this no more. I'm a YouTuber. You know, I have a channel. It's pretty successful. It's growing every day. But you look around at some of the other YouTubers, and I mean, they do the stupidest shite you've ever seen. And these are among let's just keep it real, the Caucasian variety.
Yeah. And
they're doing the stupidest shite you've ever seen. And 2 days, they'll be at 400,000 views, 375,000 views.
Yes.
You know, when you're doing something that's helpful and righteous and God inspired and creator endorsed and everything, you know, that's when you get, you know, 1,000 views. You know what I mean? So it does. It wears on me a little bit. And the last week I was like, you know, why am I doing this? I'm doing it because I love it. But you know what? At the end of the day, nobody cares. But, you know, over the summer, and I mentioned this, I think in show number 1, one of the big things was the 100 layers challenge. So they had one particular one I'll never forget was the 100 layers of underwear. That thing, like over 1 million views. Somebody putting on 100 layers of underwear.
Yeah.
That gets 1 million views. What we're doing should garner 1 million views. trying to help a people, trying to help a generation. We should not be getting 1,000 views. Well, we should be getting, you know, 500,000 views for what we're trying to do.
But look at it this way. First of all, this channel, this YouTube channel is compromised. I don't know exactly how it's done, but it is, because these shows and these conversations, all of them are uploaded on many different platforms: SoundCloud, iTunes, TuneIn. There's another automatic upload system that I use that'll shoot it out to like 30 different smaller ones that fit into the nooks and crannies of the rest of the world. You know, when you had a little experiment in the jar with rocks and then pebbles and then sand and then water, it fits in. Purposely, it's been done because of a certain people that I have interviewed, and I saw the hits go up 9,000 within a 5-minute period, exactly the same time, another 9,000. And when this individual was apprehended by the law, that those 18,000 additional hits disappeared. So I spoke with certain people that I know that know about those things, that are like the Dr. Strange of the hacker world, and they explained to me, yes, they are on your channel, and this is what many are paid to do, and they're there to do just that, to discourage you. But anytime a video can get 100 hits, but I get 2,000 responses from different people, that tells me that the hit counter ain't working. Like an odometer that's stuck in a car, that the car has well over 400,000 miles, but it's saying only 150. So at that point, you have to understand what it is, and you can't get discouraged, because it's about the engagement. It's about the engagement of the people who are listening. And there are many people who take the time to call me. It seems like I do most of my talking not on these shows that people can listen to, but on the telephone, which I don't complain. I woke up this morning to a phone call, and I was on 4 phone calls, one after the other, with people who had picked out different shows, and they were very passionate about it. But the main thing, like I said, like chopping a tree, you don't know exactly how many chops it's going to take to chop the tree, but every chop brings you closer to leveling that tree. And so we're going in with a radar-like fine-tuned surgical precision, and we have to continue to do this and keep knocking it out. Look, we're creating a legacy. It's not just me. The packaging may have my name on it, but as you see in the graphic, your name is there bold, and people know who's who. Just like our brother here can say, hey, I remember the show when you were speaking about the dollar van. It's one big happy family. And again, I say the strategy is this. You can get a woman to twerk. And this, I'm going to do this very soon. I'm going to have 3 women behind me, well endowed, hourglass shapes and G-strings and little T-shirts, and oiled up with the lighting just right to show the globosity. I made up a word like Don King, of their backsides, okay, and the bulbosity, you know. And I'm going to speak in front of them. They'll be behind me, but I'm going to speak in front of them a very, very serious topic, and I'm going to ignore them. It's going to be to the point of almost being corny, right? It's going to be 3 or 4 minutes long, and I bet you the hits will go through the roof, because that's what they allow. With these people who have this gimmicky type stuff that a lot of these Caucasians watch and like, and they're goof-offs, and this is their mindset. Yeah. And see, we're under the gun. We have the cross threads on us. We need the serious information. They're pushing the Tyler Perry stuff down our throat, the Boo and Hollywood business, Halloween business, but they're not pushing the serious stuff, and they don't want us talking this way. They're listening to these conversations. So we have to continue on doing what we're doing. And like the philosophy is, Mad Guns, this is the deal. Just to say a number, if you have 1,000 strong behind you as supporters who are visible and some who are invisible, if you can have 1,000 people who are with you, and you deal with them and you give them what they want to hear, and they're sharing the links, you don't need 1 million hits on somebody who's just looking for a laugh to click a video a few seconds and they're on to the next one. You don't even want that kind of audience. But it would be nice if most of our people woke up, Birkin videos or the ratchet fights or the celebrities who are there to just influence the sheeple and really get down to business. Trust me, you know, it would shine through. But the numbers are not going to reflect. They're not going to allow that. But we cannot get discouraged, because we're against all of the stuff they're trying to feed us the bad food. And we're talking against it. We're talking life. We're speaking life. And you think
exactly
that people, especially, let me pick on the religious types and the so-called Christians who go and pray to the Lord and a white Jesus, but they won't stay up and listen to a brother like you and all of us who are here who have something to contribute, who are speaking life. But Dr. Oz can say it and they'll suck it up. But we're in the trenches and can say it and can back it up and fact check it for you and direct you to where you can check the facts. And I hate to say it, those niggas don't know what they're talking about, because a lot of them don't have the capacity to even indulge in a conversation like this, because yes, it's been a couple of hours. Loving this. We're putting down something for the future. But I guess I tell you one thing, those same ones will have 2 hours to spare in the church parking lot after the service to talk gossip before they go on to the spot to stuff themselves like pigs, right? So don't worry about that. Right. We have to keep on going. People are watching. When I had the situation happen with Cosmo and the media and the press came at me like white on rice, they were very impressed. And I'm not saying to big myself up. The overall presentation, the body of work, the depth of field, the different types of people who brought their areas of expertise right to the fray and shared it, the shared information that other people charge for. We have laughs, we talk buffoonery sometime, but that's like seasoning on a good meal. Not too much of that, right? Day in and day out, there's always going to be something good here. You see, and they saw that, they know that. But do you think they big me up? Not because of me, but the container that our conversations are held in here. And yes, there are other people out here who I do big up. They may not big me up, you know what I mean? But I'll big them up. So for me, I got over the amount of hits that it may be, because we're in a hostile environment and they will never give us our props, because while they speak death to our people for their profit, we speak life, and we're diametrically opposed to everything they do. So in this battle, we know we're in somebody else's hometown. We're like that fighter who hits the road and fights in another fighter's hometown. We know the judges are going to be against us. We know the crowd's going to be against us. We know the referee is going to be against us. So we have to keep on going and get the knockout. And that's the only way we're going to win. And we're knocking them out right now. And to hell with them. If you feel down, I'm going to pick you up. But we got to keep on throwing punches.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Right.
I appreciate that little soliloquy. Yeah, I was feeling down. I was like, I didn't even really prep, wanted to, but actually even tonight I realized that I don't even have the prep like that. You know, I'm just always ready to go because the knowledge is there.
Yes.
It's knowledge given to me by the Creator, he who has empowered me to do this. And it's all good. You know, I was like, man, you know, I felt like I was supposed to do more. And then, you know, here we are. You know, we're not talking no crap. You know, we're talking nothing but life and realness. And, you know, where we are.
And one more point that I want to say.
No.
Just one more point I want to say. I've been online since 2002. This is 2016. I never came to be famous. I never came because I want attention. God knows in my lifetime, I've had more attention than most men will get in 15 lifetimes. Right?
Okay.
But I said to myself, I'm going to be myself. And this is why there's a perfect blending with, if you even hear Carlos, who I've known since 1971 as a brother, call in, or someone else who I know, no one has ever said, you know what, he's a fraud. Yeah, I've had people say that who couldn't get more or get me to send them more money. You know what I mean? They're trying to use me or whatever. But the people who know me in all the different facets of my life, it's a smooth blending, like a smooth transmission where you don't feel the shift. That being said, I've been out here for what, 14 years, not just a weekly post, but in different areas, artwork, writing, street videos. I've even written erotica, and I do these live talk shows. And they're not good. I do my little things that are 15 minutes, 10 minutes long, but then look, we'll do something 5, 6, 7, 8 hours long. So I live this. This is a part of my life. So they cannot discourage me. When you live something and you're passionate about it, they can't discourage you. But look, come on now, 14 years, I could have gotten in their schools 3 or 4-year degrees plus another what? You know, a bachelor after that or something. I could have purchased so much more. I could have done a little bit more overtime on the job or the plantation, whatever, and had more material items. But look at the conversations, man. And I've only been doing the shows like this since 2011, and it's been a year now, going into November, that I've been doing these live stream shows. Just 1 year. So now look at the righteous, I won't say hell, but the righteous heck that we're raising. Those other things won't last. They come a dime a dozen. When I think back to the 70s, and I always say it about Like It Is and Black News, the Mercury Report, and all the other black shows that were out there where we had our own media and we spoke amongst ourselves to help ourselves out in a way that resonates with our people in a way that they can't. So they have to come with the highly seasoned foolishness. But this is just like for them listening to their elders, their brothers, their sons, their uncles speak around the table in a wonderful conversation. And this is how I learned from my parents and their friends. Just listening, a little kid playing with toys, open, grasping as much as I could, knowing that I couldn't understand everything, but even now things come to me. The beauty of conversation. What are we talking about? People out here talk about. They're going the way of the buffoonery. And now when you speak sense, they're like that baby sucking on the nipple, getting nutrition from the mother, and not only the physical nutrition, but the spiritual connection. They say, man, I never heard black men speak like this before. Man, you guys are holding down jobs, holding down your own businesses. You have your own mind. You think out the box. We are oddballs. We are creepy characters. We are threats. And we're making it look easy. See? So they want you to be discouraged. They will turn the numbers down on something. They will do the MK Ultra mind control, shooting electronic signals to your brain type stuff. And like the things I share with you, Mad Guns, that I went through this week, I'm being surveilled. Yes, I am. And I wouldn't say it too quick because I don't want anybody to say, well, he's just paranoid. He thinks he's more than what he is. There's a lot of things I don't say. And I'm really watching it and things that have happened. And this is what has helped me sharpen my sword. And that's again why I want to thank you all who are on the line, especially you, Mad Guns, because you help me to sharpen my sword in maintaining now to be a vegan. And now, even in the last few months, my blades are sharp. I can damn near read minds. You know what I mean? I can smell somebody and tell what they ate or what they smoked. I can tell what time of the month it is for the women that pass me by. You know what I mean? On the bus. But we have to go higher. And we're not going to appeal to the masses because they're drunk on foolishness, the bad food, the bad thoughts, the bad state of being, and that's their normalcy. And we can't sit here and just want to drag, please, why? Look, when they need it, they'll come. When a catastrophe comes, they'll come. When they get that bad news at the doctor, well, I heard on the LanceScurv show, they had Mad Guns talk about, let's go, can we get more share email address, Mad Guns? You'll get a flood. Trust me, that's the way it is. That's the way it is. They know who we are.
I'd like to add on to what Lance is saying, is that throughout at least recent history or just history in general, true knowledge is only meant for a few people because a real education empowers you. It doesn't train you to work a job or something like that. It teaches you how to, instead of drive a car, you want to own the car factory.
Right.
And, you know, instead of working for someone, you want to be the boss. And it's always been that way. And, you know, being, how should I put it? Being top dog, being part of the elite few, it's always been passed down in secret, and it's never been really a mass appeal type of thing. And so empowering yourself has always been, it's never really appealed to the masses, and it's always been to the benefit of a few. That's really what I want to say. And I go out into the street and I see black people, all they talk about is, you know, the NBA, the NFL, Aisha Curry did this. Housewives of Atlanta did that.
Nene Leaks.
Love and Hip Hop, and they're not really saying anything. They're talking about, you know, Christmas trees and gifts, and they're not really thinking about what's going on around them, even though the police are gunning them down in the streets right now.
I'm not laughing.
And they're coming
the way
for
you said that, for real.
But, you know, they never think about that. So I just want to say, add on and say, you know, it's always been for the few. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, you're right about that.
You know what? Lance is 100% correct, because I was just looking at something earlier today, and it had to do with just what you spoke about, Lance, as far as the numbers and the manipulation of the YouTube numbers and the likes and things of that nature. And man, your spirit is right on point, because this is what they do to discourage you. They put these obstacles in your way so as to make you feel as though you're not achieving the potential that you're supposed to. And then you start getting down on yourself, and then you start to say, well, maybe I should. No, never do that, because once you start second guessing yourself, then you're actually falling into that prism that they want you to be in.
Exactly.
Now, the other thing is that we have earthlings, we have people in the firmament, and we have people in the heavens. Now, when the world was created, and God said he created earth, and then he had the firmament, and then he had the heavens, you have people that's going to stay on earth.
Yeah.
Then you have people like ourselves who's going to be in the firmament, because we're looking to reach heaven, which is that next level. So if you continue to worry about the people on earth and not the ones in the firmament, you're going to lose sight of heaven.
That's right.
Because you can't save everybody.
That's right.
And everybody can't be saved. But if you continue to do what you're doing, you're going to reach the people like myself. Because if the conversation wasn't one that had potential, I wouldn't be involved.
Exactly.
I listen to Lance because he brings a message and he brings the truth, and I love his spirit. You know, that's why I listen to Lance.
Thank you.
You know, that's why I chime in. I've been chiming in for a while. It's just that, you know, with the switch from the other format to this format, my phone or whatever, it's not working out with the new format.
Okay,
so
well,
that's why I just decided to chime in.
And I'm gonna open up the old room. For many people that have said that to me, I'm not trying to not include, but there's just some new features with this way. But I'll probably open that up again and give people a choice. But I only open it up that way where the chat room lasts forever. All information that's shared, and I wanted people to know that what you put on Google or on the YouTube page, once that show is over, it's gone forever. And there's a lot of wonderful shared dialogue that's there, that when you miss a show, you can listen to the show, but also as an addition to be able to go back if you couldn't attend it or go into the chat room and be able to scroll down, and even the jokes that we share in the chat room and the funny things we say. You may not be able to time it exactly, but you can capture the spirit of the reaction and all those who chimed in that way. So I add that, but I'll give the choice. And of course, you know, a lot of folks are going to stay on the Google side, but they'll be missing out. Or you can rock both. There's not to say that you can't rock both, but you have the private feature and whatnot there. But yeah, you're right. We have to
and
you go ahead. I'm sorry.
And Mad Guns, let me tell you something, man. You're gonna have people like myself who listen to the show, and because I'm involved in a larger capacity than just this show, you're gonna have people like how I promote Sabi. I'm gonna be promoting you. I promote Lance. So you see, word of mouth. And Lance said something about sharpening his sword. Iron sharpens iron.
Yes.
And when you sharpen your sword, S-W-O-R-D, if you take the S off, it's the word.
Right.
The word is the sword.
That's right.
Right. That's right. Absolutely.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And look at this. There's no hidden agenda. There's no secret motivation. Yes, we want to put the word out about Mad Guns in the books, but that's normal. We have a community here. We may not be physically in the same subdivision or physically in the same city, but we have a mental, spiritual, and emotional community here where there are bonds that are made, where we invest in each other, where trust grows. And of course, you'll always have people who infiltrate for their own reasons, but I really don't give a damn about what, and I'm not saying this to throw off on you, Brother Mad Guns. When I say hits, as a person who knows what's really going on. And going back, since you mentioned about the dollar van before, there was a time when, like I said, I'd work a job and we'd come out in the evening and hustle the dollar van. The dollar van money got so lucrative up in New York City that I had to kiss the job goodbye. So I would get up early in the morning, the crack of dawn, 4:30. I'm out there by 4:45. I washed up the night before. Sometimes I would stay out till 10 o'clock at night, 9, 10 o'clock. If it was the weekend, my longest day was 4:30 in the morning, Friday morning, until maybe about 4:30 in the morning, Friday night, or Saturday morning. Sunday, I wouldn't wake up as early. That being said, there's a lot of money being made. The police officers were giving tickets to people who didn't have their papers straight. Even when you had your papers straight, there were technicalities that they would get you on. So it became one big video game where I'm going to go out there, and the pressure was on you. If you didn't run your van and pick up the passengers by a certain time, you had your system, you knew how the heartbeat and the blood flow of the streets went, where to get people during the rush hour, and that narrow window of opportunity where you had to go up and down, up and down, up and down between 6:30 and 8:30 before that rush disappeared. And you felt like a warrior. You understood what motivation to being self-motivated was all about. And I knew it from my bodybuilding days, but this was a different thing. So you felt good. You felt good at the end of the day when back in the mid-90s, you came home and you had $500 after gassing up and after taking care of your car, you wash it again. I'd wash it myself, but you could take it to the shop real quick, boom, and do it. So now, this is the kind of money you made. The cops, they would send them around. They were always our enemies. The sheriffs, DOT, TLC, all of these different unmarked cars and people watching this because they were black men who were making money independently and they had a dream. Many were sending money back home to the Caribbean, various islands. The African brothers who were from the motherland before they came, they were sending money back to take care of their families and do good, right? They didn't like this. The guys on the corners who I grew up with in that same neighborhood who were selling drugs, it was okay. They'd bust them every now and then, but they were selling crap to the neighborhood, so they were keeping the other brothers down in the crack era, right? So here we are, hustling for our money, catching flat tires. Some of us got stabbed. Some people got shot. Some people I know got killed. I had a gun put to my head 2 times. I'll tell those stories another time, right? But you braved those streets because you had a dream and you believed in yourself. And they don't like black men who believe in themselves. They don't like black men who, again, are diametrically opposed to their system. Even if it's something as lowly as driving a dollar van, which there were many corporate brainwashed types who I would pick up and for $1 drop them from Rockaway Boulevard up to Sutphen Boulevard, Parsons Boulevard, or 165th Street, and they turned their nose up at me. But they were scared because they might lose their job. And I was there picking them up most times when they were on their cell phones that they used to show off. Because, you know, back in the day, you had to get it zapped. It was too expensive to have. Now they're worried about it. They don't have their job no more, right? Now they're crying. And they look down at me, who was trying to make $300, $400, $500 a day when they might have made good, legit money. But I paid my taxes, so my money was just as legit. Now, where are your balls now?
This conference has reached its maximum duration.
Oh, pay that no mind. Pay that no mind. That's just the devil trying to stop us. We're going to keep on talking. No, but nothing happens with that. Right. But usually, I did something, I tweaked something because after 4 hours, call back in and join the conference back in. It's just that I lost control of the conference right now. It's going to keep on going. It's no problem. But where are your balls now? Where's your cockiness now? It's because it was rooted in your oppressor who granted you something because you got a degree in quotology. You quoted back what he told you in school, and now you're a puppet. Now you're a marionette puppet back, but you can't think on your own on how to hustle to get money. See, so now they learned. So they don't like people like us. Cosmo, I spoke to his mother yesterday early. Technical difficulties with the show. I was recording it. It's up now on YouTube. Listen to it, y'all. Also spoke to his brother. He put it down also. They don't like that. They want to push that he was a cop killer, madman. but he wrote some brilliant books along the lines of what we're speaking about now. And it's the spirit in which he walked the earth that we're speaking in now. And I believe there's something of him with us here right now, right? But they do not like that. So never get discouraged. Yes, we might be the David and they might be the Goliath, but you know what? We're going to win in the end. And this is why we have to shine our lights, even sometimes at the expense of ourselves. When a pregnant woman has the baby inside of her and she has a piece of dry bread to eat, trust me, even though the bread is no good, as we spoke on earlier, Brother Mad Guns brilliantly shared, when she eats that one piece of bread, the nutrition, most of it is going to go to that baby. Her nails might crack. Her complexion might not look good. Her hair might look messed up. Her eyes might be weak. But guess what? The baby is strong inside her stomach. So now we're giving birth. Now we're men. We can't, and we're not talking on a Batiman type level, but we're giving birth to something, and it could be painful sometime. It's going to be uncomfortable sometime. We're going to have morning sickness on a different level. But while we may get drained and our spirits get discouraged, that light, like the Olympic torch, like they say with the candle, it doesn't make the candle and the light flame on the candle any weaker when you light somebody else up. So right now we are lighting up other people. Even when we sleep, there'll be people listening and say, man, can understand it the way he put it down now. I couldn't understand it when the white man in the school shoved me a paper talking about the basic food groups and the food pyramid. And there's something about this thing resonating with the vegetables and the sunlight and my connectedness to the earth. They don't have that. They burn in the sun. And like Minister Louis Farrakhan always says, if you burn in the sun, you can't accept the sun, you're unnatural. Something's wrong. So we got to have our relationship, like the Christians say, we got to have a relationship with the sun, the melanin, activating that thing inside of us. You see? So these conversations lend testimony to that. And like I said, they don't like it. They're listening. And I'm going to be bold, and we can have people follow me and take pictures of me on the bus and go drive ahead and go to the end of the line and snap pictures. Whoever you are, I'm stepping to you next time. I'm videotaping you and I'm stepping to you. Even if I have to lose my little place on the plantation, I'm stepping to you. Trust me. Sorry about that, y'all. See how y'all got me wound up this time of the night? And I don't know if this conference actually stopped. Okay, give me a sound check, somebody. I'm seeing just Jack here. Uh-oh. I think we lost the conference. We did. Yes, we did. Hold tight, everybody. I talked the computer off. Hold on. We're going to get this back on. I didn't
Joining conference now.
Okay, we're back.
This conference is being recorded by the organizer.
We're back, y'all. Whoever's here.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, you got me?
Yeah. I cut off from you guys because the conference cut off. It hit the limit for real. Never did that. But folks who are listening, I was ranting on. I got quiet. I said, man, everybody left the room. But I see Jack here. I see you, Mad Guns. Maybe there'll be more people filing in, but the connection is back. I just didn't hear the click. So I'll shut up for now. Look how you got me wound up, man. You got me wound up.
All right.
I ain't scared of you, MFers. No, I'm just playing.
Tribute to the late Bernie Mac. That's right.
That's right.
I ain't afraid of you. That's right.
Right. So, like, what I wanted to say is back what you said about the college degrees and a degree in quotology. I was like, that's what I was talking about when I say true education is for the few. It's for the few, because a lot of people are indoctrinated and they don't even realize it. And a lot of those Negroes with degrees, they'll act just as bad as the white person will.
Yep. Even more so. Because in our community, we always seem, I'm not saying anybody here, and I'm not saying everybody, right? But, and I'll go back to the cell phones. When the cell phones first came out, we saw the rich white businessmen with their cell phones. It wasn't a cordless phone. You had dudes in the hood, and I'll say it this way just for effect, who had a Southwestern Bell Freedom phone, and they were walking around in the supermarket like that bad boy had such a range, and they were lying. They want to emulate what they see. They want to emulate what they see put out in the world as being the epitome of manhood. Look, we got penises, but we also have balls, egos, healthy egos, and we want to be men. And biblically, what do they say? Conquer and subdue the earth. It may not be the whole earth, but our part of the earth. Our houses, our homes, our women. When you come to a home, we're the man. Excuse me, how can I help you? You come ring my bell. I don't know you. Okay, so and so and so and so. We're here now. We're amongst family, so we can put down our swords because we know that, like Chuck D said, we're brothers of the same mind, unblind. So we don't have to worry. When you have a bunch of millionaires going on billionaires and they have riches and rich things, and you come to my house and I'm a billionaire and I know you a billionaire. Well, I keep a couple $100,000 on the table and we're like, pick up a few bills and run to the store. It doesn't matter because we're wallowing in money. The wisdom, and we're trying to attain more wisdom so we can speak a certain way and understand how we talk. This is why what's so funny to me, and for people who are coming in, this is just my hour. I get hyped at this out. It's a creative thing. I'm not coked up. Or maybe I got a natural coke gland inside of me. Sniffing over here, y'all. Just wisdom.
Adrenals.
Yeah, I'm loving it, right? I feel high as a kite right now. I feel the fatigue, but I feel high as a kite, right? But whenever you have that same mind, things begin to flow. But we are men, and we need to have that thing. See, most of us don't get that. Churches are full of effeminate men, because we're taught to worship a man. We're taught to worship that pastor. Oh, pastor said so-and-so. You a man and you got your wife, and you may have some issues in your marriage. I ain't calling no next man pastor, and he knows my business, and he's looking at my wife, and he knows we got some issues. Come on now. And we giving him the keys in, and he's a man too, with balls and a dick?
Right.
No way. No way.
Right.
Exactly. And there's a way that we deal. We've got to get that man thing back in our community. Soldiers are being shot down. If they're not shot down physically, they're shot down mentally. They're shot down in their spirit. And when you see any one of our soldiers shot down in the spirit, you've got to give the real man caring and love. And I don't mean no faggot love, y'all. I'm telling it like it is. I'm talking about, hey, bruh, I'm here for you. I'm part of you. When you fall asleep on the side and the circulation goes out of the arm, it doesn't mean the arm is weak. It means it's cut off right now. When you fast asleep, you reach over and you grab that arm and let it, shake it around and wake it up, and it's back mighty again. All part of the same body. And we seem to have forgotten that. And our men need to be men. If you're not pissed off as a man, as a righteous man, in this world, there's something wrong with you. You are defeated.
Absolutely.
My balls won't let me. My balls will not let me bow down to none of these people here in this world with this oppressive system. I walk around on point all the time, 24/7. I'm cool here on the screen. But when you see me 24/7 going to work, and you see them devils looking at me because they didn't heard what I said on a show, and they roll their eyes, look dead at them. What's up? You got a problem? You know what I mean? I'm not confrontational like that, and most of the time I let it go, but I walk in a certain way because what I have, no police officer can get from any academy training. No police officer can get by popping creatine. No police officer can get by going on a cycle of steroids, going to the gym. You can't get what I have naturally, and it's the spirit. You can't whip that. Jesus, he does this thing day in and day out. What? I went to college for so many years and I have degrees. How does he talk like this? I'm a high school dude. And I didn't like being there because I saw too much sugar honey iced tea that didn't appeal to my spirit. I'm not a great writer as far as the world standards are concerned. But what I learned is when I was a teenager, and I'm passionate. You can't whip my passion day in and day out. And the older I get, the more I see, the more angry I get righteously. But I do it in a way that they can't get me on. So they're going to have to say, and I told my wife earlier, I said, I'm going to watch these devils because locally there's a lot of things going on at me. And I'm not trying to sound bigger than what I'm really a behind the scenes guy. Number one, let me tell you all about me that way. I started my site, Scurv Originals, with a Z on the end years ago. It's LanceScurv.com right now. I drew pictures and put up a picture once a week, a little tiny picture of me. I wasn't trying to be the man and all this and all that. You got dudes who come on the internet, man, and all they want to do is hear themselves talk. And I was always, and I talk now amongst my friends. I wasn't trying to come online. I refused. I was like, I don't do no YouTube videos. I don't do no talk show, right? But I saw where, okay, I can reach out to people a certain way. And there's certain people who don't like that. You think the pastors here in Orlando like me? Because I get more respect than a lot of them. And I can talk about sex and what I did in the past, and the church ladies respect me. Because it's real, right? They don't like that. Oh, he has a bigger following. Look, I got a bigger Twitter following than the daggone multi-million-dollar company I work for. You think they like that? That nigger. When they did an article on me, they approached me and they asked me, "Oh, your artwork and your writing." I wasn't doing shows at that point, and they put me in a company newsletter. And what was the title? It wasn't that LanceScurv is a good artist or LanceScurv is a good writer. I already knew the code language. Bus operator has huge following. And they pushed that to all the transportation companies all over the country. Translation, who is the following, and what is that nigga saying to get these 300,000 plus 352,000 people on Black Planet? That's what I was on before. What is he doing? He's a threat. So the secret handshake dudes that didn't like me when I was fired from corrections, now all of a sudden, recently in the last 6 months, here they come. Hey, brother, are you a traveling man? And would you like to, so no, because y'all wrote me off for dead. Now you see me doing on my own, working humble, living clean, doing it the right way. I don't need y'all now. I ain't need y'all before. Right. You blackballed me and marginalized me. I wasn't trying to get with y'all, but now you came after me that way. The hell with y'all. Ain't nobody claiming this. Y'all can claim it. Mad Guns and Jack and everybody else. Brother here who, what's your name, brother? You got Jack and the other. Was it two Jacks here tonight?
Dave Brown.
Dave Brown? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Dave Brown.
Yeah. Everybody who's here tonight. This is our thing. And I say that because if I pass on, I told my wife, I said, listen, you gotta keep it going. I gotta find some proteges to know how to work it the way I work it, right? But pay for it for a couple of years and keep it going that way. It's the whole effect. You know, you can have a rainy day, and that's cool. But when that tornado starts to form, then they start watching. And a tornado is forming. The hits might be low. They're stopping it. That's okay. Let's get a storm and either have a Category 8 hurricane rip through their oppressive city, and we don't have to pick up a gun to do it. But, you know, hey, when it comes time to defend ourselves on any means, we will do that. But we can whip them in so many different ways. Stop spending money in their damn stores. Stop watching their TV shows. Keep our mind up. How does that nigger work 7 days a week and stay up till what now, 5:01 talking for 5 hours, and he's still on fire? He worse than he was before. He was quiet for a while. What do you think them oranges and that vegetable soup was doing? Right?
Okay, exactly.
That's right.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it's the result of a good diet.
Yeah, and living. I'm gonna sleep late tomorrow. And when I get up, I'm going right in the backyard and put my feet in that soil and help Mr. Scurv in the garden and get that spiritual connection to the earth. So I don't need that energy drink thing that these people take. I don't need that 4 hour energy business they got. You know what I mean?
Yeah, actually, one of the doctors, we're going to have to do maybe an hour or a 90-minute addendum.
Yes.
Because I'm not going to be able to cover everything.
We're going to keep going. I'm going to have
to push the good doctors list back again. But it's all right. We can do a real quick one. We can probably do an hour addendum.
Yeah. Because
I really want to talk about.
You can do something Sunday if you want.
Especially for, okay, that's cool. Especially for Jack or Dave. One of them had asked me about doctors when they had opened up the line of talking about doctors. So I really want to do something quick where I really talk about the doctors, because I want to do more than name them. The list that I made, I actually talked a little bit about them and what they bring to the table. And it means a lot to me to do that. You know, these guys are my mentors. Some of them, we actually, have a little mentorship and we communicate by email or whatever. So I definitely want to talk about these doctors. and like I said, I don't want to name them now. I do have a list, and anybody interested, my email is madgunsamalgamated@gmail.com. I did have a few people reach out to me after show number 1 and show number 2, and you know, I gave them some good information.
Can you please spell that email out?
Amalgamated is well, you know, my name is MADGUNS AMALGAMATED. The word amalgamated, which means together. Amalgamated steel. It's like a conglomeration when it all comes together. So it's Mad Guns Amalgamated. And that's at gmail.com. Again, amalgamated. AMALGAMATED. Mad Guns Amalgamated at gmail.com. And you can just send me an email and tell me what you're looking for. You know, say, oh man, can I have that doctor's list? And I'll shoot it out to you. I'm pretty good on my emails. If it does take a while, do understand I have like 6 email addresses and
I wish I only had
YouTube
6
channels. You know, so it might take a minute, but people can tell you the people that reached out to me. Sister VA reached out to me. Fallon reached out to me. I missed them. You know, they were here earlier, you know, but it's so late. You know, it's not an afternoon show, so they're gone now. But I want to thank,
here.
you know, Sister
Marcy.
VA. I want to thank Fallon. I want to thank
Black.
Yeah, I mean, well, not that they didn't reach out to me, but they did. Not the last person.
Right.
Coda Black, I think that person left me a message. That name sounds familiar.
Yeah.
I think that person left me a message. That person left me a message the other day. I swear it was that person.
Mm-hmm.
That name is too familiar.
Mm-hmm.
And said something like 300 views and like 4 likes. What's up with that?
Right.
You know what I mean? He's like, I really enjoyed it. You know, somebody reached out to me the other day and gave me an endorsement, you know, made me feel good, said, man, I learned a lot from this tutorial. So that's what's up. But no doubt, reach out to me and I'll send you out what you need. I'll be happy to try to keep it, you know, try to be specific to, like, if you say, because the more specific you are, the more I can help you. If you email me and said, man, please teach me about GMOs. I'll fire you out stuff about GMOs. I'll fire you out, you know, quite a few things, you know, that again, and, you know, that's yours forever. That's, you know, PDFs. I'll be sending out, you know, stuff that I wrote, stuff that the doctors wrote. And, you know, I do this for free. You know, anybody, if you want to, you know, my channel is not monetized, you know, and I have a couple of videos on my channel that the views are pretty decent. You know, I have a video on there. I think I have a video on there with 20,000 views. Mm-hmm. I have some videos on there with 9,000, 10,000 views. Mm-hmm. But my channel is not monetized.
Right.
I actually did have somebody that reached out from listening to the show and said that they were going to Western Union me a couple of dollars. I thought that was nice. They haven't done it yet.
Right.
But, you know, the offer is there. So hopefully they stick to it, you know. That's you know, I don't ask anything, you know, I don't have a Patreon account, you know, I didn't get into this YouTube thing for money.
Right.
But, you know, again, if anybody wants to contribute, you know, people that, you know, I send stuff out to, that'd be great. If not, that's great too, because, you know, like I said, I don't do this for money. I never did it for money, or else I'd have a Patreon and, you know, some of the other donation things, you know what I mean? You know, it is what it is. But again, be specific, you know, say, hey, you know, I heard you talking about carrageenan. Do you know anything on carrageenan? Do you have anything on carrageenan? Yes, I'll send it out to you. So, you know, be specific if you can. And, you know, I get it out to you. And like I said, if you know, if you want to look out for me, you look out for me. If you just want to hit me off with a thank you, that works too. It's all good.
Exactly.
But yeah, we're definitely going to do an addendum.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna try to keep this at a trilogy. You know, like the original Star Wars. You know, make it, you know, make it hot.
Right.
You know, try to do it like that. So we'll just do a 1 hour or maybe a 90-minute addendum, maybe an hour.
Now, you know, when we get together, we're gonna chop it up.
Right. What I didn't do is I still didn't give this doctor list, which is important. But like I said, whether it was Jack or Dave or both of you and anybody else out there,
And also
that
remember,
was a part of this or will be a part of this.
remember,
hit me up, I'll send it out to you.
We can always do recordings on a whim too. It doesn't have to be actually an addendum. We can do it live because it's just a matter of what choice you have. But anybody who's even listening who wants to add something in, but do it verbally, we'll line it up, and you call and we just record. I'll talk a little bit. Roll with it. It could be 10 minutes, it could be 2 hours, doesn't matter. I could be sitting here picking my nose, nobody will know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, it's just a couple of things that didn't get talked about.
Right.
So yeah, I want to definitely give the doctor's list. That means a lot to me to get the doctor's list out. Add to it. There's about 10 names on the list. It's actually going to be a little bit more. It's not quite finished. Pretty thick, with these 10 doctors, that gives you a lot that you have to, that you have to get busy with and start looking up and look at their lectures. So you don't need 20 doctors. You need this hot 10 right here that'll keep you busy for the next year.
Right.
Keep you busy for the next 2 years. You know what I mean? By the time you look at all their lectures and go through it out there with everything else. And so let's see what we did cover tonight and this morning. Well, I guess it was all this morning since it was after 12. We talked about diabetes. We talked about the effect of diet on bodily odor. We talked about working out in Black women. I really didn't give my whole spiel on that.
Right.
We talked about that a little something. I didn't go into depth like I do in my book. I might want to hit it again.
Yes.
But we talked about working out and how Black women don't actually. I didn't want to say more. Yeah, so those are the things we covered. What else? Bread. I wanted to break down bread. Actually, quite a few people hit me up privately and said they were looking forward to hearing about bread. A lot of people didn't know, and hopefully you learned a lot about the bread industry tonight. Wheat bread is not what you think it is. Took something out of that. I really enjoyed actually doing the piece on what to do when you feel cold, the flu approaching. This is better to do in October/November than it is in, May. So that's great. So you use that. And so we got through almost everything except the good doctors.
Right.
So that's wonderful. And then we had a couple of, off-topic segues onto other stuff.
Crazy
and
rants.
that's what's up.
Crazy rants from Lance.
And of course, Lance's rant.
That's the Ali Shuffle of the night. I got to do a rant sometime.
And it is his show. So you got a rant, no doubt. But I definitely wanted to, my outro consisted of 3 separate things. One of them we talked about already earlier, which was my suggestion to download the ingredient list of these fast food places and use them for yourself or your loved ones. If you got a cousin that to McDevils, you know what I mean, or Long John Kilvers, out, it ain't but 2, 3, 4 pages. Print it out and say, listen, your children and yourself, you shouldn't be eating this. So, try not to do that, and try to take them to a healthy establishment, or just don't, just don't go at all. Nothing's good, not even a French fry.
That's right.
But 2 other things in the outro I definitely wanted to say was something that was echoing a sentiment from episode 1. That was 6 hours. Actually, the first 3 hours of episode 1 was health and wellness, and the last 3 hours was just casual talk on political science and a couple of other things. But if you want to listen to episode 1 just for the nutritional information, you could just listen to the first 3 hours, and then the second 3 hours we just kicked it about different things. I think we got into political science or whatever. So
we went
but
deep over
hold on, let me finish, please. So echoing a sentiment of episode 1, for those who aren't nutritionally conscious, I please take those broadcasts from episode 1. Take that broadcast, or take the list. If you hit me up and email me for the list of insidious ingredients. Try saying that 3 times real quick at 5 in the morning. And take that list and go through your cabinets and your refrigerators. Examine the ingredients label. And we have a saying, especially now among are not necessarily grounded in America or grounded outside of America. And it goes, you know, if your grandmother doesn't recognize the ingredients as food, then it's not food. It's just that simple.
That's right.
And remember that these ingredients are nothing but forms of preservatives that are designed to allow food to survive through the transport process, and it's being kept in varying temperatures. You know, your food may be in a refrigerated truck, then it's outside, then it's in the store. You know, it's going through different temperature changes, and that's not good. And remember that it's designed for storage on your shelves.
Yes.
And in the, you know, in the stores, in the supermarkets. So you want to be careful with that. Again, I encourage you to go back to show 1, where we really hit on those ingredients. And like I said, go through your cabinets and everything and check those out. And the second thing I really wanted to say was that us, especially as people of color, our nutritional lives hang in the balance here. We're under attack. And I understand there are definitely other threats to Black society as a whole. Eugenics, gentrification,
yes,
police brutality, economic strangulation, and subversive government policies and tactics. But the easiest way to reach people, drink and the water, and also the air as well. That's a whole nother story. But they're getting us through the food, they're getting us through the drink, and they're getting us through the water. And food is undergoing a transformation, mostly for the worse in the last 20 years, and especially the last 10. And there's a conglomeration of chemicals in these foodstuffs today, which, you know, they work in some sort of satanic synergy.
Of course.
And most insidiously, they're slowly changing our DNA. And just remember, everyone, that, you know, everybody has to eat. So, you don't, this is not conspiracy theory. We're not making a big deal about anything. We're not overblowing the situation. You know, it's real. So I encourage everyone to please, you know, everyone, please, you know, like I said, just keep in mind what's going on, and remember that food is the most important thing. You know, you vote. For those that vote, I don't, but for those that vote, that's, you know, every 4 years. You know, and no more time than the present to see one of the most debilitating and most discouraging times that I've ever been a part of. But I don't want to talk about politics, but I'm using that to make a point.
Right.
And it's to say you don't have to do that again for another 4 years, but you have to eat every day. So be mindful of what you put in your mouth, what you put on your plate, and what you put on your children's plate. Very, very careful. And in summing everything up, to reiterate, the most important things are general education. You can't be a dummy. You got to learn. The internet is here for those of us who are really grown, who, you know, are in our 30s and 40s. We didn't have the internet growing up. There was no such thing. There is now. So this is not the time to be a dummy, and there is no excuse for being a dummy or uneducated or misinformed or uninformed, because if you spent any time on Facebook and you don't know something of what we're talking about, something's wrong with you. Second thing is nutritional education. This is what this forum is for. This is what these 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 hour forums are for, is for you to learn. Like I said, there is no excuse for being a dummy. If you're a dummy today, you're just destined to be a dummy, and you're going to have dumb kids. Okay, if you're a dummy, you're going to produce dumb kids. If you eat bad and you're a dummy, you're going to shoot dumb sperm. If you're a female, you're going to produce dumb eggs out of your ovaries, and you're going to put dumb kids in the world, which we don't need any more of. So eat right and learn. Stay off of Facebook and stay off of these stupid things and learn. Learn. Listen to these things after the fact. Like I said, download them, put them on your computer just in case anything should happen, in case YouTube should try to snatch people's channels, because that is happening. This is the time. So nutritional education, general education, and for the women and the men, appearance and self-esteem is very important. Time more than ever is very centered on appearance, and you're not you know, most females are not going to look like the chicks on Instagram and these so-called models. There's an advert out there, and it's hilarious. It's a new Geico advert, and I love it. And one of the things that they say is the women, the woman is watching some sort of reality show, and the woman on the reality show says, "Yeah, taking selfies in the kitchen does not make you a model." I love that. Oh. That site is hilarious to me. Man. I love it. But you got a lot of these models now, or they claim they're models and they look good. You may not match them, and they're out here to make you feel bad about yourself. And most of these women are fake anyway. Mm-hmm. You know, now dudes is tricking, and when dudes trick now, these women go and they buy hips and they buy ass and they buy breasts. Mm-hmm. A lot of the women that are actually getting cosmetic surgery and doing ass injection and getting breast implants are women of color. We should not have to do that. Our women should not have to do that. They're fine and don't know it. We've seen someone like Little Kim. Right. Look at what she's doing to herself. Oh, she, you know, she doesn't have to do that to herself. And you see all these other women like Amber Rose. If you think Amber Rose is real, you're fooling yourself. If you think Nicki Minaj, for those of us who know, Nicki Minaj was actually kind of butch back in the day. Uh-huh. Now she is genetically engineered to look like that. She's just fake hips, she has fake ass, and she has fake breasts.
GMO booty.
You don't worry about that. If you eat right and you take care of yourself and you work out, that's how you worry about your appearance. Don't try to match up with, you know, some of these damn near call them porn stars as far as I'm concerned. Don't worry about them, but you worry about your appearance. Why am I saying appearance? See, 5 o'clock in the morning. So your appearance and your general education and your nutritional education, and you work out and you stay away from these ingredients, I can practically promise you that your body will respond. I can promise you that your body will respond. So that's what's up.
I'm living proof to that, Dave MADGUNS. My body responded. Yeah, I'm living proof that a different diet, your body definitely responds. I'm going to touch on that. Nicki Minaj, there's a lot of clones running around and they got a lot of handlers. So if they're trying to aspire to be those clones, then they're going to have to get some DNA infusions done as far as that.
Yeah, exactly. Lance, I specialize in that too. That's a whole nother topic, but yeah, you're definitely spot on with that one. Don't worry about that one, women. What you need to worry about is, like I said, you eat right, you work out.
That's right.
And I do believe in a mind, body, and spirit connection. You know, and if you eat right and you work out, and there's nothing like it. Like, I love it, man. There's nothing like eating right. There's nothing like working out. It just feels really good. And I love to cook, and I can cook my arse off, no doubt. And there's nothing, I've been told by women for many years, there's nothing sexier than a man who knows how to cook. You know, my food, oh my gosh, so all my Christian folks are sleeping right now, so I'm going to say it anyway. My food is basically an instant panty remover. You know, let's just keep it real. Just because I'm a believer doesn't mean that, you know, hey, I'm not, you know, I have a sex drive. Let's keep it real. I have a sex drive. I love the ladies. The Creator put them here for my benefit. So, you know, learn how to cook. It's important. You know, learn how to cook. If you're a man, you should know how to cook. If you're a woman, you should know how to cook. And if you don't know how to cook, to me, I'm going to be honest, because that's the only way I know how to be. You're a disgrace. And if you don't know how to cook, I feel like you don't know how to cook. Well, then you don't need to have kids, because how are you going to feed your family? You need to know how to feed your family. And if you can't cook, which happens today among people and in this generation, because our elders, you know, a lot of them now are what you consider elders, you know, which is 30-somethings now are the elders, because they're having children young. Mm-hmm. They don't have any cooking skills. Their mothers probably didn't have any cooking skills. So you're dooming your children. So I'm glad I got that off my chest too. If you don't know how to cook, you're a disgrace to me. How are you going to feed your children? And you see, that question is answering itself. How are you going to feed your children? You're going to feed your children substandard food, and you're going to take your children out to McDevil's and Murder King and Long John Silver's a couple of times a week. which is not good for them. And then, of course, you're wondering why your child is not learning in school.
That's right.
Everything ties into everything else. And that's one thing that I would like, especially nutritionally. Nutrition ties into education, and everything is just in this one big circle.
Social adjustment.
So, you know, you gotta, if you feed the kids right, they'll be more apt to learn better. That's why I couldn't do the Good Doctors, because I want to talk a little bit more. I mentioned Barbara, and I really want to talk about her work, because her work is groundbreaking. It's just groundbreaking, you know, for her to study that in the 1970s and talk about, since the 1970s, the relationship between food and diet. And you got to think that in the 1970s, you didn't have the chemicals that you have now in food. You know, now you have BHA and BHT and datum and azo and ferrous sulfate and all these other chemicals and foods that you didn't have then.
It's terrible.
Even high fructose corn syrup is in everything. And that's affecting how the kids act in school. So between the kids, and if you really study, you learn about the lighting. The lighting that we are under at work and in school is actually not good for us. So the lighting as well. So between the sugar and the lighting, you know, your children are just set up to fail. In school, the lighting is bad and the diet is bad. So, you know, if you change diet, you change you change how the children learn, and you change criminality. So I definitely, I'm actually looking forward to doing that, because I want to talk about her work, and I want that show, you know, to be, you know, real short, so people can take that and say, all right, let me go check out these doctors and their work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you don't have to get it, you know, from my mouth. You know, you can get it from, you know, people who are more qualified and operate above my pay grade. So definitely so.
When are you going to do that show, MADGUNS?
Whenever you're ready.
Do that show.
Whenever you're ready.
Whenever, you know, whenever Lance has time. And I'm good every day. I'm kind of on sabbatical right now.
Yeah, so we can do the addendum if you want sometime on Sunday. I'll always reserve Friday night and give you the first choice and the first, you know, right of refusal, because it works out fine for me. And during the week, you know my hours. I won't put it out there publicly, but you know my hours, so I know that sometimes it might be a little late for you, but also know that late mornings, it's cool with me. But if you have anything you say, you may wake up in the morning and say, man, I didn't plan anything, but Scurv, let's do this. Little time you usually call me, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna wake up, you know, wipe the cold out my eye and come on in here and you know, set it up and we'll do it. Boom. I'm very flexible.
Yeah. I actually really think an hour just to get through the doctors, and maybe we never did get a chance to talk about ice cream. I said if the chat room had asked about ice cream, I would have done something on ice cream. But I just really want to do the doctors. You know, that you know, that addendum, it really means a lot to me to just get the doctors out.
And understand the shorter videos after they're uploaded will be connected to the longer versions. And also know that I'm gonna probably tomorrow or even Sunday, when I'm tooling around. Sunday might be even busy for me too, but I'm gonna eventually tie these in as a playlist. And you can do the same thing too.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
And remember, I can also send you I can tell you how to get it if you don't know how to get it, but I think you know how to get it. You upload these to your channel also. You'll never have.
Oh yeah. No, that's already done.
Right.
One and two is already.
You won't have any problems with me. Like, you know, sometimes. You know, people say, "Oh, you put this up. This is your show," so you put it up on your channel. So, you know, and that brings a lot back to you also. So, it's about sharing the information and doing what we do. So I can do it multiple ways over here. It's all about how you want to do it. You know, I can record. I can do a live long one, a live short one. And remember, it goes up on SoundCloud. I'm gonna tell you, these shows are doing better on SoundCloud than on YouTube, and I don't mean they're not doing good, but the powers that be play with it. They can't touch SoundCloud because it's not part of their company.
Exactly.
And SoundCloud has more of a reach. Believe it or not, SoundCloud is not a visual thing. It's more so audio, and it has a better reach worldwide, because if you know, in China, you know, SoundCloud, YouTube is blocked, and there are many countries that don't allow YouTube because those countries don't want this American foolishness. For the most part.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, so I know that it is a fact. So SoundCloud slips past all of that and gets there. can tell you the countries that it's I can tell you the stats, the countries, the people who are listening and sharing stuff. So One Monkey Don't Stop a Show, right? iTunes, it's on iTunes. You know, the amount of downloads that people have downloaded this particular show and many other shows to their actual device, the phone or a tablet or whatever, the computer. And I can see how many thousands and thousands of them. And they're walking around with the bad boy. And once they get it, who knows who else they're sharing it with? I don't know. Once they get it out of out of that platform, and I can see the one download, that one is bouncing around all over the place. So like I said, even if they take YouTube down, this is why I put it in multiple places. It's on TuneIn Radio.
Okay.
So yeah, that's how we do. Like right now.
So
yeah, go ahead.
So one thing I wanted to ask Mad Guns is, in any of the previous episodes, did you ever get into detoxing and how to detox?
I did not. I might actually do that in the addendum about detoxing. I am not amazingly versed in detoxing. I do have a grasp of detoxing, but I can go through my files and my notes and say a little something about detoxing. Detoxing is I mean, everybody doesn't really have to. If you have a toxic diet and if you're not, if you're eating some of the bad foods and the bad chemicals, those people need to detox more than people who have a stable diet. So like somebody like Lance, everybody could stand to detox, but like somebody like Lance or somebody like myself who we're pescatarians and we don't eat the high fructose corn syrup and the MSG and things like that, we don't have a need to detox because foods are already detoxifying.
Yeah.
The right foods are already detoxifying. So, there's a certain segment of people that need to detox, but not necessarily everybody. But yeah, I can definitely touch on that. Again, if you eat those foods and you eat certain things and you eat dairy and blah blah blah, you need to detox more than somebody who doesn't. And I'll say this, and I didn't get a chance to address juicing. I might have on previous shows. I'm an avid juicer. I love juicing. I have a Breville juicer. Breville throw me a couple of dollars. I wouldn't mind. I have a Breville juicer that I love. It works fine. When you juice, that is part of the detox diet. And there are different juices that do different things. Different vegetables and different fruits do different things. So, some of the staples for me are carrots. And I know Dr. Sebi has something about carrots. That's where Dr. Sebi and I
the carrot
bump
thing,
heads.
Yeah.
He had something about carrots, and I wish I could ask him. He's going now, but that's where we bump heads. Carrots are very good for you. I'm not accepting his teaching on carrots. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
and again, you don't have to be right about 100% of everything. Nobody is.
Well, he said the carrots causes actually blindness, and I used to be a serious advocate with the carrot juice as well, and I stopped using the carrots myself, and actually my vision reversed. I was wearing glasses. I don't wear glasses anymore, and my eyesight improved from just the different diet. Jack asked about the detox. When I did the 45-day fast, that was part of my detox. One thing that works good with the detox is kale. Kale is a great vegetable for detox. The only thing with kale is that when kale is extracted from the body, it also takes minerals with it. So you have to be prepared to replenish those minerals along with the kale. Juicing, Mad Guns, you are 100% correct. Juicing is part of the detoxing. The fruits and vegetables in the morning that replaces the break fast, that is awesome as well. Lance, you mentioned that you were going to go outside in the garden with your wife barefooted. You remember that?
Yeah. Grounding and connecting.
Now, grounding. I as I'm talking to you right now in the house, I'm actually grounded to the house. I have a plug in the wall, and I actually made something up, and the plug is in the wall, and it's on my body. So I'm actually grounded while I'm talking to you right now. Because what happened is we as people, as carbonated people, we lost touch with the universe because we wear shoes that has rubber in there, and it disconnects us from the earth.
Yes.
So the earth, when we are barefooted, we actually connect to the ground. The earth has 102 minerals, just like our body.
That's right.
So the ground, by you connect to the ground actually translate back and forth to your body, and that's part of the healing, because it tells your body what it needs.
Yes.
And we just lost a whole lot of things living in this concrete jungle.
Yes.
Like the sun.
Now the other thing,
I go outside.
Right. Let me just interject
Right.
that. When you walk barefoot,
dead right now.
you're massaging your internal organs when you walk barefoot over the pebbles and the rocks. But they sell these slippers that have these bumps on it to emulate that. You see what I mean? Reflexology. Walk on the ground. You don't have to worry about that. And also have to say that your neighbors, brother, are very lucky, because you're grounded and you're grounding, and with your rejuvenated spirit on the whole erotic zone, when lightning strikes, you will be the first one to get hit, but you're grounded and nobody else will get hit. Because just like Benjamin Franklin used the kite to come and get hit with the lightning, you don't have to. You have another part reaching to the sky. I'm just messing with you, man.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of the doctors that are on this list and at the conference that I was talking about, they are firm believers. It's also called earthing. And that's one of the things that I'm envious about Lance, is that he's able to do that. He's able to go in his backyard barefoot. You and I, brother Dave, we're from the island, so we know all about earthing. We earthed from the time we came out of the womb, until the time that, we got on a plane to come to the States. We earthed the whole time, and we were in an environment in which we could earth. And there are real serious benefits to earthing, to walking around barefoot. And that is something that, yes, you lose, when you move to the cities. But, when you get a chance, it is best to try to, especially for people that are American, they don't necessarily understand the concept as much as we do, us being from the islands. But earthing is something that's serious, and it does definitely have benefits to walk around on the dirt and to walk around in the grass barefoot. I don't recommend it for the tar and the concrete. I see that in the South a lot. I think it's disgusting. But absolutely, earthing is something that's really serious. Earthing and grounding, which are two different principles, similar but a little different. But again, I recommend earthing is also as a way of healing. And again, there's just so many different little things that we can do to heal ourselves. And imagine, you tell somebody that you don't have to spend tens of thousands of dollars with a doctor to get better. Imagine you tell somebody, you know what, give me half that. Okay, and I'll tell you that you can earth and ground and juice and eat right, and you could change your fortunes and reverse anything that's going on with you. How about that? Give me half of the $10,000 you give the Caucasian doctor, and I'll heal you way better than he can, because he really can't heal you. He can help you manage. So
that's right.
There you go. There you go.
And MADGUNS, you mentioned about the cooking. Let me tell you something, man. When you're in the islands, I'm 48 years old, man. I'm born in '68. I'm going to be 49 in another couple months.
You're a baby.
When you are, huh?
You're a baby. I'm just playing.
You call me a baby, Lance?
Welcome to the world of the 50s. I've been here 3 years already.
Well, you know what? When you say baby, I could take that in a couple of ways. I can say baby as in years traveling, or just baby as in Pampers. But I'm not going to go there.
Right.
But
no, I didn't mean the Pampers. No.
Yeah.
You're the only man I know who can stand in the United States and get a woman pregnant in China. But go ahead, man.
Oh, geez. Well, you know what? They have mail order seeds, but that's a different show altogether.
A natural eclipse.
But yeah. Huh?
A natural
hey,
eclipse.
Lance, I got 8 kids. 8 kids, man.
Wow. Wow. See, I told you.
You drank a lot of sea moss. Yeah, you drank a lot of sea moss.
Right.
Well, you see, my oldest is 27. Like I said, my daughter, and my youngest son, he's right here. He's actually 6 years old.
Wow.
But the thing is, man, my mom, when I was younger, I was about 8 or 10. She said, "One, you have to do a couple things. You have to learn how to cook, clean, press your clothes, and get a trade." Mm-hmm. This is what she said to me when I was young. And I always remember that, man, because if you can't cook, you're going to go hungry. If you can't clean, you're going to have a dirty house. You can't press your clothes, you're going to be looking like, like a bum on the street, whatever the case is, And, you listen, honor your mother and father and your days will be long. I mean, these are, it's scriptural, but it's just facts,
Absolutely.
Even I was talking to her yesterday, and we spoke about not having a refrigerator in the house, not having electricity because we used the wicker lamps with the, the beads.
Yes, that's how I grew up.
We went to the outhouse. There was no inside. We went to the outhouse. We used the toilet was outside. Mm-hmm. We didn't have toilet paper. I used the dry grass or dry leaves to wipe my butt. We didn't have the running water, so I would have to walk like 5 miles with 2 buckets in my hand and one on my head.
Wow.
This was all before school.
Same as Mrs. Scurv.
Didn't have electricity, so I had to use that. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just saying my wife always tells me the same thing. My wife says, Mrs. Scurv says the same thing. But you had wholesome, beautiful, good times. You wouldn't trade those times in for the world.
Not at all. Not at all. And the thing is, we didn't have electricity, so the iron that we used the coal, and we would heat the iron up to press our clothes because we wore khaki, the short pants and stuff, and you had to have a seam that would cut your finger if you put your hand on the seam.
That's right.
And that's how we went, and we were barefooted, like Mad Guns was saying, we were barefooted, and that's how we went to school. And the food that we eat today, I was talking to my mother yesterday. I remember we used to take the fish, like the flying fish or whatever we eat, and we would sprinkle the salt and the pepper, put it on the rooftop because we had the sun.
Wow.
And it would basically, it would, they use different terms for it now, but the fish would actually dry out. And that fish would stand for years if you wanted to. You didn't have to eat it right away.
Right.
The ham, same thing. The meat, same thing. And these are things that we fell away from because we got so used to. You ask a kid today, where does milk come from? He'll tell you the supermarket. Me, when I grew up, I had to milk the cow. I had to put Vaseline on the nipples. I had the bucket. I had to milk the cow. If you wanted
fish, you got it out the ocean. That's how we ate fish. We had to get it out the ocean. There was no Publix and no Kroger. They have fish in the dollar store now. That's unbelievable. You could go get a single pack of tilapia in the freaking Dollar Tree. It wasn't like that when I was coming up. You wanted fish, you had to go in the ocean and get it.
Right.
Especially if you said flying fish. Let me change gears for 1 second, Dave. I've been to Barbados. One day I'll share an interesting story. Matter of fact, maybe I should do it now. So we wind it down and we get coming out of this a little bit. I did not know. Now, when I went to Barbados, I booked it with Virgin, and this was, I was back in Britain. Now, I don't know why the travel agent should have told me, but I was a little bit of a gangster back then, and I was very militaristic, and I wore a lot of camouflage, not knowing that camouflage is actually, this is actually a fun fact for people. Camouflage is illegal in Barbados.
Really?
I did not know that. Yes, camouflage is illegal. As Dave is laughing. As you laughing, Dave, camouflage is illegal in Barbados. So when I got off the plane, right now, I'm used to, I just have that look and that air about me. So I've been to quite a few places where, I was treated pretty much like a celebrity. I just had that look and that air about me. And I was in the music business. So
It just came out of my pores. So the plane is not at a terminal. It's on the tarmac. So I get off the plane. Oh, let me set this up a little bit more. Let me try to give the abridged version. I didn't come exactly from England. I booked it in England, but I ended up coming to New York. Left from New York. The day of my flight, there was a snowstorm.
Oh, man.
Had to figure, okay? It was a snowstorm. So, you know, I'm a New York guy. I'm militaristic. I'm in the music business. So, you know, I mean, and the camouflage is my love. I was actually a camouflage collector. I used to collect camouflage from all over the world. So I have camouflage from Italy. I have camouflage from Germany. I have camouflage from England. I have camouflage from the Netherlands. I used to collect camouflage. So I literally just had, and I'm living in New York as well with the cold weather. So I have a lot of camouflage. I'm a collector and I'm a gangster. So I got nothing but camouflage. So it's a snowstorm. So I basically is like, all right, well, I can't necessarily dress the way I want to dress, because what happened was my flight from New York was canceled, but Philly had already had their snow, and, you know, it had already moved to New York. So Philly had already had their snow, and they had already cleared it out, and the airport was open. So if I wanted to catch my flight, I needed to get to Philly to get my flight to get to Barbados. So I literally left New York in a snowstorm. So I am camouflage head to toe. I'm talking about camouflage pants, camouflage vest, camouflage coat, camouflage head wrap, and a camouflage bag, right? Y'all with me?
Yeah.
Wow. I am camouflage head to toe. All my accoutrements are camouflage. It's ridiculous. So anyway, I leave New York. I get to Philly. I get my flight to Barbados, right? I'm stepping off the plane in Barbados, and everybody is looking at me. Now, I thought they were looking at me because maybe I wasn't supposed to be taking pictures on the tarmac. That was right after they had decommissioned the Concorde. There was a Concorde from Air France. There was a Concorde that was from Air France that was on the tarmac in Barbados. So I'm snapping as many pictures as I can get because I've been on the Concorde once. I loved it. It was expensive, but I loved it. So I'm just taking picture after picture. So everybody's staring at me, and I'm like, okay, I'm used to this, but this seems like a little extra.
Yeah.
So everybody's staring at me as I'm walking down the tarmac. So I'm like, all right, famous dude in the building. That's what's up. Treat me like, whatever. I get in the terminal, and everybody is just really staring at me. They are staring at me just like I have two heads.
Yes.
Little did I know they're staring at me because I have on camouflage from head to toe. So when I get to customs, they're like, yo, you can't come in the country like this. I'm like, excuse me? After everything I went to get here, like, excuse me?
Right.
Because camouflage is illegal. So do you know that I had to change my clothes in the airport? I had to change my clothes because they would not let me in the country with all that camouflage. And they took my bag. So I had to take my stuff out of the camouflage bag. They would not they wouldn't even release my bag into the country. Wow. Not even I'm like, yo, it's a bag. It's a bag. Like, what am I going to do? Overthrow your country with a bag? It's a bag. So that's my Barbados story. I don't know how I got there, but I've been to Barbados once. I just wanted to tell Dave that I've been in this country. Are you familiar with the Sandy Lane?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. I stayed at the hotel next door to the Sandy Lane called The House. Mm-hmm. There's a smaller hotel. Are you familiar with The House?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I stayed at The House. I loved it. I stayed at The House. I had a room right in the front that had its own pool. And I loved it because I wanted to floss and show all the Caucasians that y'all are not the only people that have money. So when they would come in the hotel, it was literally right in the front when you come in the hotel. So they would see me at the private pool and they were like, oh my gosh, how much is he paying for that room? I'm like, don't you worry. I'm balling.
Right.
I'm balling. And you know where I ate? Dave, I ate at the Cliff. You familiar with the Cliff?
Yeah, let me tell you, man. All right, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Say what you're saying.
Yeah, I've been, because you remember Barbados, so you got like 12 parishes, man, and San Lawrence Castle, and I've been all over the place. As a matter of fact, my uncle was actually the Prime Minister of Barbados, so we've been all around Barbados, man.
Right.
Alvaro was my uncle. Yeah.
So aside from the whole camouflage fiasco, I enjoyed my time in Barbados. I mean, the Cliff, hands down, is one of the best restaurants I've ever been to. It was an amazing, it was an absolutely, and I've been to some great restaurants around the world. The Cliff is on my top 3.
Wow.
I had an amazing time. The seat was this restaurant is literally it's on the beach, and they call it the Cliff because it's kind of on a cliff that overlooks, it overlooks the ocean. So when I tell you, and what made the Cliff even more amazing was this white couple that I had met. So I went with my girlfriend at the time, and they took us to the Cliff and they paid.
Ooh.
So, I mean, we literally got like $175 meal for $0. So I enjoyed the Cliff more than anywhere in the world because it was free. So I enjoyed the Cliff. I enjoyed staying at the house. The house to me was better than the Sandy Lane as far as I'm concerned. And the beach was better. The beach of Sandy Lane was kind of lame. And the beach for the house was amazing. So I enjoyed the house, and I ate every day that I could down at Oyston.
Oyston, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oyston, yeah.
So I was down at Oyston doing my thing.
Did you get to go to Chafet?
I did. Because that sounds familiar. I did. Oh, let me ask you a question. What is the name of that chain West Indian place? Because I forgot it. It escapes me right now. It's like a chain. And you could go and you could get roti.
Chafet.
There you go. That's it. Yeah. I ate there too. So yeah, I enjoyed Barbados, man. So that's why I'm fond of Barbados, and I'm fond of Bajans. I've never had a problem with any Bajans, and you know, your language is amazing. So yeah, Dave, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate you calling in and being a part of this, and you brought back, you know, even beyond health and wellness, you brought back a good and a bad memory, but mostly good. You brought back a really good memory.
You know, they're trying to figure out what that dark matter is, and that dark matter is us. Mm-hmm. We are that dark matter, man. We are the connection. It's like a web, you know, and because of our connection and because of our positive nature and because of what we have to offer here in this universe, that's why there's always going to be a power source. I heard Lance speaking earlier when he was saying that, you know, we have to basically not focus on what the other people are trying to make us focus on, but focus on the things that we know to be true and right. Because here's what's going to happen, man. When you do what you're supposed to do and you know your calling, everything else is going to fall into place.
That's right.
You can't be the lawyer that guy wants to be, or the doctor, or all the other things that's going on. You're going to be who you're supposed to be. You love training. That's where you get your joy, and that's where you get your pleasure. That's your calling. Lance, he has his calling. You know, he's doing the show. He loves doing it, regardless of what else anybody else is saying. I know he said about being washed and things like that. Man, listen, I went the same thing. But, you know, at the end of the day, we have to be who we were created to be and forget about everything else. That's right. They said a wise man walks by himself. A weak man will always be found in the crowd. And I believe that wholeheartedly.
All right.
You know, I believe that wholeheartedly, man. You know, and let me tell you, you don't know, man. If you could see me, I got goosebumps right now just from being here with you guys.
Yes.
Being in this powerful element.
Yes.
And it's just cry. It's like all the dots are being connected. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yes. I feel you.
Wow.
I definitely feel you. It. All right. Well, look, you guys, you have my email address.
Yes.
Dave, you have my email address. Jack, you have my email address. And, you know, hit me up. And like I said, if you can, be specific
on, you know, what you want to, you know, about the information that you're requesting. You know, like I said, I might have it. And if I don't have it, you know, you might spur me to get it. One thing that I do pat myself on the back about that I do well is I have good research abilities. Because, you know, when you're doing this stuff, you know, it's about research, you know, it's all about research. So I have good research abilities. So, you know, it may be something that I don't have, and I may say, you know what, let me get it. Let me acquire it a few days and I'll get it. But I might have it. I have a lot of stuff on health and wellness, and definitely so.
Right.
Definitely.
What are your thoughts on bananas, Nagan? What are your thoughts on bananas?
Bananas are bananas shouldn't be controversial at all. It's one of the best and healthiest foods that you can eat. I definitely eat a banana a day. I would prefer to eat 2. The only problem that I have with bananas is they can tend to get somewhat expensive. I'm able to find bananas here where I am. I'm able to get them for 39 cents a pound, not necessarily consistently, but there's a difference between 39 cents a pound and 69 cents a pound. I don't like going to get a package of bananas and it's costing me almost $2. You know, when I can go get, you know, a nice couple of pounds of bananas, you know what I mean? And I'm spending, you know, well, bananas actually got some weight to them. So, you know, I'd rather, you know, I just, matter of fact, the other day, it's funny because it was actually 2 days ago, I went and bought 6 bananas and it ended up coming up to 80-something cents, and nice, big, thick bananas. I love bananas. Wow. You know, bananas shouldn't necessarily be controversial. I think, you know, some people try to find a controversy about bananas where there isn't any. Bananas are really good for you. Just the potassium alone, we need potassium. You don't have a multitude of sources in which you get potassium. The best. I will say one thing. It's funny that you asked about bananas. I will share this. The problem that I do have with bananas, I know you don't get cicadas in America because America had a problem with the country that cicadas were coming from. It might have been Costa Rica or somewhere else. Either way, I know America had a problem with them or something that cicada was doing. Whatever it was, I know we don't really get cicadas anymore. The problem that I do have with bananas is one day, and matter of fact, if you ask me for it privately, I'll send it to you. One day I was in the kitchen. I can tell you exactly when this was. It's amazing how this keeps going and going. I can remember exactly when it was. It was 2014, and I was in the kitchen, and I was preparing, as I told you guys, I was preparing my fruit plate for the day. And I don't know what it was. I used to just, you know, you peel a banana and I would cut it, you know, as it was, like in circles. And one day the Holy Spirit came to me and told me, cut that thing lengthwise. I cut the banana lengthwise, and I did not like what I saw inside. And I've had people tell me, please don't tell me the story because you're going to ruin bananas for me. Something about bananas, the cores sometimes, I don't like the cores. I don't like the inside. Sometimes they don't look good. Sometimes the banana looks amazing on the outside. The bananas are nice and yellow and they look great. They don't have any dents. They don't have any issues. And then you peel a banana and the banana is beautiful. It's nice and it's got that pale color and it looks great. And then, you know, I've cut the core. I've cut it. What I do now is it takes more time. It's annoying because it takes more time. I literally fillet bananas now. You know, I'm not able to eat a whole banana. I mean, I missed the day when you would peel a banana and just eat it.
Yeah.
But now I can't do that now. I actually fillet bananas and the cores sometimes, and I recommend that to people. Again, it's not the easiest thing, but it's something is going on with the cores. And there were a couple of times where the cores kind of had a shrimpish feel to them. They had, you know, like the shrimp has the, you know, the big black vein. I was finding some things in the cores that I didn't like a banana, so I fillet them. So I cut them lengthwise and then I quarter it. And then I cut, if I don't like the way the core looks, I cut the core out. So I hadn't even think to add that either to the discussion about bananas, because again, some people were mortified. And I had a client, and I sent her some pictures. She said, "Please don't send me no more pictures because you're gonna make me go off bananas." So yeah, I would suggest to you, especially with the people that are still with us, and especially you, Jack, and Dave. I don't recall who it was. I think it might have been Dave that asked me, or whoever it was. But cut it lengthwise, and then you'll see the core. And then if you like the way the core looks, then you can get busy. And if you don't, then you got to quarter it. Cut those halves, and you quarter it, and then you just cut the core out. You just cut the core out, and enjoy a nice, good banana.
All right. So if you don't like the core, what's bad about the core and what's contained within the core?
Oh, there's nothing that's bad with the core. It's just I don't like the way it looks. It's like it's just something about it. I found, like I said, sometimes I found that the cores, like I said, it just gave off a shrimpy kind of vibe, with black, black like innards, and I don't like that. I just don't like it, and it's not going to kill you. I just don't like that it's there. And I've also found some bananas that had red veins in it. I didn't like that either, around the core. Like I said, if you email me. Right. If you email me, I can send you photos. I have photo documentation of bananas, of a fresh banana that looked terrible on the inside.
Right.
So it's not dangerous. Let me reiterate, it's not dangerous. There's nothing in the core that's bad for you. I just know that it's there, and I don't like the way it looks. It's like somebody who's eating a shrimp that wasn't cleaned properly. I'm not trying to eat the digestive tract in a shrimp. Might teach them on shrimp too. Shrimp is actually not good for you if you get it from the wrong source. You don't want Indonesian shrimp. Put it that way. A lot of the shrimp, well, since it's broached, might as well go there. A lot of the shrimp that you get in America was raised in Indonesia, and they are raising the shrimp in very polluted waters, and they're feeding the shrimp GMOs, GMO grain and stuff like that. So most of the shrimp, I don't have a percentage for you. And I love shrimp. I mean, a lot of people love shrimp. I'm not anti-shellfish. You shouldn't eat it every day, but I love shrimp. But if it's from Indonesia, I would recommend that you don't eat it. Period. Indonesian shrimp is tainted. Now I hope the Indonesian government don't send a hitman after me. My gosh. I got the Indonesian government, I got the CDC, I got the FDA. I mean, you stand in line if you want a piece of Mad Guns, but know that my name isn't Mad Guns for no reason. So,
well, you know what, man? You're right as far as the Indonesian shrimp, as well as I used to eat the tilapia. I don't eat that no more. I mean, I kind of got off of that anyway, but the tilapia is basically the same kind of farming methods.
Yeah.
The reason I asked about the banana, because in the islands, we had banana trees and mango trees and coconut trees and everything. And the bananas that we had there were like the fig bananas, which were like the original bananas. Right. And the bananas actually had seeds. When you bite or cut the banana, you actually see seeds in the banana. Yeah, the original banana.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. Now, because of all the GMO and hybrid and everything else, now the bananas that we get don't actually have seeds. It's basically like seedless grapes and watermelons and things of that nature.
Yeah, Lance has spoken about that before. He's pointed out that seedless is GMO. You should have seeds. And you're actually cheating, too, when you go seedless. Those seeds can grow plants, and you may not be able to grow a great plant or this plant or that plant. You may not be able to grow the fruit from it, but what a lot of people don't know is the leaves have medicinal purposes. So, I try to tell people, when you finish with an avocado pit, don't throw it away. Plant it in something, let it grow, and then you can use the leaves. You cut the leaves, you let them dry, and then you can make a tea out of that, or you can do different things with it, and these things have medicinal properties. Same thing with a mango seed. Lance knows, I'm sure Lance eats a lot of mangoes.
Yes.
When you finish with a mango seed, you just plant the mango seed somewhere.
Right,
you let it grow the leaves. You're not going to grow a mango tree, obviously, but that's not what you're looking to do. You're looking for you're looking for the plant, and you cut the mango leaves off, and you let them dry naturally on it or in a dehydrator, and you can use the leaves in the teas and stuff like that, which touches on what I talked about earlier, is the plants, they all give us something. Even if they don't give us the fruit, they give us something. And when you look at, again, Native Americans, or when you look at the Indians, or when you look at Amerindians or other indigenous cultures, this is what they did to heal themselves. Is they ate herbs and they ate plants and they ate vegetables. It's just amazing how much stuff the Creator gave us to eat and to heal ourselves. And we just got to take advantage of that. But, again, people don't understand, and especially when you're dealing with Americans, they don't understand. So when they finish with the mango pit, what happens? It goes in the trash. When they finish with the avocado, it goes in the trash. But it can have benefits that range long beyond, beyond the fruit that it gave you. So absolutely.
Well, the avocado.
Right.
Go ahead.
Right.
The avocado seed.
What I want to know.
Yeah.
So what I want to know is that why, when you're done with the mango or the avocado, why doesn't it grow another plant with some fruit? Why is that?
Because certain plants are really indigenous to certain countries, and they can only grow under certain conditions. Like, I'm not going to be able to grow a mango tree, in the pot, that sits in my front room.
Speak for yourself. I got some mangoes and pineapples.
It's going to need it's going to need a certain amount of minerals, and no matter how nice the dirt is in the pot, the dirt is not the same dirt necessarily that's in the ground in Haiti or in Peru or in Brazil. Because I eat all those mangoes. I eat Brazilian mangoes and Haitian mangoes and Mexican mangoes. The soil, it needs soil, and it needs rainwater, and it needs direct sunlight from the sun, not the sun that filters into your house. So there's certain factors why the seeds won't grow the same plants.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So, and don't necessarily really need it to. Like I said, we could stand to, we can buy the avocados. We could stand to grow the leaves and use the leaves for tea or other medicinal properties. Matter of fact, I was going to recommend too, before we end, and I kind of definitely want to wrap this up in the next couple of minutes. Subscribe to my channel. I don't think you guys are subscribed. It's the MADGUNS FOREVER channel. Subscribe to my channel. When you go in a playlist called Health and Wellness, I have 2 videos that I put up there recently. I didn't produce the videos, but there are 2 videos that are in that playlist. One is talking about what to do with your avocado seeds. What to do with your avocado leaves, rather, when you grow it. And I have another video right after that of what to do with your mango leaves when you're done with that. So those are 2 seeds that are readily available all the time. So if you have pots, those will grow in your front room. And for guys like Lance that are, lucky enough to have their own property, and he could just, make a place in the back and on the side and all of that to grow it outside, especially in that climate.
Yes. Because
certain fruits are acclimatized where they grow. So that's why, I can't grow a mango tree, or whatever. That's why we can't grow mango trees necessarily in the soil and in the conditions in, say, New York City or stuff like that. You need the tropical climate of a Haiti, of a Mexico, of a Brazil to be able to grow those things. But again, the leaves. Use the leaves. Use the leaves. Definitely use the leaves.
The avocado seed, MADGUNS, you can actually dry the seed. You can dehydrate the seed. You can put it in the sun. You can dry the seed, and you can actually mix it up in the processor. You can actually mix it up if you got a good blender, and it becomes like a powder, and you can actually make a shake out of that. That's good for cancer, and it's good for other digestive system. It's got like 98 different uses. Just want to touch on Hey, Lance, if I mention marijuana, you going to get in any trouble there?
No. Oh, no. The things
All
I've
right.
talked about,
My
trust me.
sister-in-law, my sister-in-law was suffering with cancer for a while. And she was going to the same facility I was going to, seeing the doctors with cancer all the time. And she had, like the lady in the Bible, she had excessive bleeding. And, you know, whatever, everything they were doing, they couldn't help her. Now she ran into one of the ladies at the church, and this lady had one of the same problems, but she helped herself by using marijuana. So now my sister-in-law has no more issues with the cancer. She doesn't have to go back to the doctor. I even went and saw the doctor. He said, "What's going on with your sister-in-law?" I said, "She's fine." So the thing is that they make something that is naturally grown illegal because they know about the healing properties of that plant.
Well, if you learn about the history of hemp in America, Rockefeller and hemp, I may not get the story totally right, but Rockefeller was one of the people that was instrumental in getting hemp outlawed. I remember learning that somewhere, because they learned, when the Caucasians learned about the healing power of hemp, they were like, oh, this is going to cut into our pharmaceutical profits. So that's why, that's the short answer as to one of the reasons why marijuana and or hemp, was illegal in America. And it's still going, and of course it's still going on. Even though they are now allowing certain states to legalize marijuana, there is a big problem because, a lot of the holistic doctors that were murdered last year also happen to be advocates of cannabinoid oil, which, I recommend for children. A lot of people have children that are born with this certain, it helps with seizures, and it helps with other little painful conditions and diseases that children are born with. And I was funny because I was telling my mother this the other day, is that a lot of people actually move where they are to places like Colorado and Washington that have much more liberal policies on cannabinoid oil. But what I learned at this conference is that it's actually legal in all 50 states. It's just, again, they're not going out of their way to tell you that. I need to research that more before I really start to put that out there. But I've seen reports on people that were moving to Colorado so they can treat their kids. If you have a child that's having, 10 seizures a day, you're going to do what you need to do to take care of your child. And if that means leaving where you live and have always lived, and you need to go somewhere else, then that's what you do, because your child should be the most important thing to you. So I am definitely an advocate of cannabinoid oil or cannabis oil. It does help with seizures and Crohn's disease. A lot of people, Crohn's disease is a big thing too. A lot of people, I've known females that have had Crohn's disease. So, cannabinoid oil really helps with Crohn's disease and seizures and a whole host of other things. But, they don't want doctors to prescribe that, because when you do that, number one, they don't profit off of that. And number two, they want you on their pharmaceuticals. They do not want you on marijuana oil. They just don't. So it's always going to be demonized.
One of the things at the hospital, when I worked at the hospital, they use something that's called Marinol. Marinol, they use it for the patients. When the patients don't have an appetite, they give them Marinol. Marinol is a derivative of marijuana. So it basically, what they did was destroy the actual plant and made synthetics of the plant to mimic the plant to give the people, rather than giving them the plant itself.
Wow, learned something. Did not know that. So I'm going to definitely
Marinol. Check it out. Marinol.
Marinol. Did not know that. So thank you for that. I'm going to definitely research that. But it goes to show you how the industrial medical complex is. Marinol. Let me write that down. Synthetic marijuana.
I was about to say, I knew a girl with that name. Dominican chick. No, I'm just playing. Sounds like it.
All right. Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Well, you know, we can branch off into this and that, into this and that. And we keep doing that, and it's great. I'm loving the conversation, and it's been great. I definitely want to kind of duck out now. It's time is 6:12. I definitely want to thank you guys for contributing to the conversation and not detracting from it. I want to thank you, Dave. You know, being Barbadian, you are definitely my brethren, no doubt. So I want to thank you for calling in with your questions. You know, when people ask legitimate questions, that only helps and serves to make me better. And also it helps me to feel better. I can sleep better at night knowing that I have the answers to all those questions. You know, when I really sit back and think about this, it's like, wow, I had the answer to every question that I was asked. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I mean, I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful to the Creator. I'm grateful to my research abilities. I'm grateful to all the doctors that I've learned from, that I'm in a position to do this. You know, so it's wonderful, you know. And again, and Lance, you know, with your commentary, you know, helping me when I was feeling a little down about things, and, you know, saying, you know, look, and I wasn't really thinking about that. You know, I'm just really on YouTube. I can't really handle the other form. I can't handle the other forms of media right now. I can barely handle what I'm handling now. But yes, to realize that, you know, people are listening, and that's right, you know, SoundCloud and, you know, the other forms, and yes, iTunes and such. You know, yes, I hope so. That's great. That's great. So I definitely want to say, you know, this is a good thing that it went on so long, and, you know, it's a bad thing because obviously we lost so many people being it so late. You know, obviously, you know, it'd have been great for them to be here live still. They'll have to do this on the rebound and listen to it. And but I definitely want to say thank you to everybody that hung in there, especially all the females that you know, that came through and hung in there and was with us for a while, and just everybody in the chat. I wasn't part of the chat today. Lance knows who was in the chat. Maybe he can call out some names. And is my wife still in the chat? My wife is,
she's right there
in the chat. Is my wife in the chat, Lance?
She's hanging tough.
Lance knows who my wife is.
Yes, she's hanging tough.
She in the chat.
Yes, she is.
That's what's up. Yeah, we're going to definitely talk when this is over. But absolutely, thank my wife for being around. And I thank everybody else. I know Sister VA was with us earlier. You know, yes. I definitely thank her for just who she is. Hopefully she'll hear this. It might take her a minute to get through the next 3 hours, but, you know, definitely I thank her for being who she is. She's been an inspiration to me, and she's been really nice. And I thank her again for attending the conference. I thank my wife for attending the conference. This hyphenate is, I'm tired. The hyphenated last name, Driven Forever. So she knows who she is. SDF, Spirit Driven Forever. That's what's up. Thank you. Sweet Cheeks for hanging in there. Thank everybody for hanging in there. Thank y'all too for hanging in there. Like I said, this was unexpected because I haven't known you two to be a part of the community. You presented yourself as being a part of the LanceScurv community today, and I appreciate you. Dave Brown, I appreciate you. Jack, I appreciate you, Lance, and I appreciate everybody that listens on the other platforms.
Yes.
And you can get through this. I want to leave everybody with just this, and just this before it branches out into anything else. The reason that I want to give everybody a tip right quick on how I'm able to learn what I learned is because I don't make time for foolishness.
Right.
When you spend time dealing with live foods like I do, it's hard when you work 10 hours a day and stuff like that, I get it. When you work 8 hours a day, 10 hours, travel time, overtime, all of that, it's not for everybody. I have a little bit more of an open schedule than other people. So I don't entertain myself with television. I don't have a television in my kitchen. A lot of people do. I don't have a television in my kitchen, my computer, my tablet, my phone. This is how I get through lectures. So I suggest you guys, when you go in your kitchens and you want to learn from the doctors that I'm going to drop down for you, either privately or in the next, in the addendum to this one. This is how you get through lectures. You know, you put your tablet on or your phone on, and when you're doing all the chopping and the cutting and the prepping, this is how you learn. In the kitchen is where I don't go to church to get edified. My kitchen edifies me. I don't need a man in a pulpit, okay, to edify me. My kitchen edifies me. My food edifies me. That is where I get my edification. That is where God speaks to me. That is where the Holy Spirit works on me, is through my relationship with food. Because I eat right, and because I eat right, my brain acts right.
That's right.
Because I eat right, my body acts right. So, you know, I'm in the kitchen a lot of times between cutting and prepping and washing. I'll admit, sometimes I'm in the kitchen 3 hours. That's a long time. Not every day, don't get it twisted.
Right.
But there are days where I'm in the kitchen 3 hours a day. But I always take something in there that I can learn from. I don't even listen to music when I'm in the kitchen. I'd rather just learn.
Focus.
You know, so this is how you learn, you know. So if you're going to be in there cutting and washing and chopping, you know, take your tablet and take your phone and throw on a lecture. And before you know it, you know, that'll help you get through it, and you'll learn something and you edify something. So when you want to learn about vaccines, don't tell me that you don't have time, you know, especially if you're in the kitchen. You know, you throw on Dr. Russell Blaylock and listen to him talk about vaccines for 70 minutes. You'll get through it, and that's how you learn. So a lot of people want to know how I learn what I learn. Well, you know, I'm not sitting at a desk all day learning or sitting somewhere with headphones on. A lot of times I'm learning just standing up in the kitchen. So that's what's up with that. I want to leave everybody with that.
Yes.
No entertainment in the kitchen. The kitchen should be somewhere you can use that time to learn. You know, turn off the music, turn off the television, and learn something. You know, YouTube is a great place. You know, YouTube was a place where YouTube can give you whatever you're looking for. If you want mindless entertainment, YouTube will give it to you. But if you want to learn something, YouTube will definitely deliver that to you as well. It's up to you. Everything concerning health and wellness is up to you. It's not up to your doctor. Your doctor doesn't know shite about health and wellness. How to write a prescription. It's in your hands. Take your life in your own hands, and you guarantee you're going to put years on your life, and you're going to do good things for yourself by learning about food and learning about, you know, just society in general today. And how it's designed to kill us. Lance.
Yes.
Sign us off.
Wow.
Say what you got to say. Your ending soliloquy, sir.
I can't end it better than you just ended it. It's a wonderful.
Damn right.
Exactly. Who is the man who can end it like no other can? Mad Guns. You're damn right.
Top that.
Exactly. Oh no, don't try me now. Ali and Frazier up in this bad boy verbally. Because you know what? I'll go in the backyard and get one of the mangoes and come back and you'd be like, wait a second, we just did a half-hour show and this guy fired it up again.
I'm amazed. I'm amazed. Yeah, I'm amazed. And like I said, I was built for this because I didn't really think I had this in me. Yeah. So I actually grew this morning, leaps and bounds. I actually feel like I grew.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
I grew spiritually.
You dug deep and you saw what's inside of you. And it's always there. No, and it's just sometimes we got to be put in the circumstance, the environment, to be able to see what's there and pull ourselves out of ourselves. And when you teach, you actually learn. When you're a teacher like you are, a scholar.
Yes, that is so true. When you teach, you learn. That's right.
Because as you're teaching, you say, wow, you know, the student and those who are listening present a different way for you to convey your information, and you serve it up in a different way. And while you're handing it out, you look at it, you say, wow, this is the same thing that I sat there so dormant inside of me, and I know it's there. But, you know, when you read that book to someone, even a child, I'm not saying we're children, but when you read that book to a child, you're actually saying to yourself, wow, I didn't look at it this way. I'm seeing a different angle because I'm not reading it for myself. I'm reading it for them. Whether it's the Bible or something you write or something you share. So it's like a spoon that stirs everything up. So I'm not going to keep it going on any longer because I'm getting fired up. I feel a little bit, but I'm high right now. So we'll wrap it down. Thank you, everyone here who's on the line. There's so many people in the chat room. Well, right now it kind of slowed down a little bit, but on the conference, there are a lot of people still listening. My lips are like, you know, getting like peanut butter right now. So I'm going to end it right here. And I just want to thank everybody who made it this far. Even if you had to, the Spirit Driven said, I can't wait to rewatch this. That's when you pick up all the little things that you missed before, because this was really.
Where my wife going to find 7 hours? We done did an 8-hour show. Where you going to find 8 hours in a day, girl? Okay.
I'll keep.
But anyway, to my wife, Motorola two-way page me, baby. Motorola two-way page me.
There you go. There you go. But yeah, it's been wonderful, and we learned a lot, and we mixed it up. This is one of the classics. I'm glad I made the graphics the way I did. It tells the story.
I think this is a classic. Do you think this is a classic? Is this an instant classic? You've done a lot of shows, so I'm not really trying to No,
this is a classic. This is an instant classic.
But I think it's an instant classic.
There is so much information. We have truck drivers that listen to this and download it on their phones or play it on SoundCloud or just play the YouTube video. And they're like, Lance, we love your little rants for 10 or 15 minutes about Tyler Perry or Byron Allen or whatever have you. But when you go and give us one of them 6 or 7 or 8 hour shows, because it gets me through state to state. I can drive. You know how far I can drive off an 8-hour show or a 6-hour show? So they like that. And people who do their chores, you know, they're walking and doing exercise or they're commuting and they say, you know what, this is 6 hours, but this is going to take me through the week going and coming. You see what I mean? And that's the way they take it and they digest it that way, especially when you're on, we're giving this good information like that. So it's going to be on iTunes and SoundCloud. And I think, and I was looking at the tracks on SoundCloud, and let me just go back there and look at the stats. There's one of the shows that is up there. I think it's number 2. Okay, boom. Can we expand this? Let me see, because I'm always checking the stats and stuff like that. The first show was up at number 2 for a while. The second was down around 4 or 5. And they got a great amount of hits. That's the position they're in. Also, United States, United Kingdom, France, Singapore, Canada, Netherlands, Brazil, South Africa, Russian Federation, Germany, Spain, Romania, Mexico, Egypt, Liberia, Chile, Ghana, India, Senegal, Indonesia, Suriname, Croatia, Jamaica, Korea, Poland, Australia, Switzerland, Nigeria. How do you spell QA? Qatar, if that's what you say it. Dominican Republic, Japan, Lithuania, Guatemala, Sweden, Uganda, and other countries, which are 13 other countries. So you tell me, they're listening all over the world. This is why we have it up on multiple platforms. And YouTube wants to shut things down. Download the videos before they do, but we have other platforms and the word will go on. It's been wonderful. I thank everybody. We're going to do this again and again and again. We live this. We're built for this, and we have to do this. This is our positioning. Download the LanceScurv app at the App Store, Amazon, Google Play. Hit me up anytime, 407-924-8793, or what's that, 321-310-7326. If you have any show suggestions or you just want to rap or you want to reach out, I love it. Leave your comments on the site. Hit LanceScurv.com. Subscribe to the LanceScurv mailing list right here on this channel. Whatever channel you're on, I have it right there. Put your email in, hit that button, and you'll get all the updates of everything. Subscribe to the LanceScurv channel. We're going to do this again. I don't know of any other channel. I'm not trying to big up the channel. I'm just saying, y'all, the wisdom that was shared tonight is not even about me. I'm just a container. But my God, the guts that were in it tonight, it's righteous. So anyway, I'm going to hit some music, and we're going to skedaddle along. And like I said, I can't believe it, man. We did it through the whole night, and it's been wonderful.
I don't know how,
Tune in
but
to
we did. That's right.
Hottest talk show. bringing you the realest, uncensored conversations with the boldest man on the net, LanceScurv.
Woo! We're gonna sleep good this morning. Mindgasms. We're still gonna go out in the backyard and ground and connect and sleep a little bit. But this was phenomenal. This was an instant classic. I mean, there are professors out there that can't teach this much and put this much information out and hold on to people's interests like this. Even though our bodies are feeling it, our minds are still soaking it up. So I want to hear the comments on this one, and this will be up. And understand it'll take a little longer to upload because it's a longer show. When you play this right away, within the next 30 minutes or the next even an hour, it may start out at the 2-hour mark because it takes a little more time to upload on YouTube as opposed to a 15-minute show or a 30-minute show. Anyway, I'm going to sign out. Mr. Scurv is going to look at me and say, my God, she loves this because she knows I'm not dipping out or stepping out. I'm in the room and she can hear me talking. You know what I mean? And I wouldn't have it any other way. But I got to eat these vegetables next to me, y'all. So I'm going to sign off right now. I love it. I love you all. Perfect cure for the midlife crisis. I love you all, my whole family. Hit me up. I want to hear from you. And we're going to do a show tonight. Don't know what I'm going to title it, but it's going to be the Jan Levan Zan Fix My Life show. Whatever they're talking about, we're going to talk about. And we're going to do that every Saturday night. And there will be some surprises earlier on. Go to the YouTube channel and check out the show that I did with Miss Corinne Woodley, Brother Cosmo, Gavin Long's mother, and the brother. They put it down. If you can stand a little more. If not, wake up and listen to it with your breakfast or your lunch. Anyway, love you all. Take care. Bye-bye.